Chapter 6. Streetcar Strikes. Of the 3,600 strikes in the period immediately following World War I, the most spectacular were the Seattle General Strike of February 1919, the Boston Police Strike, the nationwide steel walkout of September, and the General Coal Strike of November. But throughout the period, a series of streetcar strikes gripped the United States at large and usually dominated the front pages of local newspapers. Chicago afoot and Pittsburgh forced to walk were typical headlines in the press. One read, East Street. Lewis Carman out. Strike ties up traffic in 13 nearby cities and towns. 1. Skyrocketing increases in the cost of living during the war years were the underlying cause of most of the streetcar strikes. Robert H. Murray has estimated that by late 1919 the purchasing power of the 1913 dollar had fallen from 100 to 45. Two wholesale prices during and shortly after. World War I increased about 170% above the pre-war figure. Streetcar workers refused to accept the war as a cause of higher prices and lagging wages, blaming them instead on the greed of the transit corporations. During the 1890s, horse-drawn trolleys had given way to the new electric trolleys, and following the 1893-97 depression, urban streetcar companies were rapidly consolidated by merger in order to achieve more efficient operation. By 1900, many urban transit systems operated a combination of routes that included surface streetcars, elevated railroads, and subway trains. The urban transportation workforce was clearly stratified by skill and sexual differentiation. Pay scales reflected this stratification and ostensibly denoted skill level, seniority, and ability. Motorman and conductor jobs represented the highest skill levels, the most prestigious positions, and were therefore the best paid on the streetcar systems. Next were those of the clerks, cashiers, car barn workers, and the car service. Streetcar strikes 103 workers who cleaned and maintained the equipment. The jobs to which women had been admitted before World War I were those of ticket sellers, cashiers, and car cleaners. The jobs of motorman and conductor were reserved for males and jealously safeguarded by a collective male egoism that extolled virility and physical stamina. Black workers, if employed at all, were confined to such menial jobs as sweepers and porters. 3. But whether the workers were motormen or car cleaners, their wages, compared with most other industries, were deplorably low, their working hours were excessively long, and working conditions, especially concerning safety, deplorable. The key union in the streetcar field, apart from a smattering of company unions, was the Amalgamated Association of Street and Electric Railway Employees of America. Organized in 1892, the Amalgamated affiliated with the AFLA a year later. It barely survived its first few years, but began to make progress at the turn of the century. By 1916, the union had grown to a membership of 60,000, and after the United States entered the war, the union expanded enormously. 4. With their large memberships, the transit unions had considerable influence in central labor councils, which were used to mobilize assistance when needed. It is not surprising then that striking carmen were often joined by thousands of sympathizers who threw rocks, overturned cars, and beat strikebreakers. Streetcar strikes, unlike a number of other labor disputes, were highly visible and touched the lives of the entire city's population. The appearance of strikebreakers, protected by police or the armed forces at public expense, coupled with long-standing resentment over the corruption of state and local administrations by transit managements, as well as poor service, high fares, and outdated equipment, USU Ally unleashed a torrent of hostility toward the companies and support for the transit workers. In 1913, a reporter for the International Socialist Review commented, "UA Street Railway strike must always be swift and furious, carried on among scenes of violence. Attempts to operate the cars of a struck service brings the hated scabs within close view of the strikers and their sympathizers, acting upon them as an insult and a slap in the face." 5. Yet for most of its early life, the Amalgamated Association was headed by William D. Mahan, a conservative labor leader who served on the executive committee of the National Civic Federation, and who strongly advocated voluntary arbitration of labor disputes in the street railway industry. 6. During World War I, Mahan's message emphasized the importance of the work of streetcar employees in winning the war. He conceded that the rising cost 104. Postwar struggles, 1918-1920 of living and the unwillingness of companies to adjust wages accordingly caused discontent among the streetcar workers. But no matter how justifiable this unrest may be, he insisted, it must not influence us to acts that will compromise our integrity as an organization of workers that stands by its agreements and holds its obligations sacred. 7. This, however, did not keep Mahan and the General Executive Board of the Amalgamated, Association from approving wartime strikes by its locals to prevent the hiring of women as conductorettes. Mahan was able to curtail most strikes of streetcar workers during the war, but when he insisted on continuing this policy after the armistice, he met with open resistance and opposition from the growing union membership. This was reflected in the wide-scale series of transit strikes after the war. Chicago and Denver. In late July 1919, 15,000 Chicago public transportation workers struck, causing what Survey magazine called a complete tie-up of the elevated and surface trains there. The strikers defied their union leadership, including International President Mahan, who told the press that the strike was illegal. Mahan came to Chicago to try to convince the men to accept a previously negotiated settlement, but was held down by a crowd of 4,000 at the ratification meeting. The leadership therefore asked for a referendum on ending the strike. The back-to-work motion carried by only 186 votes among more than 12,000 cast. The surface train employees, who had sought a basic 8-hour day spread over no more than 10 hours, a 6-day week, and no more than a 6-hour day on Sunday, were firmly opposed to the settlement. Under it, just 60% of these workers received the 8-hour day, and the working time was spread over as many as 14 hours. Neither the 6-day week nor 6-hour Sunday prevailed. Elevated train workers, whose votes had given the pact its margin of victory, did slightly better, with 70% gaining an 8-hour day spread over no more than 13 hours. 8. In July 1918, over 1,000 employees of the Denver Tramway Company organized Local Union 746 of the National Amalgamated Association. For the next 2 years, the local made fruitless attempts to obtain higher wages. In May 1920, the company announced a forthcoming wage cut, whereupon the union declared its intention to strike. Despite an injunction obtained by the company, the union decided to go ahead with the strike. 9 * for a discussion of the conductorettes issued during World War I, see Philip S. Foner. History of the Labor Movement in the United States 1, New York, 1987, 201-13. Streetcar Strikes 105. When the walkout began on July 12, the Denver Post immediately charged that it was caused by foreign agitators and accused the union rank and file of having listened to the serpent tongue of the RWW, the Soviets and other revolutionists. 10. The tramway company picked up the theme and charged that immediately after the strike vote was taken, a revolutionary element began pouring into Denver. It was the IWW. From every harvest field they came. From the mining districts, from faraway Montana, flocking to Denver like the vulture swarms toward the carrion. From the south, from the north and east they came, gaunt men, narrow-eyed men, bearded men, treacherous men, all with a pure pose. There was a strike. There was trouble brewing, and they would help in the spilling of blood. 1-1. There was blood spilled in the strike, but it was not by Wobblies, proof of whose presence in Denver was never presented. Rather, it was spilled by strikebreakers furnished by Black Jerome, a notorious professional strikebreaker agency. On August 4, partial service was inaugurated on the streetcars, protected by the police and by American Legion volunteers. The cars were operated by armed motormen and conductors. On August 5, strikebreakers killed 2 strikers and injured 32 sympathizers. The following day, at the East Side Tramway Barns, 5 strikers and sympathizers were killed and 25 injured when strikebreakers fired into a crowd. 12. Martial law was declared, and U.S. troops were called in from Fort Logan, Kansas to break the strike. The commander of the federal troops refused to permit strikers to meet. Supported by the U.S. Army, Frederick W. Hild, general manager of the Denver Tramway Company, announced, "We will not deal with the union." The union offered to return and have the cars running if the company will run the scabs out of Denver. But the company insolently replied that all preference would be given to strikebreakers employed to run the cars, and in the future, streetcars will be manned by strikebreakers. 13. Not a single strikebreaker was arrested, but 7 members of the union's executive committee were convicted of contempt of court for having called the strike in the face of the court injunction. Each was sentenced to 6 months in prison. 14. Local 746 suffered a severe defeat. The union was broken and did not reorganize until 1933. Anti-union publications cited the methods used in smashing the Denver streetcar union as a model for open-shop employers to follow. 15. 106. Postwar Struggles. 1918-1920. Knoxville. In an August 1918 decision, the National War Labor Board awarded the employees of the Knoxville, Tennessee, Railway and Light Company, KRL, a wage increase from 36c to 46c an hour. When the contract between the company and its employees expired on September 1, 1919. Local 767 of the Amalgamated Association of Street and Electric Employees, representing 250 streetcar workers, requested wage hikes of Loc to 20 C an hour. The company refused, and insisted that the demand be submitted to the National War Labor Board for arbitration. But the union hinted out that since the board no longer functioned, the company had to give the answer directly to the union. 1. On August 17, 1919, the streetcar workers in Nashville, Tennessee had struck the Nashville Railway and Light Company and met with success. The strike was precipitated by the refusal of the company to deal with the union organized by the workers, and by August 21, confronted with a militant strike, the company capitulated and recognized the new local. 17. The victory in Nashville was on the minds of the Knoxville streetcar workers when they voted to strike on October 17, 1919. 2 days later, the company placed a call for 200 men, soldiers preferred, in the Knoxville Journal and Tribune, and announced that it would resume LIM-ITED service on October 21, 18. Although Local 767 promised that the strikers would refrain from any acts of violence, the Knoxville police immediately went on 12-hour shifts, and Tennessee Adjutant General E.B. Sweeney and a party of officers arrived to watch developments. 19 * Mayor E.W. Neal set up a meeting between the union and the company for October 21. The union showed up, but the company refused to send a representative. "We are too busy at this time to attend a conference with our former employees who saw fit to violate their obligations," KRL explained. The reference to the strikers as former employees clearly indicated that the company was determined to break the union and operate as an open shop. Indeed, at a meeting between the mayor and the company, held behind closed doors on October 24, KRL officials said bluntly they would not arbitrate or even discuss the dispute with the strikers' representatives. 20. Meanwhile, the company kept placing strikebreakers on its payroll, most of them demobilized veterans unable to find work as a result of the asterisk, according to James A. Byrne. The race riot in Knoxville in August 1919 influenced the city to begin girding itself for violence. Labor conflict in urban Appalachia, the Knoxville streetcar strike of 1919, Tennessee Historical Quarterly 38, Spring 1979, 68. Streetcar strikes 107 post-war economic crisis. In local press advertisements, the company offered to re-employ striking motormen and conductors as non-union men in a beginner's salary. It received no applications. 21. On October 26, the strikers held a mass meeting to present the union's side of the dispute. One of the speakers, a black preacher, described the workers as slaves of capital, and defined scabs as the lowest and most dangerous types of humanity in existence. The strongest demand to emerge from the meeting was that the company agree to arbitrate the wage question. As the Knoxville Tribune and Journal noted, if one attended the meeting expecting to hear IWW or Bolshevik doctrines, he was disappointed. 22. That same morning, October 26, the company resumed full daytime operations with strikebreakers operating the streetcars. Roving bands of enraged strikers, strike sympathizers, and ordinary citizens attacked cars in the center of Knoxville. By the end of the day, cars were badly damaged, the word scab chalked over many of them, and a number of strikebreakers had suffered injuries severe enough to warrant hospitalization. 23. Most serious, in the eyes of the company and the city authorities, was that a number of policemen had either stood idly by or actually assisted the strike sympathizers. 24. Knoxville, it will be recalled, was the city whose police force had been the first to affiliate with the AFL. Reacting to the events in Knoxville, Adjutant General Sweeney ordered about 800 National Guardsmen from the 4th Tennessee Infantry into the city. They arrived before noon on October 27, but Governor Albert H. Roberts in Nashville felt this was not enough. Shortly after 9 p.m. on October 27, he sent an urgent telegram to Camp Gordon, Georgia. Please entrain 2 infantry companies and 1 machine gun company, total 300, with equipment for Knoxville, Tennessee, within hours. Major General E.M. Lewis and a contingent of federal troops left for Knoxville. On October 28, they arrived in Knoxville, the first of 2,000 troops brought to the city to break the strike. 25. In the name of Tennessee's union workers, John O'Connor, president of the State Federation of Labor, wired Governor Roberts, "Will you allow armed forces of our state to support company's position? In the name of justice, I ask you that you immediately withdraw these troops, Governor." Roberts dismissed the plea. "The issue is clear," he announced. "Either you stand by the flag or you stand against it. We are now facing the greatest crisis in the history of this republic," he thundered. 26. Governor Roberts was wildly applauded by the press and other business groups, but the Knoxville Central Labor Council denounced his stand and 108. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920 initiated plans for a general strike vote to be taken. The council urged the city's 80,000 workers to vote in favor of a sympathetic walkout by October 30. The police union and 2 other unions associated with essential services were excluded from the vote. 27. Alarmed by the prospect of a general strike in solidarity with the streetcar strikers, Governor Roberts appealed to the company to meet with the strikers' representatives. But KRL President James Harvey refused. "The time has passed for dealing with our former employees," he responded. But Governor Roberts remained in Knoxville, hoping to bring about a meeting between the company and the union. 28. On October 31, State Labor Head O'Connor revealed that the area locals had voted overwhelmingly to stage a sympathetic walkout to begin the next day. But he went on to state that in view of the governor's efforts to settle the dispute, the strike would be held in abeyance. The general strike was never called. On November 1, the strike of 394,000 coal miners, members of the United Mine Workers, began. All attention in Knoxville now shifted to the walkout of the miners, and supporters of the streetcar strike found it increasingly difficult to be heard. 2. By November 1, the Knoxville Railway and Light Company had resumed daytime service, and 4 days later it resumed its full streetcar schedule, including both day and night service. The strike had been broken. 30 protests against the company continued, however. A group of 200 veterans paraded to denounce the company's policy of preferring ex-soldiers as strikebreakers. They carried banners proclaiming that, "The men who broke the Hindenburg Line will never scab on American workmen. Stay off the cars." 31. Although the union never officially admitted defeat, all strike activity was over by Christmas, 1919. 32. Kansas City. The streetcar strike that began in Kansas City on December 1, 1918 was the third in that city in 16 months. The men struck first in August 1917 for recognition of the union. They struck again in March 1918 when they participated in a general strike to aid the laundry workers' strike. In July 1917, laundry drivers in Kansas City formed a union that succeeded in gaining the membership of all the drivers when laundry employers refused to grant a wage increase in February 1918. The Organization of Laundry Drivers encouraged laundresses to seek a wage increase of their own. By mid-February, all of the city's laundry workers had gone on strike. After 5 weeks of refusal by laundry employers to discuss the workers' demands for union recognition, increased wages, and enforcement of state legislation regulating laundress hours and conditions of labor, the unions of Kansas City voted for a general strike to begin on March 27 in support of the laundry workers. The citywide strike lasted a full week and has streetcar strikes 109, which began in July 1917 and reached a climax in February and March 1918. The third strike was the first involving wages. It was also the first to include women as well as men on the picket line, for in stark contrast to the situations in Cleveland and Detroit, the Amalgamated Association in Kansas City, Missouri welcomed conductorettes, as the women conductors were called, into the local, and insisted that the guaranteed minimum pay of the women be raised to equal that of the men. At the conclusion of the second strike in August 1918, an agreement was signed by the Kansas City Railways Company and Division 7649 of the Amalgamated Association, in which the union pledged not to call strikes until after wage differences were submitted to arbitration. In September 1918, the union submitted a request to the National War Labor Board for a cost of living increase. In the request, it also called for the same rate of pay for women. The company argued that it would only abide by NWLB decision for a wage increase if the money for the wage increment customer could be obtained from a raise in customer fares. The case involved both the Amalgamated in Kansas City, Missouri and its sister city in Kansas. After several hearings in September and October 1918, the NWLB determined on October 24 that a wage increase should be paid to the streetcar workers, that women conductors should receive equal pay for equal work, and that the money for the increase should come from a raise in fares, the amount of the raise to be determined by the respective Missouri and Kansas state authorities. 33. After the NWLB award, the streetcar workers remained at work, confident that the company would abide by the decision. The award was the same as that which was made in Detroit, Washington, Cleveland, Buffalo, and Chicago. These cities had only a 5-cent fare, yet had put the award into effect and were operating their cars successfully. 34. But the Kansas City Railways Company took steps quickly against the existing wages were: I-year men, 30C an hour; 2-year men, 32C an hour; 3-year men, 34C; 4-year men, 36C; 5-year men, 38C; maximum, 38C. The wages allowed by the National War Labor Board per hour were, for the first 3 months, 43C, second 3 months, 46C. And after 6 months, 45C, maximum 48C. The wages applied equally to men and women. Been called the most important U.S. general strike of the war years. It involved nearly all sections of the city's working class, including streetcar workers. The general strike ended when laundry employers agreed to grant their workers the right to organize. Labor Herald. Kansas City, Missouri, February to April 1918. Alexander Bing, Wartime Strikes and Their Adjustment, New York, 1921. Page 30. Maureen Weiner Greenwald, Women, War and Work, The Impact of JFBRLDRI on JFB Men Workers in the United States, Westport, Con. 1980, pp. 174-75. 110. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 Wage Increase. Instead of submitting a request to the state public service commissions that regulated the Twin Cities fares, the company took the position that the NWLB had directed it to raise the fares itself without interference by any municipality. The company sought an injunction against the municipal and state regulatory bodies from the federal courts for the districts of Kansas and Missouri. Once the courts denied the injunction, the company appealed the decision to the U.S. Supreme Court as a further delaying tactic. 5. The Labor Herald, official organ of the Kansas City, Missouri, Central Labor Union charged that sinister influences were behind the refusal of the Kansas Railways Company to institute the NWLB award. J. Ogden Armour, Chicago meat magnate, it pointed out, was a majority stockholder of the Kansas City Railways Company and was the real power behind company president Colonel Philip J. Keeley. Armour was joined by the Big Four of Kansas City, leading businessmen W.T. Kemper, R.A. Long, J. Heim, and Walter Dickey. The Big Four, with several colleagues, controlled the Employers Association, which had built up a fund of $1 million specifically to combat workers' militancy and to carry through a vigorous anti-union policy, including opposition to union recognition and higher wages. Those employers who dissented from the dominant policy of the association suffered reprisals and other harassments. 36. By early December 1918, 9 weeks after the original award, the streetcar workers had not yet received any wage increase. On December 1, fed up with the company's stalling tactics, 2,675 streetcar men and 127 women conductors voted to strike at 4 o'clock the following morning. The Kansas City NMES reported that the conductorettes stood firmly by the men, and their ballots were cast for a strike, just as those of the men. 37. The next day only members of the Kansas City Employees Association, a company union, remained at work. The strike affected every car line in the twin Kansas cities. The men also walked off at the power plant, and the interurban lines ran only to the city limits. 38. During the rest of December 1918 and early January 1919, the Amalgamated tried repeatedly to negotiate with the Kansas City Railways Company. But from the start of the strike, the company, backed by the Employers Association, rejected all efforts to end the dispute peacefully. At the very outset, KRC President Keeley declared that the company would resume operations at the first moment possible after protection is provided by the city. But that protection must be adequate and guaranteed. 39. Streetcar strikes 111. Mayor Cargill immediately offered completely adequate police protection for the operation of the cars. 10 days later, without the slightest evidence of an emergency, the police were supplemented by the 7th Regiment of the National Guard, who were ordered into Kansas City by Governor Gardner. Armed with rifles, soldiers in automobiles followed streetcars and patrolled the car lines. 41. The following advertisement began appearing in the press. Men wanted. Street railway motormen and conductors, experienced men preferred. Those with no previous training also desired. Splendid consideration will be given to former employees of the company, in accordance with the policy of the national government. We are glad to employ demobilized soldiers. This is an unusual opportunity to obtain regular runs at once, and steady permanent employment. Details will be given at the employment office, 2D floor, 15th and Girard Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. The Kansas City Railways Company. 42. The details informed the strikebreakers that they would receive 38 cents per hour in wages, and a bonus of $5 per day. Operating cars with strikebreakers, many of them ex-soldiers, and with police and National Guard protection, the company began slowly to attempt to resume operations. However, the strikebreakers confiscated almost all of the company receipts, and raw motormen burned up motors and smashed cars in all parts of the city. About half of the company's cars were soon in the repair shops with nobody to repair them. Dozens of accidents occurred every day, several with loss of life. Union men and women and sympathizers patronized jitneys or walked to work. The company lost thousands of dollars each day, but, supported by the Employers Association, it continued to refuse to meet with strikers' representatives even to discuss some solution to the dispute. 43. As soon as this limited service had resumed, Keeley told a meeting of the Employers Association that the entire situation is progressing as satisfactorily as possible, and in accordance with the schedule mapped out. He added that any one of our employees having a clean record may have his job back for the asking. He made it clear that all workers who continued membership in the union would be viewed as not having clean records and have no place in our organization. 44. Refusing to be intimidated, male and female strikers continued to picket the car barns and lines. The strikers received benefits of $5 a week from 112. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. The International, in addition to funds provided by other locals of the amalgamated and other unions for those who needed more money. Men and women strikers received equal strike funds. As one reporter noted, practically all conductorettes in the employ of the company wear union buttons and have proven enthusiastic in their determination to win the strike. Another observed, it is difficult to find a picket line in which conductorettes are not serving as pickets with the conductors and motormen. 45. The use of ex-soldiers as strikebreakers aroused widespread indignation in Kansas City, and the Labor Herald published a poem that summed up this indignation. Written by labor poet Thomas H. West and entitled, "Disgracing Their Uniforms," it was reprinted as a leaflet and widely distributed. It was generally thought when our soldiers fought for the freedom of the world, they all realized why tyrants from their royal thrones were hurled. Right here in Kansas City. As strikebreakers, sad to say 'em, see soldiers running streetcars in their uniforms today. These soldier finks are a disgrace to the uniforms they wear. Have they so soon forgotten what was fought for over there? These wage-reducing heroes should feel proud of what they've done. Any soldier who is guilty can be called a labor Hun. 46. On the Missouri side, police and National Guardsmen continued to protect the strikebreakers, while U.S. Marshals under court order guarded the Kansas side of the urban railway network. 47. The company, fully assured of the support of city, state and national government, inserted full-page advertisements in the local newspapers, which carried headlines reading, "Public officials say strike is unwarranted. Protection assured. The cars must run. A strike against the community. The entire community owes a debt of gratitude to the loyal men and women who are giving it streetcar service. Union leaders, foreign and local, continue to deceive men." 48. Streetcar strikes. 113. The reference to foreign union leaders was to convey the impression that outside agitators were behind the strike. The Kansas City Times went further. Its headlines read, "Foreigners in Disturbances," and the paper explained that foreign-born workers are playing a leading role in strike violence. 49. The company's advertisements were supplemented by full-page ads inserted by the Employers Association, empowered, said the ads, to act for the business and civic interests of Kansas City. Normal Street car service must be resumed, was the headline on one of the Association's ads, which closed. The people of Kansas City recognize a debt of gratitude to those faithful workers who are now operating the cars. They must be protected in their right to work, and the people will insist that the company retain them in their present position. We voice a unanimous civic demand when we say, normal street car service must be resumed. 50. To reply, the strikers distributed a series of bulletins giving their side of the case. They informed the public that because of the power behind the throne, in the form of J. Ogden Armour and the Employers Association, all efforts at negotiating a settlement were a farce. Efforts by the union to settle the strike were fruitless, and it should be obvious to the people of Kansas City that a conspiracy is underway to smash the streetcar union and use the car strike as a lever to deliver a body blow at trades unionism and all unions. The organized employers of the country are looking forward to the period of reconstruction and pre-war wages, and it seems evident that Kansas City has been chosen as a storm center to try and break the power of the unions and have the workers at their mercy. 5-1. Who are the Bolsheviki of Kansas City? Asked one of the strikers' bulletins. The capitalists who refuse to live up to the decision of the war Labor Board are the men who abide by them. 52. Another bulletin was headed, Might V's Right, and was addressed to those who ride on streetcars and those who do not, but believe that right should triumph over might. It declared in part, all of the people of Kansas City know of the law-defying, money-grabbing methods of this company. They know also of the defying of the state and city laws by this company. We, the members of the Streetcar Union of Kansas City, are asking that you come over on our side and stand by us for one half the time you have stood for. 114. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. What the company has put over on you, and we will be back on the cars. Amalgamated Association of Street and Railway Employees. Good Division 764 of the Service for the People, 53. The Amalgamated finally appealed to the National War Labor Board for an order confirming its original award and forcing the company to abide by it. On January 20, 1919, the 40th day of the strike, making it already one of the longest streetcar strikes on record, the NWLB met in Washington to adjudicate the controversy. Although he had said publicly that he wouldn't spend the car fare to travel to Washington, Keeley was subpoenaed to appear. 53. The union representatives pointed out at the hearing that only two companies in the United States had refused to obey the mandates of the war Labor Board, the Bethlehem Steel Company and the Kansas City Railways Company. In its decision on January 31, 1919, signed by William Howard Taft and Basil M. Magnan, joint chairman, the board observed that the men made the mistake of striking, but complimented them for their willingness to go back to work, leaving the issue to be settled by arbitration. On the other hand, the board accused the company of having tried to prejudice the community against the men with its full-page advertisements. Moreover, it had failed to show good faith in its dealing with its workers. The board concluded, the attitude of the company seems to have been, as far as we can observe from the evidence, that it was content that the men had made the mistake of striking because it would enable them to defeat the union and to avoid the burden of increased wages. 54. The National War Labor Board reaffirmed its award of a wage increase and ordered the company to pay it retroactively after reinstating the striking carmen and women. But it could do nothing to enforce its ruling, and the company continued to ignore it. 55. The strikers on the Missouri side had been aroused by representatives of the Department of Labor who assured them that on his imminent return from Europe, where he had attended the peace conference at Versailles, President Wilson would stand behind the National War Labor Board and see to it that its decision was enforced. President Wilson, John T. Smith of the Department of Labor told the strikers, has not forgotten what organized labor stood for during the war, that it never faltered in its stand for win the war democracy and was loyal to the core. 56. Distrustful of prom is, however, the Central Labor Council of the Missouri side sent C.B. Nelson, its secretary, and Ms. Sarah Green, president of the Kansas City Streetcar Strikes 115, Women's Trade Union League and an indefatigable worker for the strikers, to Washington to meet with President Wilson on his return from Europe. They were to urge him to enforce the NWLB award and to make sure that the strikers received back pay and reinstatement. 57. The Central Labor Union on the Kansas side, which represented approximately 22,000 men and women, came out for municipal ownership of the streetcar lines as the solution to the continuing crisis. A bill calling for municipal ownership had actually passed the lower house of the state legislature but was stalled in the state Senate. In a telegram to Senator James F. Getty, the Central Labor Union asked him to work for the bill for municipal ownership of the street railway system. 58. But the steps taken by the Central Labor Councils of the Twin Cities ended in failure. The delegation from the council on the Missouri side were not allowed to meet with President Wilson, while the bill for municipal ownership, advocated by the council on the Kansas side, died in the state Senate. Meanwhile, the streetcar workers continued to withhold their labor. On March 7, 1919, the Labor Herald conceded that the strike had settled down to an endurance test. In April, a federal grand jury indicted 6 of the union leaders for having violated a federal injunction against interfering with the operation of the cars. 59. A number of observers now declared that only a sympathetic general strike by the other trade unions of Kansas City could save the streetcar strike. In a letter to the Labor Herald appealing for such action, a veteran trade unionist wrote, "The streetcar strikers are fighting your battles and the battles of organized labor all over the world, and they must have the full support and encouragement that organized labor can give them. This is a new organization, but I do not know that I ever saw a body of 2,700 men and women more loyal, more steadfast, more thoroughly imbued with the true spirit of trade unionism." 6. The trade unions of Kansas City were willing to continue financial support of the streetcar strikers and to denounce any trade unionist who rode the cars as a traitor to his class. 61. But they refused to entertain the idea of a general strike. C.B. Nelson assured the press that all reports predicting a general strike of all union labor in Kansas City would be declared in sympathy with the streetcar men are totally false. Organized labor, he continued, stands squarely behind the men in this controversy and is ready to back them with every ounce of their moral and financial support, in short, whatever aid of this nature that is necessary for them to win. But a general strike is out of the question, and has been so decided by the trade unions. 62. 116. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. With the law, money, commercial press, and employers behind it, the company won the Kansas City struggle. By May 1919, the strike had failed. During the 6-month struggle, 400 men and 2 women of the original 2,802 strikers had returned to work for the Kansas City Railways, while the other strikers sought employment elsewhere. Because so many women had participated in the strike, the Kansas City Railways Company refused to hire them as of February 1919. In July 1919, only 26 women, 23 of whom had been hired in October and had not gone on strike in December, were still working as conductorettes. 63. The prolonged contest with its workers proved financially disastrous to the Kansas City Railways Company. In August 1919, President Keeley conceded that the company was nigh unto death. By October 1920, the company had become insolvent and was placed in receivership. The company resisted the union to the very end, observes Maureen Weiner Greenwald, but its victory was a Pyrrhic one. 64. The defeated strikers took some satisfaction from this outcome. They had played a role in the catastrophic decline of the company's revenue by convincing the public and returning soldiers not to ride streetcars, and to use jitneys instead. In other cities, streetcar companies were so financially weakened at the end of the war that they usually suspended service when strikes occurred and made no effort to operate with strikebreakers. As a result, the strikes were short and frequently ended in victory for the Union. But the Kansas City Railways Company owners adopted a different policy, and while they succeeded in destroying the Union, they also drove the company into receivership. 65 The final outcome of the laundry workers' strike, in spite of the general strike called in their behalf, was probably a factor in the decision not to call a general strike in support of the streetcar workers. The laundry employers yielded after the general strike had lasted a week, and promised wage increases in support for the union's campaign to obtain enforcement of state statutes concerning women's hours and working conditions. But they subsequently refused to live up to their promises. As a result, the laundry workers' union declined. Greenwald, page 175. We have reached a crisis in our street railway business, wrote Drive. Delos I. Wilcox, chief of the Bureau of Franchises of the Public Service Commission of the 1st District of New York, and the nation's leading authority on street railway franchises. Everywhere in the United States, he argued, unbridled speculation, the competition of the automobile and jitneys had brought street railways to the edge of a crisis. Kansas City Star, February 4, 1919. Chapter 7. Strikes of Clothing and Textile Workers. In the printing trades, 1919 witnessed the first in a series of protracted battles for the 44-hour week. Although the 1905-06, 8-hour, strike of the International Typographical Union, ITU, had helped to establish the 48-hour week in commercial printing and the allied trades, one that did not mean that the 8-hour day actually prevailed. Instead, many employers gave the industry's traditional half-holiday on Saturday and tacked the lost time onto each of the other 5 working days. 2 As early as 1912, the International Brotherhood of Bookbinders had suggested the 44-hour week as a way to have both the Saturday half-holiday and the 8-hour day. 6 years later, the ITU followed suit, asking for 8 hours the first 5 days, and a Saturday half-holiday. The Employer Union International Joint Conference Council agreed on a 44-hour schedule at the then prevailing wage in April 1919 for commercial printing, but postponed implementation until May 1, 1922. 3. Some unionists argued that the delay was unjustified and that the new working week could be put into effect immediately. Especially in New York City, bargaining centered on the goals of the 44-hour week and a pay raise, to take effect on October 1, 1919. When no agreement was reached, members of the ITU and the International Printing Pressmen and Assistants Union, IPPAU, prepared to strike. The international leadership of the two unions, however, responded by citing the earlier May 1 agreement. They advised arbitration and branded the strikes as illegal. Nonetheless, on October 1, as many as 10,000 IPPAU members were locked out as they were not in good standing with the International. Perhaps as many as 8,000 workers represented by the ITU's Local 6 walked off their New York City jobs on October 1. Local 6 deferred somewhat to the union's top leadership by voting to term their action a vacation rather than a 118. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 strike. Dubbed the vacationist movement, the conflict lasted almost until Thanksgiving. Although a few shops granted the 44-hour week almost immediately, most vacationists returned to their jobs under the old system. 5. New York City's firefighters vigorously supported a socialist-sponsored municipal resolution calling for the introduction of the 3-platoon, that is, 8-hour, system in the firehouses. Cleveland witnessed a firefighters' strike over working hours as the main issue. 6 As we have seen, long hours constituted a major grievance of the Boston police and figured prominently in the pre-strike union organizing. 7. Other struggles also advanced shorter hours as a rallying cry. In the Pacific Northwest, the lumbermen in the AFL's International Union of Timberworkers, IUT, undertook an 8-hour day organizing drive, concentrating on 3 camps in which the government-sponsored Loyal Legion of Loggers and Lumbermen had allowed the restoration of longer shifts. The IUT also attempted to extend the 8-hour system from the Northwest to forests throughout the nation. Orange pickers in parts of California unionized around demands for an 8-hour day at a $0.50 per hour. 8 in Seattle, hotel maids chartered a union that emphasized a 6-day week. The Laundry Workers Union there tried, with some success, to establish the 8-hour day. 9 in Kansas City, black domestic workers, organized by the Women's Trade Union League in 1918 and 1919, won the 8-hour day and a 67% raise. 10. There were also significant organizing campaigns around the shorter working day in the clothing and textile industries. Men's clothing workers. The 1919 campaigns of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, ACW, and the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, ILGWU, for a 44-hour week expressed a desire on the part of these unions to regulate seasonal joblessness, ease destructive competition, and stabilize a weakening industry. Even before the war was over, the ACW moved to institute the 44-hour week. Its May 1918 convention vowed to establish that standard throughout the men's clothing industry, emulating a schedule already won by Toronto's clothing workers. On August 9, 1918, the union wrote to the Associated Boys Clothing Manufacturers suggesting that the 44-hour SYSTEM go into effect on December 1 and arguing that modern methods of production are steadily intensifying the prevailing speeding up system, thereby undermining the health of the workers. It asked for a reply by Strikes of Clothing and Textile Workers 119. Octobet 1. Since the request came from the union's children's clothing Trades Division, it did not raise the issue of war production, but the answer, from the American Men's and Boys Clothing Manufacturers Association, impugned the ACW's loyalty and focused on the need to make Army uniforms. The Employers Association denied the existence of speed-up and, significantly, offered to negotiate the demand for a 20% pay increase if the hours issue were dropped. 12. On October 28, the children's clothing workers struck to win their wage and hour demands, and 2 weeks later the employers locked out workers in the other men's clothing trades. The ACW responded on November 1 by declaring a general strike throughout the New York City industry, specifically around the 44-hour demand. The struggle began just as the war was ending, and uniformed soldiers returning to the states addressed strike meetings, prompting irate manufacturers to wire their protests to the Secretary of War. The union was increasingly successful in posing the issue of working hours as a way to enable industry to absorb the returning soldiers and sailors. After 8 weeks, the employers agreed to bargain on both wages and hours, but they then pressed for a series of vaguely worded changes in work rules and for harsh provisions against wildcat strikes. Despite appeals for settlement by financier Jacob Schiff, who stressed the common Jewish heritage of many of those on both sides of the dispute, the negotiations got nowhere. 13. The impasse was broken by the January 7, 1919 agreement with Hart, Schaffner and Marx in Chicago, providing for the 44-hour week and an 8.75% pay increase. By demonstrating the practicability of the former demand, the settlement absolved the ACW leaders of the charge of being visionaries and rainbow chasers. 14. Shortly thereafter, Felix Frankfurter, chairman of the War Labor Policies Board and long an advocate of shorter hours, invited the New York City manufacturers and the union to a conference to settle their dispute. The ACW and the Manufacturers Association agreed to submit the dispute to Frankfurter and 2 others for arbitration. Before agreeing to do so, however, the union leaders received specific instructions from their membership: no modification in the demand for shorter hours, and freedom of action for the officers to do the best they can in the demand for higher wages. On January 22, the arbitrators granted the shorter hours and deferred their decision on wages. After 13 weeks on strike, the 44-hour week became, in the words of the union, a real and living fact. 15. Within a month, employers groups in Rochester, Chicago, Baltimore, Boston, Montreal, and Cincinnati had exceeded, and by August 1919 large 120. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 manufacturers in St. Paul, Buffalo, Syracuse, Louisville, and Milwaukee, as well as groups of employers in Philadelphia, Worcester, and St. Louis, had followed suit. By May 1920, through a combination of bargaining and further strikes, the ACW could boast of the establishment of the 44-hour standard in all important clothing markets. At the union's 1920 convention, the ACW's executive board was able to ask rhetorically, "Were we dreamers? Were we visionaries?" And they could answer. January 22, 1919 is the answer. We dreamed of the realization of the workers' rights, and the dream came true. We saw a vision of a better life for the toiling masses, and the vision had become a reality. 16. With some justification, the ACW proclaimed the 44-hour victory won, for the entire labor movement. 17. The ladies' garment workers. In the ILGWU, the dress and waist workers were the first to demand the 44-hour week. They did so in the context of their general dissatisfaction with existing conditions in the industry. Although the protocol machinery in the ladies' garment industry had come to an end in 1916, a revised protocol had been framed for the dress and waist section of the industry, and it was due to expire December 31, 1918. This model agreement was supposed to eliminate the weaknesses of the previous protocol of peace. Thus, the preferential union shop was specifically spelled out as one in which union members were to be preferred in the hiring, employing, and retaining of help and in the distribution of work. Again, while the employers were free to hire and fire within this limitation, the workers were supposed to be safeguarded against the oppressive exercise of this right by employers. New features included a carefully planned system for the determination of piece rates, and the appointment of a board of protocol standards with power to inspect the shops, enforce standards, and make recommendations for changes. 18. It was not long before the model agreement proved to be as meaningless to the dress and waste workers as the old protocol, which most of the industry had been forced to scrap. Even ILGWU President Benjamin Schlesinger, who had urged the continuation of the revised protocol for the dress and waste industry, conceded that the arrangement did not always work to the satisfaction of the workers. 19. This was an understatement. Workers' grievances that should have been settled in a few minutes dragged on for months, and it often took a work stoppage, usually condemned by the union. Strikes of clothing and textile workers 121 leadership to resolve the difficulty. Moreover, during the war years many new workers had been brought into the industry. Since they were never organized by the union, they worked at wages and under conditions that undermined union standards. In a report of December 15, 1918, the director of the Joint Board of Sanitary Control stated flatly that the employers paid no attention to protocol provisions regarding sanitary conditions, and that only 18% of the 825 shops in the dress and waste industry were without the FECTS. The rest of them either had serious fire dangers or have dirty walls, dirty ceilings, dirty water closets, etc. 20. Long before this, however, the manufacturers had stopped paying heed to the protocol provisions. In September 1916, a few months after the model agreement went into effect, the director of the Board of Protocol Standards charged that employers were using it at the expense of the workers. He called for strict enforcement of every phase of the agreement. The Employers Association promptly rejected his recommendations. Although the agreement itself lingered on, for all practical purposes, it was dead. 1. 2 months before what was left of the protocol in the dress and waste industry was due to expire, the union presented a number of proposals to be embodied in a new protocol. The demands reflected the spirit of the times: an increase of 15% in wages to enable the workers to meet the present high cost of living, and a reduction in the hours of work to 44 hours a week, so as to make employment in our industry more regular and continuous. Clearly, the dress and waste makers had been influenced by the victories gained by the men's clothing workers in establishing a 44-hour week. The proposal for a new protocol also included a demand for permission for a representative of the union to visit the shops once a month, in order to ascertain whether the standards established by the protocol are observed. 22. The Dress and Waste Manufacturers Association rejected all the demands, and the independent shops followed. The association announced that it would resist the union's effort to enslave us, up to the limit of our ability, and called on New York City Mayor John F. Hyland to provide sufficient police protection to enable the employers to operate their shops without having faithful workers beaten up by union goons. 23. On January 20, 1919, in response to the union's strike order, 35,000 garment workers, the vast majority of them women, walked out of the dress and waste shops. The call read in part, "Sisters and brothers, you are hereby requested to leave your employment as orderly and quietly as possible. Do not make any disturbance. Pack up your 122 Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920 tools and everything that belongs to you promptly at 10 a.m. and leave your shops and join the ranks of the strikers. Avoid arguments and enter into no discussion with your employer or any of his representatives. If the employers refuse to permit you to use the elevators, walk down the stairs. Let the workers of each shop, headed by its shop chairman, march in an orderly manner to the meeting hall to which you were directed. All workers of open shops are required to go to the meeting hall as directed. Do not wait for any committee to take you down. Let this circular be your committee. 24. It was clear from the outset that the police and private detectives would work for the employers, and that the women strikers were to be their special targets. Daily the police arrested women pickets and daily the magistrates fined them $5 each for disorderly conduct, and sent those who could not pay the fines to the workhouse. On February 2, 10,000 women pickets kept around-the-clock vigil at a large number of shops said to be operating with strikebreakers. They were told to perform their task in an orderly manner, so that the police would get no opportunity to assault or arrest them, but scores of pickets were arrested nevertheless. 25. During the dispute between the ILGWU and the Dress and Waste Manufacturers Association that led to the 1919 strike, the employers' organizer Tion had accused the present revolutionary leadership of the Garment Workers Union of seeking to raise the red flag of Bolshevism over the city. And during the strike itself, the Merchants Association's request for additional police protection charged that the spirit of Bolshevism was so deeply ingrained in the women pickets that only the effective employment of police clubs could prevent it from destroying the city. This prompted ILGWU President Schlesinger to reply, "It would appear that the mere fact that a number of these girls were born in Russia and Italy is sufficient to hurl against them the epithet, Bolshevism, and rob them of their right to a square deal and impartial treatment." 26. On February 18 the dress and waist strikers were joined by 5,000 kimono and wrapper makers, and 6 days later by 7,000 children's dressmakers. Then, early in March, the white goods workers declared a general strike. Like the dressmakers and waist makers, all these strikers demanded the 44-hour week and a 15% wage increase. The Bana's embroidery workers, however, won the 44-hour week by simply threatening to strike. 27. On March 13 the key firms in the Dress and Waist Manufacturers Association gave in, and on April 7 the entire industry capitulated. A new agreement was negotiated, incorporating the union's demands for a 44-hour week, an increase in wages, and the right of union representatives to strikes of clothing and textile workers. 123 Observe working conditions. The agreement not only achieved the first 44-hour week in the industry, but also brought a final end to the protocol, which was abandoned in the settlement. 28. The women ILGWU members had led the campaign for the 44-hour week, and the cloak makers, 90% of whom were men, picked it up. The latter conducted general strikes for the 44-hour week, wage increases, and the introduction of week work instead of piece work beginning in New York on May 14, 1919, followed by Chicago, Boston, Baltimore, Los Angeles, Montreal, Toronto, Worcester, and San Francisco. On July 14, the ILGWU's official organ, Justice, was able to report that the whole country was in the grip of cloak strikes. 29 Through these strikes, the cloak makers gained both the 44-hour week and week work. In the summer of 1919, a wave of strikes swept the other branches of the ladies' garment industry: corset workers, raincoat makers, and ladies' tailors. When they were over, almost the entire membership of the union had gained the 44-hour week. 30 The fever spread to other needle trades. Both with and without strikes, the cap makers won both the 44-hour week and a change from piecework to week work. The New York fur employers, who made tremendous profits after the importation of furs from Paris and London was cut off by the war, quickly agreed to a 44-hour week with a year-round minimum wage scale for each class of work and a 40% increase in the minimums. Other fur centers quickly followed suit. A few years earlier, notes Joel Seidman, the needle trades had been notorious for excessively long hours. Now they were among the leaders in American industry in introducing the short working week. 3-1. The textile workers. Stimulated by wartime demand, new mills sprang up in the South during World War I. Old mills ran day and night, wages rose, and profits soared. But when peace came, the Southern textile industry faced an economic crisis. Immediately mill owners cut workers' wages. But to their surprise, mill hands refused to abandon the small advances in their standard of living. When wage cuts were announced in 1919, thousands of workers joined the AFL's United Textile Workers. During wartime expansion of industrial activity in the South, the United Textile Workers, which had been largely discredited in the North because of its strike-breaking roles in the Lawrence, Fall River, and other IWW textile strikes, moved into the South, where its history was little known. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 4, New York, 1965, 87-88, 337-40, 353-54. 124. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920. By 1918 it had set up about 40 locals, the largest of them in Columbus, Georgia. There, a long and bitter conflict took place, first against a lockout and then against the discharge of 25 union members after the lockout was withdrawn. It ended at last in a settlement negotiated by the War Labor Board. This included a change in the bonus system of payment to a straight wage, the reinstatement of the employees whose discharge had precipitated the strike, and the establishment of the right of the workers to report grievances through their shop committees. At the end of the struggle, about 4,500 cotton mill workers in Columbus were affiliated with the United Textile Workers. 32. A similar situation prevailed in North Carolina after the wage cuts of 1919. Speaking of the textile workers, the Raleigh News and Observer noted, "They are in deadly earnest, and almost religiously serious in their belief in the Union." 33. It is interesting to note that the Southern cotton mill workers who joined the UTW set up their unions on an industrial or plant basis rather than the craft form of organization traditionally followed by that union. Knowing little of the union's method of organization and operation, they chose the form that they believed would best serve their interests. However, they did not include black workers in the industrial unions. In addition to the injurious ties of this course, it left the way open for disunity that the employers would use. 34. At its November 191 convention, the United Textile Workers passed a resolution calling on textile mill owners to institute the 8-hour day. The resolution noted that the principle of a maximum workday of 8 hours had been endorsed by President Wilson and by the United States government. The union's propaganda made full use of the official support for this goal. 35. No clear strategy was developed by the UTW for the accomplishment of this goal. Instead of calling for a strike, the union urged the holding of conferences with mill agents to arrange for peaceful inauguration of the 8-hour day. 36 What UTW President John Golden overlooked was that the war had created a new spirit among hundreds of thousands of textile workers. By the time the war was over, about half of UTW's 60,000 members were in the South. 37 On the appointed date for the transition to 8 hours, February 3, 1919, many spontaneous strikes erupted in southern cotton mills. With substantial support from local craft unions, well over 10,000 mill hands in Columbus, Georgia, Horse Creek Valley, South Carolina, Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Sherman, Texas simultaneously left their jobs. Barely a third of the strikers in Columbus received UTW strike. Strikes of clothing and textile workers 125 benefits, but the conflict there nevertheless lasted for more than 2 months before the workers were forced to return under the old schedules of more than 10 hours daily. Shortly after their return, management granted a 55-hour week, as had several other Georgia mills and the major South Carolina factories. 38. A strike for the 8-hour day in Macon, Georgia in August 1919 involved 2,000 operatives from 5 mills and resulted in the tragic deaths of 2 black strikebreakers during an attack by white picketers. This incident, which exposed the Achilles heel of UTW organizing in the South, its failure to enlist black workers, also signaled the defeat of the strike. In exchange for re-employment of the strikers and non-prosecution of those responsible for the picket line violence, the Unionists agreed to return under the old system and to give up all outside association. As a result, the UTW withdrew its organizer from Georgia. 39. In North Carolina, 2 1919 summertime settlements in Charlotte and others in Concord and Kannapolis won the 55-hour week at 60 hours pay for over 5,000 mill hands. These reforms sparked a surge of organizing in Carolina Piedmont mills. By the fall, the UTW was claiming 40,000 members in North Carolina alone. However, little of this organization survived the Depression of 1921-22, during which, as we shall see in our next volume, the UTW's capitulation to wage cuts helped speed the union's disintegration in the South. 40. Late in January 1919, the New York Times reported that more than 120,000 workers in New England mills had joined the UTW campaign, including branches of the UTW, the International Loom Fixers Association, the International Sorters Union, and local joint textile councils. Moreover, it reported, employers all over New England were eager to come to terms with the UTW, reducing the workweek in the mills to 48 hours, 6 days of 8 hours each with time and a half for overtime. 41. In fact, UTW President John Golden was busy signing agreements with leading manufacturers everywhere in New England on the basis of a 48-hour week, including such major firms as the Amoskeag Manufacturing Company and Stark Mills of Manchester, New Hampshire, and the Ham-Led Textile Company of Pawtucket, Rhode Island. The biggest of them all, the American Woolen Company of Lawrence, Massachusetts, was preparing to sign such an agreement and was ready to make the offer. Meanwhile, Golden traveled to Otterson, New Jersey, where, amid great publicity, he signed an agreement with the employers in that conflict-ridden silk mill city. 42. It soon became public knowledge, however, that all of these agreements. 126. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920 for a 48-hour week included a provision for reduction of wages by 6 hours pay. In effect, both the work week and the workers' paychecks were being reduced by 6 hours. 43. The Amalgamated Textile Workers Union and the Lawrence Strike. When the United Textile Workers initiated its campaign for the 8-hour day, only some 200 of the more than 32,000 mill operatives in Lawrence, Massachusetts belonged to the union. Another 500 or 600 belonged to an independent union. In order to press the demand for a reduction of the work week from 54 to 48 hours, the support of unorganized workers, mostly immigrants, was solicited. They responded eagerly. Immigrant workers began to mobilize as meetings were held in Syrian, Italian, Russian, Franco-Belgian, Polish, Greek, and Lithuanian meeting halls. 44. With the demand for wool way down after the war, the American Woolen Company and other Lawrence firms agreed to a shorter work week, but with a commensurate reduction in wages. When the non-English-speaking workers learned that the agreement about to be signed by the American Woolen Company and other mill owners of Lawrence with the UTW would result in a 12.5% reduction in their already meager pay, they flatly rejected it. In spite of threats by UTW officers, a general committee composed of representatives of all the nationality groups demanded a 48-hour work week, with 54 hours pay. 48/54 became the slogan of mill employees in Lawrence. At a mass meeting, the textile workers voted unanimously to strike if this demand was not met by January 31. On February 3, after the mill owners had rejected the demand, practically all of the 32,000 mill hands walked out, shouting the strike slogan, 48 to 54, 45. Unwilling to lead a mass strike of immigrant workers over whom it could not maintain a controlling hand, the United Textile Workers washed its hands of the struggle in Lawrence. 46 In truth, its place had already been taken by a new union. The new union was the Amalgamated Textile Workers of America, ATWA. As its name indicated, it was modeled after the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, ACWA. It was the brainchild of the Dutch-born one-time clergyman, Reverend A. J. Must convinced Sidney Hillman of the ACWA that the textile industry could be organized, but only through a militant industrial union that, unlike the UTW, would fight for the interests of all workers, skilled and unskilled, men, and only the Greek workers failed to endorse the strike call. Strikes of clothing and textile workers 127 women, foreign-born and native-born, and would not collaborate with the employers against the interests of the underpaid, oppressed mill workers. But he also emphasized that the textile workers of New England were disillusioned with militant unionism because of their experiences with the IWW and could be brought into class struggle unionism again only if it were combined with practical methodology. He insisted that if the mill workers knew of the new union's link with the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, a union that had succeeded in organizing the men's clothing industry while retaining a militant approach to trade union strategy and tactics, they would be ready to try again with the Amalgamated Textile Workers of America. 47. Probably no other American union was as aware that the post-war years would bring huge major confrontations between labor and capital as was the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. The ACWA viewed the shorter workweek as a major Reconstruction measure that would materially reduce post-war unemployment. Emboldened by the success of the New York City clothing workers in winning the 44-hour week, a victory that they viewed as the first great victory of American labor in the post-war period, the ACWA was anxious to exert leadership in the national movement for the 8-hour day. Believing firmly in the principle of labor solidarity, the Amalgamated was interested in aiding the organization of textile workers. The ACWA's entry into this field promised to bring additional resources in the form of money and trained organizers to the largely unorganized textile industry. 48. When Must and a group of fellow ministers came to Lawrence, along with a number of Amalgamated Clothing Workers organizers, all assisted financially by the ACWA, they were able to sign up enough workers to provide the union a solid foundation. Then, late in January 1919, the Amalgamated Textile Workers presented its demands to the mill owners for a 48-hour week at 54 hours pay. The mill owners rejected the demand, replying that they could not afford to pay for 6 hours work time without any production. It was not possible, they continued, to operate the machines with 2 or 3 shifts because a large proportion of the workers are women and children, and the labor laws of Massachusetts prohibit them from working at night. A reduction of 12.5% of working hours means a reduction of 12.5% of production, but the overhead expenses remain the same. The Amalgamated Textile Workers replied that the companies had made enormous profits during the war and were paying high dividends to their stockholders. If the companies remained adamant, the workers had only one choice: to strike. 49. 128. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. And strike they did, although the IWW was no longer a factor in Lawrence. When nearly 32,000 mill hands struck on February 3, they showed that the strike methods developed in 1912 had not been forgotten. 10. Once more, round-the-clock picketing began immediately, with some strikers in the vanguard, carrying placards bearing the figures 5,448, and shouting the slogan, 54 hours pay for 48 hours work. The General Strike Committee was again organized along nationality lines, and meetings were held on the same basis. In at least 2 respects, however, the 1919 strike was different from that of 1912. For one, Reverend Must and 2 ministers associated with the Amalgamated Textile Workers were members of the General Strike Committee. For another, aware of the headline in the Lawrence Evening Tribune reading, "Strikers will send away their children. Plan repetition of famous incident of strike 7 years ago," and fearing that there might be the same kind of unfavorable publicity as that which followed in 1912 when the police had brutally interfered with removal of the children, the Lawrence Child Welfare League promised to provide for the needs of any children suffering as a result of the strike so that none would have to be sent away. 50. Although the English-speaking workers, including the Irish and French Canadians, broke the solidarity of the woolen workers and gradually drifted back into the mills, and were followed by some Greeks, Portuguese, and Turks, the main body of immigrant workers stood firm and united. The Italians, Poles, Lithuanians, Russians, Ukrainians, Syrians, Franco-Belgians, Germans, and Jewish workers, numbering between 15 and 20,000, were the backbone of the strike, and there never was a serious break among them in the 16 long weeks of the strike, noted Harnell L. Rotzel shortly after the strike. 51. As in 1912, the United Textile Workers played a strike-breaking role. UTW President Golden immediately denounced the action of the workers*, although Melvin Dubofsky demonstrates that the WW did not abandon Lawrence after the 1912 strike. The organization did rapidly decline in the city as employers introduced a sophisticated spy system, sent work out of Lawrence to other cities, and applied effective blacklisting. Melvin Dubofsky, FFI, Shelby All, page 257. For a detailed discussion of the 1912 Lawrence strike, see Philip S. Foner, History OFTM. Labor Movement in the United States 4, New York, 1965, 306-50. Nevertheless, as in 1912, families sent their children to sympathizers in other cities, smuggling them out of Lawrence in moving vans. Rudolph J. Vicoli, Anthony Capraro and the Lawrence Strike of 1919, in George E. Pizzetta, Pan e Ivoro, The Italian. American Working Class, Toronto, 1980, page 13, New York Call, March 29, April 9, 1919. Lawrence Telegram, April 25, 1919. 130. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920. Originally an anarcho-syndicalist, Capraro was greatly influenced by the Bolshevik Revolution and deeply impressed by the writings of Lenin, whom he regarded as the greatest of the living true Marxists, and he aligned himself with the communists. There is no question, writes his biographer, that when he arrived in Lawrence in late February, 1919, Capraro was a communist or Bolshevik, if you preferred, 57. Entrusted with the disbursement of the amalgamated S funds, Capraro immediately became an important member of the General Strike Committee and its Executive Committee, as well as chairman of the all-important Finance Committee. Although often in poor health, Capraro was tireless and efficient in his strike activity, raising G funds, organizing relief, supervising picketing, speaking, and writing. One of the many problems the strike committee faced was that Lawrence mills were transferring new orders to other cities. With its multi-plant operations, the American Woolen Company had a huge advantage in any battle with Lawrence workers. 59. To meet this problem, the strike committee came up with the idea of generating a sympathy strike in other textile centers. On April 1, the strike committee sent out circulars in a number of languages calling on mill employees to organize a general strike in support of the Lawrence workers. The call, which was addressed to all textile workers of America, urged, "Arise then, ye men and women of the mills of the loom and spinning frames. Be ready to stop work, strike in great numbers, battle all and every one of you. Organize one big walkout and line up in battle array with the strikers of Lawrence and for a shorter work day and more pay, in order to live and enjoy the good things of life. Drudge no longer, band together, lend a hand to the Lawrence strikers, send in funds for the needy and for the inevitable big strike in the textile industry. Get ready for the time is ripe. One big strike, one big union, one big victory." The general strike movement ran into many problems, and finally a previous call for a sympathy strike by the textile workers in Lowell, Massachusetts ran into the hostility of most of Lowell's 10,000 Greek operatives. The UTW controlled Lowell Textile Council, which represented many of the skilled workers, also opposed the movement. Lawrence Sun American, February 24, 1919. Lawrence Evening Tribune, March 3, 1919. In January, federal agents had reported that Lowell's large Greek population was thoroughly loyal, and that if there was any trouble in Lawrence, it would not spread to Lowell. Report of F.W. Webb, January 18, 1919, RG 165, File 10110-913, National Archives. Dan Georgiakas, a student of Greek workers in the United States, questions the accuracy of these reports. He writes that, from 1900 to 1920, there was rarely 1 year in which Greek workers were not striking at one or another Lowell mill. The Greeks of New England. The Greek American, November 1, 1986, page 10. Letter of Dan Georgiakas to present writer, December 1, 1987. Strikes of clothing and textile workers 131. Strike committee in Lawrence abandoned attempts to spread the struggle, and concentrated its efforts on the difficulties that had to be overcome in the Wu-1N city. A major problem was Police Commissioner Peter Carr, who worked in league with the mill owners to break the strike. Carr called in reinforcements from neighboring cities and towns to supplement the anti-strike activities of the local force. A ban was then placed on practically all strikers' actions, with special attention paid to the women, who were causing the police a great deal of trouble. "Women cannot pedirade, women must stay distance from mills," read the headlines. Thereupon, a delegation of women strikers appealed to Governor Calvin Coolidge for the appointment of an impartial investigating committee to determine if the reasonable demand of the strikers for shorter hours without a reduction in wages warranted the wholesale violation of their democratic rights. "We protest, especially, first the denial of the permit to parade the streets in the interests of our efforts to prevent a reduction in our wages. Secondly, The denial of the permit to hold meetings in the common in the same cause and the autocratic activity of the mounted police who persist in riding their horses on the sidewalks and who, with threats of brandishing of clubs, ride around and among the strikers. Thirdly, if we are not to have the protection of the government of the state as we conduct a peaceful strike for what we consider a most modest demand, how can you expect our foreign-speaking fellow workers who are not citizens to become American citizens? We have these many years worked at starvation wages. Indeed, we were brought to Lawrence, many of us, to keep the wages of American workers down. The Commonwealth has profited by our labor, the labor of our husbands, and the labor of our children. In fact, our children have grown up and given themselves to the monotonous life of the mills rather than to the educational institutions of which the Commonwealth boasts. We ourselves have given to the Great War husbands and sons, and we have been told that from these sacrifices, a new American spirit would emerge. We now look for a little of this new spirit in the United States. Governor Coolidge refused to even meet with the delegation of women strikers. Instead, he had his secretary read them a statement indicating his unwillingness to interfere with the local authorities, who were doing their best under difficult circumstances to uphold law and order. As for the new spirit that was to emerge from the war, Silent Cal waxed positively eloquent for him, as he told the Lawrence women delegates. The result which you will secure from the Great War and from your residence in America will be exactly what you desire to make it. 61. On March 7, Commissioner Carr announced that the strikers would not 132. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920 be permitted to assemble on either public or private grounds. Must denounced this order as absolutely unacceptable, and the following day even more pickets were on duty and more arrests were made. On March 18 the long brewing conflict broke out into the open. The police, reinforced by contingents from nearby communities, repeatedly attacked strikers with their clubs, and when the men and women refused to disperse, they shot into the crowd. Several strikers were wounded, but so were several police as infuriated strikers and sympathizers fired back. Even strikers' meetings were attacked by the police. A fight took place, one reporter wrote, when Polish operatives who had been attending a meeting were attacked by the police as they came out of the hall. Clubs, stones and bottles were called into play, and the police beat a number of the operatives, including women, severely. 62. On April 5, 1919, Survey carried an article on the Lawrence strike by John A. Fitch, considered the foremost industrial investigator in the United States, in which he characterized the strike as an ordinary rebel lion against excessively low wages. 63. But that was not what the local and national press were saying about the strike. According to them, the Lawrence strike was purely and simply a political strike, in which socialist agitators who were advocating the destruction of property rights were able to use thousands of unruly, illiterate and excitable foreigners, not thoroughly in sympathy with our American system of government, in an effort to create a Soviet Lawrence. Police Commissar Carr justified his refusal to permit parades, public meetings, and even peaceful picketing by the strikers on what the press regarded as the most reasonable and logical grounds. As Carr explained, Lawrence is a city of 100,000 population and 33 different nationalities, most of them foreign. We feel this is a fertile field for the implanting of Bolshevist propaganda, and as American citizens, it is our duty to suppress it. The Massachusetts Board of Conciliation endorsed Carr's analysis and his stand on the strikers' rights or lack of them. Its own investigation, the board reported, had convinced it that the strike had nothing to do with the issues of hours or wages, but was aimed at destroying private property, was revolutionary in tendencies, and destructive to orderly government, with the ultimate objective of achieving a Bolshevist society. 64. The United Textile Workers distributed these descriptions of the strike far and wide, and the AFL's Lawrence Central Union added to the barrage by blaming the strike on a group of Bolshevik and IWW propagandists who had turned the heads of the foreign elements, especially the women. 65. When Secretary of Labor Wilson characterized the strike as a deliberate strikes of clothing and textile workers, 133 organized attempt at a social and political movement to establish Soviet governments in the United States, the mill owners congratulated him for understanding that the trouble in Lawrence was not a conflict over wages but part of the worldwide revolution of the proletariat. Winthrop L. Marvin, speaking for the National Association of Wool Manufacturers, wrote to Secretary Wilson, "Manufacturers of the Lawrence district are in harmony with you and with leaders of organized labor in the vicinity that Bolshevist propaganda in Lawrence is the real cause of the continuing troubles there. In rejecting conciliation of the strike, the mill owners declared, there can be no arbitration between Americanism and Bolshevism. 66. Most members of the Lawrence clergy echoed this interpretation of the strike in their Sunday sermons. Father James T. O'Reilly, pastor of St. Mary's Church, who had also been a leading foe of the IWW-led strike of 1912, was characterized by the General Strike Committee in 1919 as the most persistent and bitter opponent of the strikers. The committee charged that he has done more than any other single individual in Lawrence to try to discredit our cause and inflame the public mind against us by circulating false reports to the effect that we are a body of Bolshevists, anarchists, etc. Other Catholic priests shared O'Reilly's views, and Father Mariano Milanese, pastor of the Italian Church of the Holy Rosary, who had also opposed the 1912 strike, was openly accused of having been zero paid by the woolen companies to denounce the strike and strikers. Not surprising, notes one student of the strike, feelings against Father Milanese ran high. Windows in his church were broken, religious functions were boycotted, and even physical assaults took place. 67. Given the forces arrayed against them, it was widely expected that the strikers would soon abandon the strike and return, defeated, to the mills. Indeed, the initial report of the Commissioners of Conciliation, appointed by the U.S. Department of Labor to mediate the strike, emphasized that the strike was Bolshevik-inspired, and predicted that it would be short-lived. Summarizing their discussions with the strike leaders, the commissioners reported, "We told them that our judgment the strike was lost, that they had attempted to kick up a violent agitation such as obtained in Lawrence in 1912, that the state officials had organized so effectively and produced such a show that, force that it was impossible for them to make any headway, that they would need at least $10,000 a week to carry on the strike and that they couldn't possibly do that. Surely the strike for 54 hours pay for 48 hours work will not succeed in Lawrence. The employers are as firm as a rock on that point and the city officials, and as far as we could find out the general public, are all in favor." 134. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920 of the mills opening up on a 48-hour week for 48 hours pay. 68. But although they continued to live on the verge of destitution, the strikers continued to struggle on indeed, for almost 4 months. A general aerial relief committee was formed. Soup kitchens and food stations were established and tickets were issued to strikers for meals and provisions. Medical care was provided for the ill and injured. Speakers at daily meetings exhorted the strikers in various languages to remain firm, and songs of resistance were sung with the Internationale, opening and closing the meetings. Victory bulletins were published to provide news. Bulletin number 8 reported, "Sunday was another May Day. We visited our comrades of other nationalities, talked with them, sang with them. National lines are disappearing. We are making our union one solid international organization." So successful was the inter-ethnic collaboration among about 15 ethnic groups, with diverse languages, customs, and temperaments, that Must commented, "If the League of Nations has been realized nowhere else, it has been realized in Lawrence. 15 nationalities are represented on the strike committee and are working together harmoniously. An example of this harmonious relationship was the joint activity of Samuel Bramhall, chairman, and Imre Kaplan, secretary, of the General Strike Committee. Bramhall was an Englishman, a longtime socialist and anti-clerical, and president of the Lawrence Carpenters Union. Kaplan, a 27-year-old Russian Jew, was a delegate of the Mulespinners Union and outspoken revolutionary. Like many of the strike leaders, they were not outside troublemakers, as was charged by enemies of the strike. They, like the other strike leaders, came from the rank and file of mill workers and local labor. 69 Having failed by all other means to break the strike, the employers and their agents tried a new strategy: force and violence. On April 27, 1919, the Lawrence leader cited the example of Bisbee and other western cities where citizens had herded Wobblies and other labor militants into freight cars and shipped them out, abandoning them in the desert with the threat of death if they returned. The newspaper asked in bold type, "Where are the vigilantes?" On April 30, City Marshal O'Brien announced that police protection had been withdrawn from the strike leaders in Lawrence. On May 3, the Lawrence Telegram commented that if the authorities did not take steps against the radicals, the common people of America will, even if they have to form mobs to do so. On May 5, a Liberty Loan speaker urged the use of the lamppost for foreign-speaking strikers. 70. Strikes of clothing and textile workers. 135. These threats were not confined to words. At 2 o'clock in the morning of May 6, a gang of masked men broke into Anthony Capraro's room in the Hotel Needham, kidnapped him and Nathan Kleinman, an amalgamated clothing organizer from New York, and ordered them out at gunpoint and into a car. They were then taken to the outskirts of Lawrence, beaten, and told to leave town and stay out if they wanted to remain alive. Capraro, brutally beaten and threatened with lynching, managed to escape his assailants. He also managed to have a photograph taken of his bloodied body prior to receiving medical attention, a photograph that was widely published. While still recovering from his injuries, Capraro returned to Lawrence on May 18 to a hero's welcome. In his speech, Capraro said, "I am back to tell you, comrades, that I am not a hero, but a mere victim of the capitalistic system we are all fighting." 71. Instead of intimidating the strikers and stimulating back-to-work sentiment, the murderous attack on Capraro and Kleinman had the opposite effect. After visiting Lawrence, August Belanca wrote that the villainous act, rather than intimidating the workers, had electrified them all, men and women, Italians, Syrians, Germans, Lithuanians, French, Irish, Armenians, and disposed them to the greatest, the most noble sacrifices. A. J. Must commented, "These brutal tactics, instead of breaking the strike, have only welded more firmly together the various race elements and imbued them with revolutionary ardor. The attack also stimulated an outpouring of financial contributions. 1,000 Italians visited Capraro and, pooling their pennies and nickels, presented him with a gift to express their appreciation and affection. The General Strike Committee paid tribute to Capraro with a resolution in his honor which said in part, 'We shall treasure your friendship as one of the priceless byproducts of our struggle, which gives us hope that a cooperative commonwealth will come in which men shall no more be brutalized by the competitive struggle for bread.' 72. It is clear from these statements that the scope of the Lawrence strike had gone beyond the issue of 48 to 54, and had expanded into what must. Capraro and their colleagues called a struggle for industrial democracy to prepare the day when the workers of the world shall own and control their own industries. Federal agents who covered strikers' meetings reported speakers telling workers not to worry about the press, calling Kleinman was left on the road to Lowell, which city he finally reached battered and bloody. Lawrence Evening Tribune, May 6–7, 1919. 3 months earlier, Patterson officials had deported Kleinman from that city, where he was aiding striking textile workers, New York. Call, February 9, 1919. 136. Postwar Struggles, 1918–1920. Them Bolsheviks because Bolsheviki is all right. Bolsheviki government is all right. This was especially true of meetings of Russian and Lithuanian workers, who were most influenced by the Bolshevik Revolution. According to the reports of federal agents, the Russian workers organized an 80-member Bolshevik club. These sentiments were not confined to the Russians. The first issue of the Amalgamated Textile Workers newspaper printed the Declaration of the Soviet Republic of Bavaria, 73. As the strike entered its 4th month, the endurance of the strikers appeared to be reaching the breaking point. For several weeks in May the strike fund was depleted, ending regular relief. Nevertheless, an effort to reopen the Everett Mill on May 19 failed, with only a handful of the former 1,500 employees reporting for work. The very next day the mill owners announced that a 15% increase in wages would go into effect June 2 and that there would be no discrimination against strikers. That last point had blocked any progress toward a strike settlement, for the strikers made it clear that they would never end the walkout unless the General Strike Committee obtained an absolute guarantee that all strikers would be taken back without discrimination. Faced with the workers' militancy, the mill owners agreed to this final condition at separate meetings held at each of the mill sites, 74. At a huge mass meeting the workers voted unanimously to accept the recommendation of the General Strike Committee that the strike be declared at an end. The New LBRK Times of May 23, 1919 carried the full lowing from its reporter in Lawrence. The final strike meeting was held last night in Lexington Hall. So great was the crowd that tried to enter the hall that the strike leaders were forced to order all of their followers to the streets about the building and then address them from the windows of the hall. The assembled workers unanimously endorsed the work accomplished by the strike leaders. Must put it more eloquently. Thus, amid the gay shouting and singing of thousands of men, women, and little children, the weary struggle came to a glorious end. And no senti meant won such long and wild applause from that immense multitude as the appeal to stick to the GAMATED Textile Workers of America, their own one big union, born out of the agony of their struggle. The victory of Lawrence, A.J. Must declared further, was not due to the intellectuals who aided them. Rather, it was due to the determination, the sacrifices and the ideals of the workers themselves. It is the spirit. Strikes of clothing and textile workers 137 of solidarity and cooperation which wins in labor struggles, 75. After 107 days, Lawrence workers had scored one of the first significant triumphs of the post-war labor movement. As David Joseph Goldberg points out, the granting of a wage increase was a clear victory for the workers. Most importantly, the mills had been forced to meet with representatives of the strike committee. Lawrence workers had accomplished what many neutral observers had considered impossible. They had won a strike for higher wages that had begun at a time of great unemployment. 76. To this one must add that the Lawrence workers had triumphed in the face of an unprecedentedly well-orchestrated and vicious Red Scare. The Amalgamated Textile Workers of America takes shape. For men like Capraro, Must, and others, as well as for many of the strikers, the victory in Lawrence was not the end of the struggle but the first step in the creation of the one big union in the textile industry and beyond that, the Workers' Commonwealth. 77. When the Lawrence General Strike Committee had voted to affiliate with the Amalgamated Textile Workers of America, it also endorsed the draft of a constitution for the new union that defined its purpose as follows. Our ultimate aim is, by whatever method of proletarian action may be most effective, to help achieve the abolition of capitalism and the system of wage slavery, and to establish the ownership and control of industry by the workers for the workers. 78. A call for a convention formally to found an independent textile workers' union went out to the textile centers that had recently experienced or were still engaged in strikes. The call was signed by Joseph Cordy of West Hoboken, H.J. Rubenstein and G. Artoni of Patterson, Louis Botches and A.J. Must of Lawrence, and Matthew Pluer of Passaic. It read in part, "In recent weeks there has arisen in various textile centers such as Paterson, Passaic, Hoboken, and Lawrence a spontaneous protest against the so-called leaders of the textile workers, because the policy of these leaders has resulted in dividing the workers instead of uniting them upon a strong program. The workers themselves in these various centers, as well as in other places, have realized that they have a common cause to defend, and have been communicating with each other with a view to getting together and laying the foundation for a united and powerful organization for the textile industry." 79. The first convention of the Amalgamated Textile Workers Union of 138. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. America was held in New York City, April 12 and 13, 1919, while the Lawrence strike was still in progress. Under the patronage of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, 75 delegates from various textile centers assembled at the Labor Temple at 14th Street and 2nd Avenue. With Must in the chair, the convention adopted the preamble of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers' Constitution as its own. Based on the Marxist doctrine of class struggle, it called for organization of labor according to principles of industrial unionism and for education of the workers in preparation for the time when they would assume the control of the system of production. The radical spirit of the convention was also expressed in its resolutions, which supported the proletarian dictatorship in Russia, Hungary, and Bavaria, and praised the Soviet form of government as the only existing form of government that guaranteed to the working class its full rights of representation and the full social value of its production. The resolute ions also extended greetings to Soviet Russia, Hungary, and Bavaria, and hailed, "Long live the Soviets." They demanded the immediate withdrawal of U.S. troops from Russia, and protested the incarceration of political and industrial prisoners in the United States. In its call to organize, the convention invited our fellow workers in the textile industry to join with us in organizing a class-conscious industrial union which shall be organized and controlled by the rank and file of the workers themselves. 80. With a loan of $5,000 from the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the ATWA set up its headquarters in New York City with Must as general secretary and Capraro, after he recovered from the beating, as editor of its organs The New Textile Worker and Tu Tessitori Libro. Capraro envisaged the merger of the ACW and ATWU to form one big industrial union of the textile and clothing workers, which would unite labor, from the weaving of the cloth to the sewing of the garment. 81. Evidently this vision was shared by many in the ACW, for at its 1920 convention, the union voted for unity with the ATWU. 82. But the merger never took place. One reason was that Sidney Hillman, president of the ACW, feared domination of the clothing union by the militant, radical, immigrant textile workers. Another reason was that these militant workers, particularly in Lawrence, influenced by former Wobbly Ben Legere, were beginning to believe that the ACW was not sufficiently revolutionary. 83. Because he disagreed with this view, Capraro resigned his position in the union in late February 1920. Rudolph J. Vicoli, Anthony Capraro and the Lawrence Strike of 1919 in George E. Pizzetta, editor, Payne E. Iovoro. The Italian-American Working Class, Toronto 1980, pp. 18-19. Strikes of clothing and textile workers 139. While ideological disputes began to emerge in the infant ATWU, the union spread rapidly through the mill towns of the New England states, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. Some union organizers were English-speaking intellectuals like Robert W. Dunn and Paul Blanchard, but with more numerous foreign language organizers in their literature, the new textile union was especially successful in attracting immigrant workers. 84. The 1919 Lawrence strike helped to publicize the amalgamated textile workers as an alternative to the 8-hour day with less pay strategy of the United Textile Workers. In Patterson, hatband weavers, ribbon weavers, and broadsilk workers broke with the latter union over its cautious bar, gaining in a February 3, 1919 strike of as many as 27,000 workers seeking the 44-hour week in mills where not even the 8-hour day had as yet been obtained. The UTW and the mill owners, jointly negotiating with the War Labor Board, agreed to a schedule of 5 8.5-hour days with the prospect of adding a 5.5-hour Saturday shift. In July, the hatband weavers struck without UTW authorization to win the 44-hour standard. After hundreds were expelled by the UTW and after the local ribbon weavers lost their AFL charter, the Associated Silk Weavers was formed to unite the two specialized trades. 85. More importantly, the broad silk weavers and dyers in Paterson responded to UTW hesitancy by taking up the call of the amalgamated textile workers for one big industrial union for the textile industry and for the 44-hour week. However, amalgamated agitation in Paterson started very slowly. Before July 10, the union's organizers could not even find a hall in which to meet and had to limit their activities to issuing two brief leaflets. One concentrated on the need for industrial organization, and the other denounced long hours of work. Finally, on July 10, the ATW managed to hold a meeting at the Sons of Italy Hall. Two of its conveners were arrested after speeches which again stressed the length of the working day. The charges against them and against two others seized the following day when the police raided the ATW offices were attempt by speech or writing, printing or in any other way whatsoever, to incite or both Dunn and Blanchard were socialists. Dunn, however, was soon to become a communist and director of the Labor Research Association. Dunn had opposed U.S. entrance into World War I. After the war he concentrated on studying labor problems. He was in Lawrence during the 1919 strike and wrote an article at Lawrence preparing the workers for the Next World, Young Democracy, Volume I, April 15, 1919, pp. 32-38. After the war the National War Labor Board accepted only cases that were jointly submitted by labor and management. 140. Post-war struggles, 1918-1920 abet, promote or encourage hostility or opposition to the government of the United States or of the state of New Jersey. 86. It was a typical example of American justice in the era of the Red Scare. After this unpromising start, the amalgamated textile workers rapidly organized silk workers in Paterson and led a massive strike for the 44-hour week among the broad silk operatives, and a smaller one among skilled dyers, who worked especially long hours. By August, the 44-hour standard was established in the Paterson silk industry. In July 1919, the United Textile Workers had claimed 8,500 members in Paterson. A year later, its local there disbanded. 87. The amalgamated textile workers meanwhile grew quickly, drawing on the desire for shorter hours not only in Paterson, but also in Passaic, where it led a successful hours strike of 10,000 workers. Addressing the amalgamated clothing workers' 1920 convention as an honored guest, Must could boast also of shorter hour victories in Allentown, Pennsylvania, in the Hudson River Valley, among 12,000 knit fabric workers in New York City and in Chicago. After just a year's existence, his union was able to claim 50,000 members and to take credit for igniting a campaign that brought the 48-hour week, and sometimes shorter workweeks, to 250,000 workers. 88. Chapter 8. Strikes of Coal Miners and Steel Workers. Background of the miners' strike. On November 1, 1919, rank and file miners, who had suffered through post-war depression and war-related inflation, walked off their jobs. The coal strike of 1919 was the first nationwide strike in the industry since the days of John Mitchell. Central Competitive Field, District 5 Westham, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, was completely closed. In the established outlying districts of central Pennsylvania, in Kansas, Missouri, Montana, Washington, Wyoming and the tri-state Southwest, the strike was overwhelmingly effective. However, the strike was only marginally successful in the less well-organized areas, and nationwide 30% of the coal tonnage still reached the market. 1. The roots of the miners' strike go back to the Washington Agreement of October 1917 between the federal government, acting through the War Fuel Administration, the mine owners and the miners' union to ensure production of enough coal to win the war. The contract was scheduled to go into effect April 1, 1918 and extend to the end of the war, but for a period not to exceed 2 years. The Washington Agreement stipulated that, in return for wage increases, the miners would not go on strike for the duration of the war. A penalty clause provided for the automatic call election, by the operator, of $1 for each day a miner was guilty of striking in violation of the agreement. This clause provoked a bitter debate at the United Mine Workers 1918 convention, but the officers urged its acceptance because of the wage increase that was included. They also insisted that it was necessary for the good name of the organization, and they prevailed. 142. Post-war struggles. 1918-1920 ING. In June 1919, the War Fuel Administration, the agency through which the government had become a party to the Washington Agreement, went out of existence. The miners' resentment of the agreement grew rapidly after the armistice in November 1918, as the miners felt that they should no longer be bound by the provisions of the Washington Agreement. On the other hand, the Union officials were inclined to accept the ruling that the war was not yet officially ended. On August 1, 1919, the Union's official publication said editorially, It is true that actual fighting between the United States and the Allied nations on the one hand and the Central Powers on the other hand ceased with the signing of the armistice, but the fact is that we are still in a state of war with the Central Powers and will remain so until the war is officially terminated. In the summer of 1919, the smoldering discontent of the miners erupted in a rash of wildcat strikes. The strikers were fined and the fines were deducted from their pay when the operators enforced the penalty in accordance with the Washington Agreement. Infuriated, the miners struck again, this time against their officials as well as the operators. Union officials admitted that in District 12, Illinois, 25,000 miners were out, while the insurgent leaders claimed at least 3 times that number. 2. Although the insurgents were expelled and their locals suspended, when the UMW convention assembled in Cleveland in September 1919, their view prevailed. The convention's resolutions called for a Labor Party, among other things, for the investigation of possible alliances with the railway unions and for the nationalization of the mines under the control of workers and technical personnel. The convention also authorized a strike for November 1, 1919 if the operators did not grant a 6-hour day and 5-day week, down from 6 8-hour days, the abolition of DOE shifts on coal mined for commercial use, a 60% wage increase and other reforms. 3. The authority to manage the strike fell to John L. Lewis, the acting president of the UMW. President Lewis has picked up all the demands of the radicals whose champion he now appears to be, reported the Literary Digest. One is led to believe, however, that Lewis has not assumed this role but rather that it was thrust upon him. 4. In 1910 Lewis had become president of the UMW local in Panama, Illinois. He resigned the local post a year later to become special organizer for Gompers, and he was succeeded as local union president by his brother Thomas, even though the latter was also the manager of the coal mine that employed the union members. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers 143. Although from 191 to 1918, Lewis never ran for office in the UMW, his rise to power was phenomenal. In June 1915, UMW President John P. White appointed him union statistician. A year later he was appointed business manager of the United Mine Workers Journal, a powerful position from which he was able to influence the coal miners. A short time later, White resigned as UMW president to join the War Fuel Administration and was succeeded by Frank J. Hayes, an amiable, ineffectual dipsomaniac, who had no heart for the routine work connected with the job of chief executive. Hayes appointed Lewis as vice president, but with the president continuously intoxicated, Lewis took over the union completely. He consciously sought to project an image of militancy before the rank and file, while maintaining an appearance of responsibility in the eyes of business, government and conservative trade union leaders. 5. The wage-hour package over which nearly 400,000 miners ultimately fought was considered impossible by Labor Secretary William B. Wilson on the ground that it would put the miners out of line with the other workers of the country. Indeed, the 60% wage increase and the 18-hour reduction in the workweek were condemned as unreasonable by most of the press. Gradually, however, the logic of the union's position began to win popular backing. 6. Coal mining, probably more than any other U.S. industry, was lagged by overproduction, mismanagement and seasonal unemployment. Frequently, declared the Lancaster, Pell, Exa miner, the operator closes the mines entirely. At other times they work them at half-time only. Yet the miner cannot leave the fields for other employment, for he does not know when the mines will open again. One week it may be operating while the next it may be shut down entirely. The whole contention of the miners for their shorter working day is that they will be employed regularly rather than intermittently. 8. In 1918, despite war orders, an average of 63 working days were lost in the mines. In 1919, this figure rose to 115. With no more than 29 of these attributable to strikes. 9. President Wilson reacted to the miners' demands by reactivating the Fuel Administration, which had ceased functioning in the spring. 1. The administration brought operators and the union together, but was unable to obtain union agreement to its proposal that the strike order be rescinded, that work continue under the old terms after the November 1 expiration of the contract, and that the 48-hour week be held inviolable. 1. Negotiations among the two parties and Labor Secretary Wilson held between October 21 and 24 similarly foundered. All Wilson accomplished was to lay plans for a future meeting of the miners and operators to which 144. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. The operators outside the central competitive field would also be invited. 12. Role of the federal government. On October 25, the government openly took the side of the operators when President Wilson, in a statement prepared by his aides, insisted that the war itself was still a fact, and that therefore the contracts agreed to in October 1917 were still in effect. He also declared that the mine workers' projected strike is not only unjustifiable, but unlawful, wrong, morally and legally 13 headlines in a press overwhelmingly opposed to the strike fairly shrieked. Strike a crime Wilson. 14 Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, planner of the soon-to-be-launched Palmer raids against alleged radicals, echoed Wilson. The facts present a situation which challenges the supremacy of law, and every resource of government will be brought to bear to prevent the National disaster which would inevitably result from the cessation of the mining operations. 15. The executive branch accepted the central argument of the employers, holding that the strike should be treated as a conspiracy to restrict the production of fuel during wartime and should be prosecuted under the Lever Act, which prohibited strikes until after the membership of the union had been polled. Congress was deluged with telegrams from businesses. American Legion posts, the National Security League and the American Defense Society, pleading for action to prevent a Bolshevik revolution in the coal industry. 16 delegations of mine owners also visited Washington. Their chief spokesperson, T. Brewster, maintained that Lenin and Trotsky had directly ordered the strike. 17. On October 29, with Lewis resisting pressure from Gompers to delay, the UMW announced that it would not rescind the strike order. President Wilson's secretary, Joseph Tumulty, then further hardened the administration's line by writing that the miners, by walking out, would go to war with the government. 2 days later, the Fuel Administration was suddenly reactivated and Palmer secured from Federal District Judge A.B. Anderson a temporary injunction against the strike. It required that the union officials refrain from dispatching messages to carry out the strike and also refrain from any activities in pursuance of the strike, including the paying of benefits to striking miners. The order set November 8 for a full hearing. 19. On November 1, Lewis nominally complied with the injunction by not Brewster stopped making the charge when Lewis demanded proof. Strikes of coal miners and steelworkers 145 directly abetting the walkout, but 394,000 leaderless miners began their strike without any discouragement from union officials. Federal troops quickly showed massive force and, in the words of one study of the strike, became tin-hatted commuters on the coal barons' business. Federal agents further moved against the UMW by acting as labor spies and by tapping Lewis' telephone. 20. With an election looming and with Palmer a presidential contender, the Democrats did not wish to alienate the labor vote completely. Neither, however, did they relish being blamed for the rise in coal prices which the mine owners were certain to institute in the wake of any settlement favorable to the miners. Attorney General Palmer also saw the political potential of being anti-radical and insisted that the strike was revolutionary in its intent. 21 Through Gompers, Palmer, who was far more active in confronting the strike than the ailing President Wilson, offered to delay court action and to convene an arbitration panel empowered to make a retroactive settlement if the UMW could prove its moderation by canceling the walkout. However, Lewis could hardly disregard his membership's directive to strike and especially could not accept an arbitration agreement which was based on the mine owners' contention that a state of war did still exist and which promised lengthy delays. Nor would Lewis have relished acquiescing to a settlement engineered by Gompers. 22. Anti-strike injunction. On November 7, the government's stance toughened. After convening a conference of the governors of coal-producing states, Palmer ordered an end to the strike, although with no effect. 23 The following day, Judge Anderson again ordered the men back to work. He gave Lewis and 85 other UMW officials until November 1 to cancel the order to strike. It was, according to a recent study, the most sweeping injunction issued against a major union since the Pullman boycott of 1894. 24. About all you can do under this injunction, said a union organizer at the time, is to go by night to your room, lock the door and pray in a whisper that the miners will win. 15. At an emergency session, the AFL Executive Council denounced the injunction as so autocratic as to stagger the human mind, and asked all members of the labor movement to support the striking miners. The AFL pledged to back the UMW's resistance to the injunction, but Lewis, who saw no possibility of a sympathy strike by the AFL, chose to capitulate. He made no attempt to resist the injunction, held no referendum, and did not even announce the terms under which the miners should go back to. 146. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 Work.26 After a 17-hour executive committee session, the UMW leadership called off the strike early on November 1, just meeting under sun's deadline. 27. But the cancellation of the strike produced no results in the coalfields. The miners stayed out, leading the Iron Age to declare, "Now there is no longer doubt of the imminent danger which the progress of Bolshevism carries to American industry." 28. The Wilson administration, amidst industrial shortages of coal, looked for a new solution. The initiative came from Labor Secretary Wilson, who calculated from price indices that to achieve parity with 1914 wage rates, miners would need a 3.16% pay boost. The Labor Secretary hoped to negotiate a settlement based on such an increase. Lewis, Silent on Wilson's contention that the 6-hour day was imposed, Seibel agreed to bargain on the basis of the proposed wage package, but the operators then balked, refusing to consider a pay increase of over 20%. At this point, the administration split, with Palmer and others arguing, ostensibly in defense of consumer interests, against the Labor Secretary's proposals and for a settlement somewhat less liberal than the mine owners themselves had appeared willing to grant. According to the Attorney General, and to the operators who quickly embraced this position, no more than a 14% pay increase could be justified. By December, negotiations had again broken down completely. Ironically, as the strike continued and further shortages loomed, the Fuel Administration introduced a 6-hour day in some plants to save coal. 29. Lewis calls off the strike. On December 3, Anderson cited Lewis and 83 others for contempt. Lewis, William Green, the UMW Secretary-Treasurer, and 2 other officials were compelled to post $10,000 bonds and were apprised that prosecution was impending under the Sherman Act as well as the Lever Act. The government offered 100,000 troops to defend the reopened mines. President Wilson then called Lewis and Green to Washington and on December 6 offered a 14% pay increase and arbitration. After 3 days, Lewis and his associates decided to submit to the inevitable and asked that the miners return to work under the terms set by the government. Lewis had made his position clear 2 days earlier when, repeating a statement he had made when accepting the first back-to-work order issued in November by Judge Anderson, he had said, "I will not fight my government, the greatest government on earth." 30. President Wilson hailed Lewis' action, writing directly to the UMW. Strikes of coal miners and steelworkers. 147. President, your action in response to my statement urging the striking miners to return to work has gratified me very deeply indeed. It is the action of a patriotic citizen in prescience. 31. The UMW officials had been instructed in Cleveland not to accept any proposition without reporting back to a reconvened convention. In January 1920, Lewis called the delegates together again. Instead of considering proposals for ending the strike, the reconvened convention was presented with the settlement already agreed to by the officials. Lewis explained, "It has been found quite impossible to follow the rigid and inflexible policy laid down by the Cleveland Convention. We have been forced to adjust ourselves to a changed situation not contemplated or considered when the original plan and policies were adopted." 32. The convention was asked to approve of the actions taken by the officers. In the debate that followed, a delegate protested, "I do not see what this convention was convened for unless it was to try to smooth matters over and take all the blame off the backs of the officers who did not carry out the instructions of the Cleveland Convention. If we are going to have officials at the head of our organization, let us have officials who will stay with us on strike first, last and all the time, and when we call a strike that they call. FFTH. 33 Cannot 1 TOW1 out our sanction." Lewis argued that he had agreed to the government's proposal, for pure poses of expediency, to ensure the material welfare of our people and protect the interest of the public weal of our country, indicating that the miners' demands would be acted upon favorably by Wilson's commission. Lewis declared, "As far as my judgment goes, I think we have a commission whose ability and integrity is beyond reproach." 34. Immediately after Lewis and Green spoke in defense of the officials' actions, a motion was made to close debate. It was carried despite the fact that many delegates protested. But, exhausted by the strike, the delegates voted to accept the accord by the vote of 1,639 to 231, 35. It was December 14 before production returned to even 2/3 of the normal rate, but by December 29, when the operators agreed to arbitration, almost all of the men were back in the pits. The final settlement came 3 months later on March 10, 1920, when the United States Bituminous Coal Commission awarded wage increases of 31% to tonnage miners and 20% to day workers, which amounted to an average increase to all miners of 27%. However, the demand for a 5-day week and 6-hour day was ignored. There was no change in the hours of work. 36. Lewis' handling of the 1919 strike has prompted sharp debate, like a 148. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920. Pusillanimous poltroon, wrote one critic, he betrayed the rank and file, obeyed the injunction and cowered behind the skirts of Americanism. 37. Many miners were especially outraged, as this statement indicates, by his greatest government on earth remark, made at the time of federal repression of both the coal and steel strikes. John Walker, the Illinois UMW leader, who was one of Mother Jones's closest friends, told her that Lewis, surrendering and bowing in abject submission, allowing the men to be driven into the mines like cattle, without a fight at all, makes decent mine workers, who understand what it means, blush for shame. 38. Melvin Dubb of KSY and Warren Van Tyne, recent Lewis biographers, argue that the UMW's leader did what circumstances and the realities of power demanded in ending the strike. 39 asterisk but the failure to press for sympathy strikes by AFL unions, the failure to make strong alliances with the steel strikers, and the failure to extend the strike to the anthracite fields all weakened the strike. So, too, did the virtual dropping of the 30-hour week demand. With that gone, the strike was changed from a conflict over the right to leisure and health and safety and the workers' ability to plan for an end to unemployment and to rationalize an ailing industry to a struggle that was only interpreted in terms of wages and consumer prices for coal. William Green justified the UMW office's retreat with the statement, "Public sentiment, the most powerful factor in the decision of Desi Science, was crystallized against us, and there wasn't anything to do except to bow to the inevitable and show courage and wisdom enough to meet the crisis in the light of intelligence, rather than in the light of feeling." 40 in abandoning the 30-hour week demand, Lewis and his associates contributed substantially to this outcome. Background of the steel strike. The 1919 steel strike was the pivotal industrial conflict in the post-war period, involving hundreds of thousands of workers in a key industry, led by left-wing industrial unionists, uniting the skilled and unskilled, and expressing the rising expectations of the post-war labor force. The steel strike summed up many of the trends of the prior decade. It also one NA later biographical essay on John L. Lewis, Dubofsky and Van Tme insist that Lewis had no choice but to call off the strike, but also claim that he succeeded in skillfully managing the 1919 coal strike. John L. Lewis and the Triumph of Mass Production Unionism in Melvin Dubofsky and Warren Van Tyne, Labor Leaders in America, Urbana and Chicago, Illinois, 1987, pp. 189-190, but in Industrialism in the American HBRKER, 1865-1920. Dubofsky wrote that even after Lewis called off the strike, rank-and-file miners proved recalcitrant, and they later voted that their union seek the nationalization of the nation's coal mines. Arlington Heights, Idenois, 1975, page 128. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers 149 sent it a new high in red baiting, in both public and private repression of the labor movement, and in the failure of its official leadership. In Gen Arel, the steel strike was recognized as a major turning point in the organization of mass production industries by participants on both sides. 41. As in the textile and clothing industries, the drive to organize the steel industry began while the war was still raging. Some 2 million workers joined labor unions during the war, but the gains in the iron and steel industry were minimal. Such gains as were made were primarily the result of the policies of the War Labor Board that protected union members. They were not the result of the organizational policies of the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, the AFL union, which had jurisdiction over the iron and steel industry, but did nothing to organize it. 42. Increased demand for steel products, a sharply reduced labor supply, and the national government's concern to keep the industry operating during wartime encouraged progressive elements within the labor movement, led by William Z. Foster and Chicago Federation of Labor President John Fitzpatrick, both fresh from organizing victories in the Chicago stockyards, to make an effort to organize steel in 1918. Steel workers, eager to organize, were displaying widespread discontent and unrest for which there were good reasons. Most of the immigrant workers in the steel mills were of rural background, born and reared on tenant farms in Austria-Hungary, Greece, Italy, or Poland, where life was hard. America offered something better. The new life usually began in a boarding house, where the new worker shared a bed with another worker and often relinquished his place to a man returning from an alternate shift. Work in the mill was unremittingly hard, dirty, and not infrequently dangerous. There was no sick leave or workmen's compensation. The workday was 12 hours long, the work week 6 or 7 days. When shifts were changed, half the men worked 24 hours at a stretch, while the other half spent most of their 24-hour holidays sleeping the sleep of the exhausted. To be sure, saloons and ethnic clubs provided off-the-job recreation for the steel workers, but many were simply too exhausted to enjoy these facilities. For a picture of life of the immigrant steel workers, see Matthew S. Magda, Moneson. Industrial Boonwown and Steel Community, 1898-1980, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, 1985. In 1920, Moneson, which lies along the Monongahela River south of Pittsburgh, had a population of 18,000 and its mills and factories employed some 6,000 persons, primarily semi-skilled and unskilled steelworkers who manufactured the city's main products of tin plate, fence, tubes, nails and wires. Page 9. Most of the inhabitants of Moneson were immigrants. Magda's book consists of interviews, conducted in 198-1 and 1982, with 16 longtime residents of Monessen, and includes a section on the 1919 steel strike. 150. Post-war struggles. 1918-1920. The Interchurch World Movement found that half of the employees in the iron and steel manufacturing plants worked a 12-hour day, and that percentage had increased during the decade preceding 1919. The steelworkers' average workweek was 68.7 hours over 12 more than the hours in any other industry. Double shifts each fortnight meant 24 consecutive hours of labor. The 12-hour day deprived the worker of any time, for family, for town, for church, or for self-schooling, for any of the activities that begin to make full citizenship. Let alone the energy even for recreation. 43. Wages rose considerably by the end of World War I, but the cost of living had increased as well, thus wiping out most of the gains in terms of real income. According to the IWM report, the earnings of unskilled steel workers in 1918 and 1919 were still below the subsistence level and substantially below the minimum comfort level, the level of animal well-being. Thus, a large proportion of the unskilled and semi-skilled iron and steel workers took home wages which, statistics indicate, were actually inadequate to maintain an American standard of living. 44. Moreover, when the steel workers in Pittsburgh mills were working a 12-hour day and often as much as an 84-hour week, their counterparts in England were working only 54.7 hours per week. 45. Nearly a decade previously, Elbert H. Gary had established the sprawling company town and named it for himself. Its creator was U.S. Steel, and it was created not as a haven for immigrants, blacks, Hispanics, or even Anglo-Saxon Protestants, but as a money-making venture. Gary existed because U.S. Steel wanted a good location to produce steel where it could control the political, economic, and social climate. For U.S. Steel stockholders, Gary was indeed a magic city, but for those drawn to Gary in search of work, the city proved to be a center for poor housing, ill health, poverty, and racism. U.S. Steel's urban planners did not even bother to plan for the army of semi-skilled and unskilled workers who operated the mills. A shantytown and an industrial slum resulted. 46. The majority of steelworkers lived in 2- or 3-room tenement apartments that faced onto a court. In the courtyards were open unsanitary drains, and the community pump which furnished water to a half a dozen or more families. A large proportion of the families were obliged to depend on dilapidated wooden closets in the yard which were *. The Interchurch World Movement was established in 1919 by leading Protestant clergymen to study and propose the solution of the definite social and industrial problems of the new day of readjustment and reconstruction. Philip C. Ensley, The Interchurch World Movement and the Steel Strike of 1919, Labor History 13, Spring, 1972. 218. Strikes of coal miners and steelworkers 151 used by many others and were in bad sanitary condition. 47. The steel workers expressed their opposition not only to long hours and low wages, but also to the lack of collective bargaining and the absence of democracy in the shops, often expressed in the foreman's autocratic rule. Too exhausted to eat or spend time with their families when they returned home after 13 or 14 hours in the mill, the men risked losing their jobs if they even suggested any reduction in hours. 48. Role of Foster and Fitzpatrick. William Z. Foster's general proposal, conceived in April 1918, for a national steel organizing drive quickly won the assent of the Chicago Federation of Labor, and at least lukewarm support from the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, the AFL Union, which had jurisdiction over the industry but which had been reduced to a bare skeleton of an organization. 49. At the June 1918 AFL convention, Foster and the CFL pressed for a conference on steel organizing and succeeded in holding 3 large meetings on the subject. A feeling of optimism prevailed. Labor reformer John Fitch asked rhetorically in June, if an industry so completely non-union may become organized under the new conception of human rights as formulated in Washington, what may not be possible? 50. Fitzpatrick shared Fitch's enthusiasm when he predicted optimistically, "We are going to socialize the basic industries of the United States. This is the beginning of the fight. We are going to have representatives on the board of directors of the Steel Corporation." President Wilson has promised that, in effect, in his program for the placing of industry on a better basis. 51. Foster did not share this glowing view of Wilsonian ideals. He saw a victory in steel as a prelude to the speedy organization of 5 to 10 million workers. As he pointed out in testimony before the investigating panel of the Interchurch World Movement, "We have to organize everyone around the plant. The advantage of organizing the steel industry, so far as trade unionism is concerned, is a tremendous thing. If this campaign is a success and the steel industry organized, it simply means that the trade union movement in this country is established." 52*1b Senate Committee on Education and Labor investigated labor conditions in the steel industry during the strike, and in its brief report, published late in 1919, it agreed with the Interchurch report regarding long hours of work. However, it incorrectly concluded that the case Tion of wages is not involved in the controversy. Senate Report No. 289, 66th Congress, 1st Session, page 10. As the IWM report noted, many strikers who looked blank at the mention of Bolshevism, and who knew little even of the AFL, insisted on talking a great deal about wages to this commission's investigators and to the Senate committee. LNTER Church World Movement, Report on the Steel Strike of 1919, New York, 1920, pp. 98-99. 152. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920. A National Committee. In the summer of 1918, Foster and Fitzpatrick asked the AFL to lead a national drive to organize the iron and steel workers. On August 1, the AFL established the National Committee for Organizing Iron and Steel Workers, a federation of 24 unions representing crafts and trades in the industry. Thus, the scope and importance of organizing steel led to modifications of the traditional, autonomous craft union structure. The 24 cooperating unions in the industry agreed to pool their resources and to centralize direction in the National Committee. Unfortunately, as events were soon to demonstrate, the 24 unions had not granted the National Committee real authority, for each union was mainly out to get more numbers for each separate organization. 53 disunity became a problem from the very outset and continued thereafter. Gompers presided over the Chicago Conference and nominally over the National Committee for Organizing Iron and Steel Workers. But he showed little inclination to aid in organizing work and virtually none to raise funds for the effort, displaying from the beginning only moderate support of the National Committee, a policy he continued throughout the crisis. Fitzpatrick as temporary chairman and Foster as secretary-treasurer led the campaign. However, the Chicago Conference rejected the specifics of Foster's plan for a 6-week wartime organizing blitz in steel and funded the movement with $2,400 rather than the $500,000 Foster requested. Fitzpatrick and Foster had hoped to conduct a nationwide organizing drive, but the funds allocated were insufficient for such an undertaking. They therefore decided to initiate local organizing drives in Gary and Pittsburgh in the winter and spring of 1918-1954. The U.S. Steel Corporation controlled 145 plants and produced about half of the nation's steel. The smaller, so-called independent companies looked to U.S. Steel to lead the fight against the organizing drive, and particularly to Elbert H. Gary, head of the corporation, whose labor policy was based entirely on the open shop doctrine. The officers of U.S. Steel decided to break the organizing campaign in the Monongahela Valley. 5 plants of U.S. Steel were located in this valley, and government leaders in the towns along the Monongahela River, with the except although E.H. Gary repeatedly insisted that the organizing campaign was seeking SOVETS and the forcible distribution of property. He put main emphasis on the demand for the closed shop. Foster Rea Dulles, Labor in America, New York, 1949, page 235. These were National Tube Works in McKeesport, the Clarendon Works in Pittsburgh, and 3 plants of the Carnegie Company in Braddock, the Homestead Works, the Duquesne Works and the J. Edgar Thompson Works. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers. 153 Tion of Braddock and Rankin supported the steel industry's determination to crush the organizing drive. Some of these officials were employed as management personnel of the Steel Corporation, while others were connected with the business community that supported the corporation's labor policy. Most of the police chiefs in the Monongahela Valley and in the small towns around Pittsburgh had been placed in their positions by the steel industry. 56. Iron Age and the Iron Trade Review, the steel industry journals, notified their readers that the steel companies were unconcerned about the organizing campaign. However, the latter were already systematically establishing a vast espionage network throughout the steel areas, and workers who talked union were reported by private detectives and fired. 57. By far the greatest obstacle to organizing was the persistent denial of free speech to unionists, especially by the local governments in steel towns. Even though there was no reason to fear any violence, civic officials, particularly in western Pennsylvania, denied permits for the National Committee to hold meetings. The mayor of Duquesne, who was the brother of a tin company president, proclaimed with pride that in his town, Jesus Christ himself could not speak. For the AFL, 58 McKeesport City Council resisted the organizers' legal and lobbying efforts to obtain permits to hold meetings. The situation was similar in Monessen, Donora, Homestead, Clarendon, Braddock and elsewhere. Where local authorities made no effort to prevent organizers from holding meetings, the County Board of Health would usurp the powers of local burgesses and close the meeting halls on the ground that they were a health hazard because of the flu epidemic. When meetings were held over the objections of the authorities, the names of the men who entered the halls were taken down by steel company superintendents, and the next morning these men were fired. As late as the middle of February 1919, Foster was complaining that the free speech deadlock still persists. 59. The Steel Organizing Drive. Nevertheless, the steel organizing drive gathered force. In executing what historian Philip Taft has called one of the great organizing feats in American labor history, 60 the drive's tactical leadership was consistently brilliant. Beginning in the Chicago-Gary area, the National Committee built outward from an initial round of local successes to Ohio, Colorado, and West Virginia. By early 1919, agitation started in the Pittsburgh region, where the opposition was fiercest. The National Committee's approach in all steel centers was to hold large public rallies at which Union 154. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920 organizers addressed crowds of workers before distributing membership cards. The idea, William Z. Foster pointed out, was to make a hurricane drive simultaneously in all steel centers that would catch the workers' imagination and sweep them into the Union en masse. 61. In most centers this technique proved effective. Bert Evey, an organizer for the AFL, reported enlisting 500 new steelworkers in one plant in Canton, Ohio in a single week. 62. Steel companies immediately announced plans to remain open and made arrangements to protect strikebreakers. They hired additional private guards, and stowed weapons, food, and other supplies inside the mills, and in general turned their plants into armed camps. Meanwhile, city officials in nearly all steel centers immediately began to restrict the right of free speech and the right to assemble. A notable exception was Canton, Ohio, where Mayor Poorman merely urged the public to obey the law and that they not gather in crowds. However, Governor James Cox of Ohio made it clear that the state would not tolerate mass picketing. 63. The National Committee was able to utilize the wartime protections of the right to organize, and it applied the idealistic rhetoric that accompanied the war effort to labor at home, making, as David Brody has observed, the Democratic line its own. 64. Among immigrants, unionism and the resistance to the Hun-like management were presented as symbols of patriotism and Americanism. The Union's case was put forth in the immigrants' languages through foreign language bulletins and the speeches of over 24 multilingual organizers. The National Committee approved Foster's strategy of sending as many organizers as were available into the steel-producing towns along the Monongahela River. These organizers were called the Flying Squadron. 65. Tactical skill of the steel organizers was most evident in the campaign for free speech in western Pennsylvania. Presenting its grievances in post-war terms, the National Committee charged that, despite its indispensable services to the government, the AFL is treated as an outlaw. Foster and others defied the bans on free speech in a series of illegal street meetings, first in Monessen and then in Donora, McKeesport, Homestead, Rankin, Clarendon and elsewhere. A flying squadron of chosen organizers, led by Jack Began of the Pittsburgh Bricklayers Union, ignored death threats and suffered frequent arrests to restore civil liberties in city after city. Free speech was seized rather than won. As late as August 20, 1919, Mother Jones, then nearing her 90th birthday, asked in a speech in Homestead whether the town belongs to Kaiser Gary or Uncle Sam. She was arrested for her question and then briefly released from jail to dissuade an angry strikes of coal miners and steel workers. 155 crowd bent on freeing her. 66 within a week, however, another woman sub-porter, Fanny Sellins, was brutally murdered. A longtime organizer of miners, Fanny Sellins had been lent to the National Committee by the United Mine Workers. Before she was killed, she organized 3 huge U.S. steel mills and 2 independent company plants. She was killed, declared Steelabor in September 1985, because she organized thousands of steelworkers. She took the initiative and in the midst of terror went out to her work. Fanny Sellins was murdered outside the mill yard of the Allegheny Steel Company in West Natoma, where she was organizing the workers. On August 26, when she approached the company yards, she saw gunmen of the notorious coal and iron police who wore the badges of Allegheny County deputy sheriffs, beating Joseph Starzelsky, an old worker, with their guns. When she begged the gunman to stop, a company official knocked her down. She tried to drag herself to the gate of a friend's home nearby. The new Major Ity, organ of the Chicago Federation of Labor, took up the tragic story. "Kill the," shouted the gunman. An auto truck hurried to the scene. The body of the old miner, Starzelsky, was thrown in. Mrs. Sellins was dragged by the heels to the back of the truck and a deputy took a cudgel and crushed her skull before the eyes of a throng of men, women and children who stood powerless before the armed men. 67. Foster later wrote, "The guilty men were named in the newspapers and from 100 platforms. Yet not one was ever punished for the crime." 68. The 2 labor martyrs were buried in a Union cemetery overlooking the Allegheny River. An ornate monument carries the inscription, "In memory of Fanny Sellins and Joe Starzelski, killed by the Mies of organized labor." On August 26, 1938, the anniversary of her tragic death, a monument was erected to Fanny Sellins by District 5. United Mine Workers of America, with this tribute: "Faithful ever to the cause of labor. All of us deeply regret the fate you met. Nobly you fought the fight against greed and gain, never flinching with your efforts when the bullets came. Immortal to miners shall ever be thy name. Embellished to their hearts the sacrifice you made." 69. That the National Committee could enroll 100,000 Unionists by June 1919 testified to more than brilliant tactics and individual heroism. Several factors favored organization. One Italian helper put it succinctly after completing a 24-hour double shift and being told that steel workers made 156. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. Pretty good money, he replied, to hell with money. No one can live. N. The words of Mother Jones spoke for many unskilled, immigrant workers whose annual wages did not reach the poverty line despite long shifts. If Gary wants to work 12 hours a day, let him go in the blooming mill and work. What we want is a little leisure, time for music, playgrounds, a decent home, books and the things that make life worthwhile. 7. Although they joined the organizing campaign more hesitantly, the skilled American-born workers, many of them veterans of Union defeats, joined in a second wave after the immigrants. On the average, the skilled men worked shorter hours than the unskilled, but few of them totaled less than 60 hours a week. Grievances over speed-up, arbitrary promotion pulley size and lack of power on the shop floor also acted as a stimulus to the skilled workers and gave them common cause with the semi-skilled operatives. The less skilled workers ultimately proved the most loyal to the strike, but all groups shared what David Brody has called the terrible sense of betrayal, produced by a peace that brought with it none of the reforms they had hoped would follow. Layoffs early in 1919 only served to heighten the feeling of disillusionment and gave added force to the arguments for shorter hours and sharing the work. 71. The conduct of the steel companies themselves also made a great contribution to the success of the organizing drive. Indeed, the LNTER Church World Movement investigators later declared that the Finance Committee of U.S. Steel was the principal organizer of the strike. Repression, in the form of the firings of union leaders, and the refusal to bargain strengthened the workers' resistance. The corporate use of power and influence over local officials and clergy provoked free speech fights, which the unions often turned into organizing tools, and by its very heavy-handedness, divided the immigrant workers from the pro-company community leaders. As David Sapis wrote shortly after the strike, for almost the first time, the immigrant workers dared to defy the dominant element, the old leaders and newspapers, and followed the National Committee. 72. In such a situation, rank-and-file commitment to militant unionism grew so fast that it changed the plans of the union strategists. Local leaders, for example, began to preach of the possibility of the 6-hour day, although the National Committee had no such plans. On May 25, 1919, when 683 local union representatives met in Pittsburgh, they had to be reminded that only the international unions could call strikes. The delegates mandated the National Committee to quickly enter into negotiations with the Far East steel companies. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers. 157. Fruitless negotiations. The Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers had already written to Elbert Gary, requesting a meeting between the representatives of the U.S. Steel Corporation and the Union. On May 20, 1919, Gary responded, "As you know, we do not confer, negotiate with, or combat labor unions as such. We stand for the open shop, which permits a man to engage in the different lines of employment whether he belongs to a labor union or not. We think this attitude secures the best results to the employees generally and to the employers." This reply did not prevent the National Committee from writing to Gary on June 20, asking that he meet with a negotiating committee. No reply came, and 3 weeks later, Foster warned, "Some action must be taken. Men are in a state of great unrest. Great strikes are threatening." 73. After 9 more days of waiting, the National Committee, although reluctant to move until 60% of the industry was unionized, authorized a strike vote if the companies did not grant the demands of the union committees. A nationwide vote to stop work if the industry refused, taken during July and August, resulted in a show of support from 98% of those who voted. The ballot had been printed in 6 foreign languages in English. 74. 12 demands were to form a basis for bargaining. Union recognition and the rehiring of fired activists headed the list. Below these were demands for an 8-hour day, 1 day's rest in 7, the elimination of the 24-hour shift, wage increases, sufficient to guarantee an American standard of living, double pay for overtime after 8 hours and for holiday and Sunday work, a check-off system for collecting union dues, the principle of seniority to apply in any reduction of the workforce, and the abolition of company unions. 75. The immediate issue of the strike, however, was whether or not the Steel Corporation would meet with union representatives and recognize collective bargaining. When the National Committee submitted a request for a meeting to Gary on August 25, he refused, repeating his statement that although the members of his corporation did not combat labor unions, they did not discuss business with them. He also repeated that the corporation traditionally stood for the open shop. In a letter to the presidents of the subsidiaries of the U.S. 158. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920 meant. The principle of the open shop he added, is vital to the greatest industrial progress and prosperity. 7. Gompers, still the nominal head of the National Committee, asked President Wilson to bring Gary to the bargaining table, assuring the administration that the unions only wanted a conference and would negotiate on the demands. At this time, Fitzpatrick was still sure that Wilson would never allow a great struggle to develop between the steelworkers and their employers. 77. Although Gompers reported that Wilson felt that Gary's intransigence was out of place, the president made no public move. After 2 visits, Wilson's emissary, Bernard Baruch, failed to persuade Gary to bargain. The steel leader remained fixed in the view that, if this country should become generally unionized, it would mean the commencement of industrial decay. President Wilson ultimately followed Baruch's advice not to push Gary any further. 78. The United Mine Workers issued a statement comparing the federal government's opposition to the miners' strike with Gary's autocratic attitude. It seems remarkable to the miners that the government should feel called upon to use such extraordinary powers when dealing with workers, while the same government finds itself powerless in any way to coerce such great aggregations of capital as represented by Mr. Gary. Instead of publicly rebuking Mr. Gary for refusing to confer with the men in his employ, the government honored him by placing him on the public committee in the industrial conference. Now the question is whether Gary owns America or 110 million people own it. This is the question you are up against. Who owns this nation, 110 million people or one Gary? 79. In his study of the 1919 steel strike, David Brody cites the difference between the federal government's attitude towards Gary and the steelworkers as explaining how industry gained and labor lost after the war. When Gary refused a governmental request to discuss the issues involved in the conflict, President Wilson suffered his rebuke in the silence. 80. In his autobiography, Gompers points out that he was unable to secure even a response to a letter to Gary, his erstwhile ally in the National Civic Federation, during the course of the steel strike. Thus his assurance to workers that his policy of seeking acceptance from corporate leaders would bring concrete results for them, once again proved to be an illusion. 81. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers. 159. The steel strike begins. The National Committee met in Pittsburgh on September 10 and set September 22 as the strike date. Labor officials learned on September 10 that Wilson had requested Gompers to postpone the impending steel strike until after the White House Industrial Conference, scheduled to convene on October 6. Gompers was only too willing to comply. By early September, he had become convinced that the strike against the steel industry would face enormous obstacles. He had learned that employer groups supporting the developing, open shop, movement had agreed that U.S. Steel should make a test case of the pending strike, and that they would render the company all necessary assistance to break the strike. Moreover, Gompers was plainly worried about what the overenthusiasm of the unorganized or lately organized might produce in the way of militant action. I have never yet run away from or been unduly apprehensive of any situation occurring in the labor movement, he wrote to Michael Tighe, the conservative president of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, but I have not failed to understand that discretion is the better part of valor. 82. Gompers therefore urged compliance with President Wilson's request, and the heads of 7 participating unions expressed their agreement with him. But Fitzpatrick and Foster, as well as the bulk of the local unions involved, were convinced that any delay would lead to demoralization and to weak wildcat strikes. They adhered to the order, stop work September 22. Just before the strike date, Gompers left the leadership of the National Committee, leaving Fitzpatrick as its head. On September 13, Foster wrote to all AFL unions, informing them of the strike scheduled to begin on September 22 and adding, "This strike will be one of the largest in the history of this country. Upon its outcome will depend, to a great extent, the future of all organized labor in America. If it is won, it will mean that the fight of every trade union is made easier, the backbone of the opposition to organization will have been broken. But if it is lost, the opposition to trade unionism will be strengthened. Every labor hater in the country will be encouraged to fight his employees and to destroy their unions. In the steel strike, organized labor is facing one of the most important situations it has ever had to contend with." 83. At the same time, Gary received a wire from J.P. Morgan, for whom he operated U.S. Steel. "Heartiest congratulations on your stand for the open shop, with which I am, as you know, absolutely in accord. I believe American principles of liberty are 160. Postwar struggles, 1918 to 1920 involved and must win out if we all stand fin." 84. Few union leaders and fewer executives envisioned a strike of large proportions. Foster was virtually alone in appreciating that group loyalty among the immigrants could generate a mass strike with only a minority of the workers actually enrolled in unions. On September 22, as many as 275,000 workers struck. The strike peaked early the next week at about 365,000. Plants in Chicago, Wheeling, Johnstown, Lackawanna, Cleveland, Youngstown, and in Pueblo, Colorado virtually shut down. In the Pittsburgh area, the walkout was totally effective in Monessen and Donora and somewhat less so in Homestead, Braddock, and Bethlehem. It largely failed in Duquesne and in some Pittsburgh mills. In Gary, Indiana, about 85% of the 18,000 workforce went out. Particularly involved were the immigrant workers, whom Foster described as bold, militant, and tenacious. According to David Sappas, the strike was nothing less than an immigrant rebellion, in which hunkies, the term which loosely and derisively described steelworking Romanians, Bulgarians, Hungarians, Greeks, Italians, and other Southern and Eastern Europeans fought for nothing less than elementary human dignity. 85. The vicious anti-strike offensive. In the face of so unexpectedly strong a strike, the steel corporations mounted a fierce counterattack. As David Brody observed, the hard-won fruits of the free speech fight were immediately cancelled. 86. On the first day of the strike, state constables relentlessly harassed the strikers who picketed the mills. Mounted constables rode down pickets who gathered at the mill entrances. Company guards killed a child, a young mother, and several men in Newcastle. In Duquesne, Mayor Crawford met with merchants and property owners and urged them to demand cash and the payment of rent a month in advance, and to eject from their homes anyone who was on strike. 87. After brief rioting in Gary, precipitated by the importation of strikebreakers in early October, the repression grew worse. In McKeesport, no more than 6 strikers were permitted to gather even in their own headquarters. Meetings were banned outright in Monessen, Duquesne, and Farrell, and severely limited in Pittsburgh, Braddock, and Homestead. In a few cities, most notably Wheeling, West Virginia, labor did command sufficient political power to have its own men deputized to keep order, but in the key Pennsylvania centers the strikers faced hostile local police, a state constabulary dubbed Cossacks by the Slavic immigrants, and company guards. 88. Strikes of coal miners and steelworkers. 161. Strikers were not allowed to meet with each other. Mounted constables with clubs swinging rode down groups of men as they gathered on the sidewalks to talk. Many arrests were made. In the magistrates' courts, defendants were denied the right to an attorney and were summarily sentenced to 30 days in jail. Mobs also victimized strikers, at one point kidnapping Foster and forcing him to leave Johnstown. As many as 22 steelworkers and their supporters were killed during the conflict. Labor spies reported on union activities and attempted to sow ethnic and racial discord and to foster disillusionment among the strikers. Epithets of hunky were hurled at the immigrant strikers, who were also accused of being disloyal to the United States. Non-strikers were supplied with "I am loyal" buttons. 89. The corporations at first labored under a twin disadvantage. As long as the 12-hour day and Gary's refusal to bargain constituted the main strike issues, public opinion would not support the Steel Trust. The solution they hit upon was likewise twofold: the use of anti-immigrant and anti-radical propaganda to change the perception of the strike. The sermon of Father P. Molyneux, a Catholic priest in Braddock, for example, became a widely circulated anti-strike pamphlet, commended by Pennsylvania's governor. Part of it read, "This strike is not being brought about by intelligent or English-speaking workmen but by men who have no interest in the community, are not an element of our community. But you can't reason with these people. Don't reason with 90 them, knock them down." As the strike progressed, the press, with almost total unanimity, portrayed the strikers as foreign-born and aliens. 91. During the early weeks of the strike, more than 30 full-page advertisements appeared in Pittsburgh papers emphasizing this theme and associating the strike with destructive radicalism. According to one such advertisement, the strike had no good American reason, and was not between workers and employers, but between revolutionists and America. 92. Even the rhymes of the popular sentimental poet, Edgar Guest, drove the nativist, anti-radical themes home in a factory magazine. Said Dan McGann to a foreign man who worked at the selfsame bench, "Let me tell you this," and for emphasis, he flourished a monkey wrench. "Don T. talk to me of this bourgeoisie. Don T. open your mouth to speak." 162. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. Of jour socialists or jour anarchists, Don T. mentioned the Bolshevik. "For I've had enough of this foreign stuff. I'm sick as a man can be. Of the speech of hate, and I'm telling you straight, that this is the land for me. M." Although the mass strike was remarkably free of any violence initiated by the workers, headlines and editorials featured lurid accounts of bomb plots and incipient revolution. The New LBRK Times warned against the foreign element, steeped in the doctrines of class struggle, ignorant and easily misled. 94. In short, the dumb, hunky. 97. The strike in Gary. The strike situation in Gary, Indiana provides a picture of the forces arrayed against the steel workers. Although the strike was notably non-violent, Gary Mayor William F. Hodges prohibited parades and open-air meetings, and the strikers were limited to a total of 50 pickets, 95 mayor. Hodges and the city council, composed in part of steel company officials, fully supported the steel industry's position during the strike. The Gary Police Department served as an effective anti-strike force throughout the crisis. Moreover, they were supplemented by the Loyal American League, composed primarily of Gary businessmen, professionals, and others, from the city's WASP establishment. 96 When the steelworkers went out on September 22, the League condemned the strike as led by radicals who have no respect for American institutions, and who are followed largely by foreigners who do not know or care what American institutions are. Several hundred League members were deputized by Mayor Hodges, provident official sanction for vigilante violence against the striking steel workers. IJ7. On October 4, the first violence broke out in Gary when a group of pickets got into a fistfight with some strikebreakers on a stalled streetcar. Within a day, Mayor Hodges asked Indiana Governor James J. Goodrich to send the state militia to Gary to maintain law and order. On October 6, 2,000 steel workers, led by 200 veterans in Army uniform, marched through the streets of Gary in defiance of the militia and the city's anti-parade ordinance. Mayor Hodges promptly requested that Governor Goodrich send more militiamen, but since no other militia units were at hand, the governor requested that federal troops be sent to Gary. That same day, some 1,500 Army regulars, commanded by Major General Leonard. Strikes of COA 0L miners and steel workers 163. Wood, arrived from Chicago's Fort Sheridan. As a contemporary observer noted, Gary took on the appearance of a city of occupation, with machine gun squads at all strategic points between the mills and the city and company patrols scattered throughout the city. 98 General Wood declared martial law, further restricted strike meetings, prohibited all picketing, and started arresting strike leaders and pickets. At the same time, the military began raids on Gary socialists and radicals, arresting leaders and seizing radical literature. In an interview, General Wood justified these actions by asserting that Gary was a hotbed of anarchy, and that the influence of the Reds on workingmen is a real and a great danger to the United States right now. 99. The military restrictions simply destroyed the strike in Gary, concludes Raymond Mole. In imposing martial law, General Wood prohibited picketing and parading, restricted free speech and union meetings, and clamped censorship on strike news in the newspapers, thus making it difficult for the union to maintain the strike's momentum. The soldiers, housed in Steel Corporation property, arrested over 300 men in Gary on charges ranging from picketing and intimidation of scabs to distributing or possessing radical literature. 100. General Wood, whose 1920 presidential candidacy was being promoted by a group of leading businessmen headed by U.S. Steel's Albert H. Gary, was determined to strengthen his anti-labor and anti-red reputation. Thus he wrote to Gary in December 1919, "If we can wake up the real American element among labor, we can get rid of the very dangerous, agitating class that is now at the bottom of most of these acute disturbances." 101. Gary was enthusiastic over Wood's success in painting the steel strike with radicalism. "The country, and particularly our people, owe you a debt of gratitude," he wrote Wood. 102. Colonel W.S. Mapes, Wood's second-in-command, told the press that evidence gathered by the military and intelligence officers show conclusively that the steel strike in Gary was fostered by Reds and revolutionists in the hope of plunging the entire country in a nationwide revolt against the United States government. Later, Mapes told the press, "We have conclusive evidence that the strike is in the hands of the Reds and we can prove it." The evidence was never revealed, and later the Department of Justice admitted that there was none. But, as Raymond Mole observes, the damage to the strike had been done. 103. Damage was also done to the Gary strike and elsewhere by a number of other forces. The basic policy of the steel industry was to avoid any public discussion of the strike issues: wages, hours, collective bargaining, etc. 164. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. Instead, the industry sought, and largely succeeded, to make radicalism and Bolshevism the only issue. The steel company ran full-page newspaper advertisements that attacked the strike as un-American, and charged that the foreign workers were planning to turn the steel mills into Soviets. Industry propaganda concentrated on strike leader William Z. Foster and the revolutionary tract Syndicalism that he had written in 1915 shortly after he left the IWW. The industry reprinted and supplied copies of Syndicalism to newspapers, government officials, police authorities, and vigilante groups. 1. The press played a large part in promoting anti-strike propaganda all over the nation. Editors called the strike a foreign-inspired walkout with the aim of establishing a Bolshevistic regime in the United States. As the report of the LNTER Church World Movement noted, a stranger reading the newspapers during the strike must have concluded that the strike represented a serious outbreak of Bolshevism red hot from Russia. 105. Corporate strike breaking was another problem that faced the strikers. Inland Steel in Chicago recruited Mexicans as strikebreakers. Most mills were operating with Negro workers, the majority brought north to break the strike. Foster paid tribute to a black preacher who had forfeited a contribution of $2,500 from the steel corporations by urging the black workers in his congregation to support the strike. But Foster conceded that such efforts were futile. Race prejudice has everything to do with it. It lies at the bottom. The white man has enslaved them, and they don't feel confident in the trade union. In the steel strike he lined up with the bosses. Roger Baldwin, who had worked in the steel mills and interviewed many of the black workers, reported that most were in favor of the union but complained of union discrimination against the Negro, and felt that they owed nothing to white men who had so long ignored and oppressed them. According to the Inter-Church Commission of Inquiry into the steel strike, the greater number of Negroes who flowed into the Chicago and Pittsburgh plants were conscious of strikebreaking. For this attitude, the steel strikers rightly blamed American organized labor. Through many inexperienced Negroes came to believe that the only way they could break into a unionized industry was through strikebreaking. 106. The strike also suffered from conflict between foreign-born strikers and American-born workers, which the steel companies did much to arouse. A major weakness also was the organizing scheme adopted by the National Committee for Organizing the Iron and Steel Workers, a method imposed upon it by the leadership of the AFL. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers. 165 NISers. But all workers would be transferred subsequently to the craft unions, which the AFL recognized as having jurisdiction over their jobs. The Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers received half of the new recruits. The prospect of joining the Amalgamated, Robert Asher points out, could hardly have appeared encouraging to steel workers with an intimate knowledge of the union's historical record. And workers who were enthusiastic about the idea of a single union for all steel workers were disappointed when they were ordered to join the craft unions. 107. Added to all this was the poor cooperation the strike received from the AFL leadership. Gompers, who had opposed going ahead with the walkout, justified continued support of the strike on the ground that otherwise, the IWs and Bolsheviks would have taken control of the strike and the dangers to the welfare of the country would have been enormous. The AFL president staked his hopes on pressuring Gary at the White House Industrial Conference, which began on October 6. The meeting, it will be recalled, brought together representatives of labor, industry and the public. Baruch, eyeing a possible détente between Gary and Gompers, persuaded Wilson to add the former as a public spokesperson. Gompers introduced a resolution calling for immediate arbitration of the steel strike by the conference. It called on the conference to create a committee of 6 men, 2 each from labor, industry and the public, to whom would be submitted the existing differences between the workers and employers in the steel industry. The committee would be empowered to adjudicate and settle the strike, while the strikers were to be reinstated and returned to work pending the committee's findings. In support of his resolution, Gompers again raised the danger that if the strike ended in a complete defeat, the existing labor leadership might be overthrown and replaced by the IWW and the Bolsheviki. But Gary refused to yield. I am of the fixed. David Montgomery argues that the National Committee to Organize Iron and Steel Workers, including William Z. Foster, saw themselves in combat not only with the Steel Trust, but also with 2 foes within the immigrant communities, whom they called the Klan leaders, middle-class nationalists, and the intellectuals, revolutionaries. Therefore, at their organization meetings, they deliberately avoided discussion from the floor, kept the proceedings brief, and tried to whip up enthusiasm for the union. Organization of industrial unions did not take place, from the bottom up, in this setting of ethnic suspicions. Immigrants, industrial unions, and social reconstruction in the United States. 1916-1923, Labor, La. Travail 13, Spring 1984, 112. Montgomery says not a word about the opposition of 35 craft unions in iron and steel, and Gompers, to any idea of industrial unions in steel, and their vetoing of any move in that direction. For a picture of this sorry historical record, see Philip S. Foner, History NF. The Labor Movement in the United States 3, New York, 1964, 78-83, 83-86, 190-92. 166. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920. Opinion that the pending strike against the steel industry of this country, he declared in his first and only comment before the conference, should not be arbitrated or compromised, nor any action taken by the conference which bears upon the subject. 108. Thus Gary flatly refused arbitration and Gompers could not force him into a discussion of the issues. The conference did not press Gary on the steel situation, and Gompers walked out of the meeting in protest. All he accomplished, however, was that in the public's perception the mantle of intransigence passed from Gary to the AFL. 109. More importantly, the AFL contributed little to the support of the strike. Most of the men financed the strike from their own savings. The 24 participating unions pledged a strike fund of $100,000 but raised only $46,000. All other AFL unions added just $272,000, nearly one-third of which came from the ILGWU and the furriers. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers, who were outside the AFL, were more generous than any union in it, giving $100,000. Even if all funds had been directly distributed, only $1.15 would have gone to each striker during the course of the 15-week strike. Moreover, the participating AFL unions often subordinated support of the strike to their narrow craft interests. The Amalgamated Association sent its members who were under contract back to work during the walkout and, despite the fact that it gained half the new recruits generated by the steel drive, contributed little in the way of money or organizers. The operating engineers broke with the strike leadership over jurisdictional matters. Solidarity actions by the railway unions were too little and too late to compensate for the AFL's disunity and inaction. 110. End of the steel strike. By November 24, with the strike deteriorating, the National Committee concluded that arbitration was its lone hope for even partial success. Fitzpatrick therefore sought intervention by the Interchurch World Movement. The IWM accepted his overture, although it insisted on acting not as an arbitrator, but as a mediator, facilitating a New Deal in the industry. On December 5, after a cordial meeting with the churchmen, Gary refused mediation. He insisted that the aims of the strike were the closed shop, Soviets and the forcible distribution of property, and, without allowing the IWM to present its mediation plan, he concluded that there was absolutely no issue to discuss. 111. On December 13, 1919, the day on which the National Committee resolved to fight to the last ditch, the number of strikers dipped below the 100,000 mark. Although the leaders voted to continue, the strikes of coal miners and steel workers 167 were weakening rapidly. On January 8, 1920, the strike was officially called off. The announcement stated, "The steel corporations, with the active assistance of the press, the courts, the federal troops, state police and many public officials, have denied steel workers their rights of free speech, free assemblage, and the right to organize, and by this arbitrary and ruthless misuse of power have brought about a condition which compelled the National Committee to vote today that the active strike phase is now at an end." The committee managed a last act of defiance and bravado, announcing, "A vigorous campaign of education and reorganization will be immediately begun and will not cease until industrial justice has been achieved in the steel industry." 112. Foster evaluates the strike. Immediately after the strike, William Z. Foster sat down and wrote his book, The Great Steel Strike and Its Lessons, in which he drew the lessons of the struggle for the entire working class. Foster declared that even though the vicious terrorism unleashed by the steel barons and by the police and the troops succeeded in crushing the strike, both the organizational campaign and the strike's direction marked a great advance in trade union tactics. But that was not enough, for it represented only a fraction of the power the unions should and could have thrown into the fight. The organization of the steel industry should have been a special order of business for the whole labor movement. But, unfortunately, it was not. The big men of labor could not be sufficiently awakened to the supreme importance to induce them to give the movement the abundant moral and financial backing so essential to its success. Official pessimism, bred of 30 years of trade union failure in the steel industry, hung like a millstone about the neck for the movement in all its states. 113. The failure to follow through on the original organizing plan envisioned by Foster was, for him, a monumental blunder on the part of the participating unions. The number of organizers and the amount of funds provided could not possibly do the job required. This fact soon became apparent to all and spread pessimism in the ranks. Had it organized labor, but stirred a little, Foster wrote, the steelworkers would have won their battle, despite all the Steel Trust could do to prevent it. 114. Several years after the steel strike, Foster wrote that the defeat was a tremendous disaster, not merely because it destroyed the steel unions, but because it thwarted a much greater plan. Had the strike been a success. 168. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. Foster would have proposed the formation of a great organization committee with branches in the big industries to sweep the masses into the unions. 115. In this way, he planned to transform the AFL into a federation of industrial as well as craft unions, embracing the majority of the American working class. 116. A major lesson Foster drew from the experience of the steel strike related to the success of the tactic of the Steel Trust in pitting black workers against white workers. He wrote, "For the tense situation existing, the unions are themselves in no small part to blame. Many of them sharply draw the color line, thus feeding the flames of race hatred. This discriminatory practice is in direct conflict with the fundamental which demands that all the workers be organized, without regard to sex, race, creed, politics or nationality. It injures labor's cause greatly. Company agents harp upon it continually, to prevent Negroes from joining even the organizations willing to take them in. This was the case in the steel campaign. Such a condition cannot be allowed to persist. But to relieve it, the unions will have to meet the issue honestly and broad-mindedly. They must open their ranks to Negroes, make an earnest effort to organize them, and then give them a square deal when they do join. Nothing short of this will accomplish the D. ed. I-117-S1R Resu. Essentially, Foster drove home the point that only industrial unionism, based on nationwide, simultaneous organization in all plants, companies, and areas, and on the organization of unskilled and semi-skilled, as well as skilled workers, black and white, could do the necessary job of organizing steelworkers in the United States and lead them in militant struggles for their needs and interests. On November 4, 1919, as the steel strike was on the verge of collapse, the citizens of Lackawanna, New York, site of the Lackawanna Iron and Steel Company, elected John H. Gibbons, a pro-socialist, pro-labor candidate as mayor. Gibbons defeated John Toomey, the incumbent, who had brazenly aided the steel company with a most vicious anti-labor, red-baiting campaign during the strike in which several workers had been fatally wounded, including a decorated war veteran. Toomey ran for re-election with the support of the steel firm, but workers and small businessmen alike rallied to vote for the socialist candidate as their way of, in the roots of communism. Theodore Draper, a professional anti-communist, sees this perspective as a sinister plot on Foster's part to dominate the entire labor movement. After the defeat of the steel strike, Draper writes, Foster's dream of talking over the whole AF of L was shattered. New York, 1957, pp. 186-87. Thus the desire to launch a much-needed drive to organize the unorganized in the mass production industries becomes, in Draper's paranoid outlook, a secret plot to take over the whole labor movement. Strikes of coal miners and steel workers 169 showing their hatred of the mayor's strike-breaking role. The election of a pro-labor mayor reinvigorated the strike in Lackawanna. In January, after the National Committee called off the Great Steel Strike, Lackawanna steelworkers voted to stay out, and they remained on strike for another 6 months. 118 This action was kept in mind by William Z. Foster when he wrote in One He Great Steel Strike and its lessons that the steel strike was not a lost struggle. 119. History has demonstrated the correctness of Foster's evaluation. In 1923, the 12-hour day was abolished in the steel industry. The interchurch investigation laid the groundwork for the Lafayette Senate Committee of 1936. The limitations of the National Committee for the organization of the steel industry were carefully studied by the Steel Workers Organizing Committee, CIO, and the failure in 1919 was an incontrovertible lesson that the organization of the mass production industries required industrial unionism to be successful. In 1936, a successful campaign to organize the steel industry materialized. In the immediate sense, however, the defeat of the steel strike was an important factor in the open shop drive of the post-war era. Most industry analysts viewed the strike as the beginning of a larger struggle. As the Iron Age put it, the struggle between the open and closed shop, between law and anarchy, between syndicalism and the republic, has started, and as Alan M. Wachstein points out, the steel strike of 1919 was the largest national strike since the anthracite coal strike of 1902. The latter had been used as a springboard for the open shop drive of the earlier period. The steel strike now served somewhat the same pure pose in reviving it. Gary made the open shop a public issue, and various periodicals lent their media to spreading the idea. That the strike had occurred in steel is also of importance, since 6 other industries tended to follow the labor policy of the Steel Corporation. 12 The action was hastened by the publication of the report of the IWM, which aroused widespread public hostility to the steel industry and led to President Warren G. Harding's intervention to abolish the 12-hour day. Samuel H. Adams, Incredible Era, The Life and Times of FFBRRENG. Harding, Boston, 1939, 267-69, 369-71, 388-89. Ensley, page 229. Chapter 9. The Open Shop Drive, 1919-1920. Open Shop Associations. When the government ended its support of unionism after World War I, employers who had reluctantly yielded to federal pressure to recognize unions were now ready to throw the principle of collective bargaining overboard. The December 11, 1919 Manufacturers' Record announced the formation of open shop associations in various parts of the country to contest radical labor unions. One Texas was cited as a prime example, with a group of open shop associations already in full operation. Among the first of these was the Open Shop Association of San Antonio, organized in May 1919. It was incorporated by the state on June 20 and represented all the employing interests of the city except the retail merchants, who were not asked to join. It had only one purpose: to replace the closed or union shop with the open shop. 2. The Open Shop Association of Jefferson County, including the city of Beaumont, Texas, was chartered by the state on October 10, 1919. In its application for a charter, the employers indicated that they were seeking it for an educational undertaking, to wit, for the purpose of collecting and disseminating information to the public showing the advantages of the open shop to the public in the manufacture, sale and distribution of goods, wares and merchandise. Granted a charter, the association grew in size from 400 members in October to over 1,200 in December 1919. About 90% of the employers in Beaumont were affiliated with the association. 3. In November 1919, the Dallas Chamber of Commerce voted almost. A closed shop meant that only union members could be hired, while in a union shop, a non-union worker could be hired, but he or she had to join the union within a specified time. In an open shop, a worker could be employed whether or not he or she belonged to a union, and union rules did not apply. In practice, open shops usually employed only non-union workers. The Open Shop Drive, 1919-1920-171 unanimously, to instruct the directors of the Chamber of Commerce to declare Dallas an open shop city and to establish an open shop association. Unlike San Antonio and Beaumont, where the associations were formed by independent employers, the organization in Dallas was sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce and became a department in it. 4. By the end of 1919, open shop associations were functioning in Toledo, Ohio, High Point in Louisville, Kentucky, Miami, Florida, San Diego, California, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. 5. The Industrial Association of San Francisco led the way on the Pacific Coast by developing a complete plan of action for introducing the open shop. Its essential features were a full-fledged attack on the closed shop in the building trades, including a pledge by the contractors to employ a designated number of non-union men. Material dealers refused to supply materials to contractors who did not adopt the open shop. The entire industry was policed by the Industrial Association to see that wages and hours of work agreed upon by the association were actually put into effect. The Industrial Association of San Francisco adopted the so-called 10 Commandments, which became a model for associations in other cities. Among the commandments were 1. Employ working men and women without any regard to their affiliation or non-affiliation with labor organizations. 2. Base the pay of such employees upon their individual skill, ability and industry. Pay employees as high wages as existing conditions will permit. 7. Recognize the right of employees to submit any and all complaints and wage questions to their employers, either individually, collectively, or by committee. 8. Deny the right of outside parties to interfere in matters arising between employer and employee. 10. Endorse and support every organization, whether of capital or labor, standing for the rights of American citizens. 6. Not included in the public 10 Commandments was a secret agreement that required employers to cease doing business with all businessmen who signed union agreements. 7. This plan was copied in Los Angeles in most of its details, and it was brought to San Diego not long afterwards by 2 representatives of the Los Angeles Merchants and Manufacturers Association. 8. Led by the San Diego Labor Council, the unions struck back, and many members refused to work unless union conditions were upheld and the products bore the union label. On July 1, 1921, the Manufacturers and Employers Association called a general lockout and demanded that the unions accept the open shop and wages determined solely by the employers. The lockout dragged on through the summer months of 1921 and ended with a victory for the employers. The Building Trades Council was broken up, and many 172 post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920 of the unions in San Diego were almost destroyed. 9. In August 1920, the Associated Industries of Washington compiled a list of 78 cities in which commercial and industrial organizations have taken steps which definitely aligned them with the open shop movement. 10. By October 1 of that year, it was reported that there were 168 cities and towns operating on an open shop basis. The following month there were said to be 489 purely open shop associations functioning actively, and this list excluded those associations that had other interests than the open shop, or chambers of commerce, boards of trade, merchants associations, or other business, trade or civic organizations, which have signed or subscribed to open shop principles. The total number reported to be actively promoting the open shop was put at 540 in 240 cities of 44 states. One of 68 cities in the United States with over 100,000 population, all but 7 were included in this list, and of 210 leading manufacturing CITYs 130 were associated with the open shop movement. While it is true that of the 240 cities listed 76 had under 25,000 people, a strong open shop movement did exist in the large industrial centers. 12. The American Plan. In explaining the establishment of these open shop associations, the Citizens Alliance of Duluth claimed that both during the war and after it had ended, businessmen were confronted with a situation where it was necessary for them either to close their doors or put their plants on the open shop basis. 13 specific reference was made to the demands of the unions for increases in wages and shortening of hours, but the major complaint was against the closed shop. By requiring every worker to belong to a union, it was contended, unions gained monopolistic power that inhibited the freedom of individuals. This was labeled un-American. The open shop was the American Plan. 14 addressing the National Association of Manufacturers in May 1920 on the open shop and democracy, Gus W. Dyer declared, "You can hardly conceive of a more un-American, a more anti-American institution than the closed shop." 15. The term American Plan to describe the open shop was adopted as early as March 1919 by the Associated Industries of Seattle, formed, it will be recalled, after the general strike in that city. It sought to defend the open shop against Bolshevism, foreigners, and European radical asterisk in July 1920, by an overwhelming vote 1.700 in favor to 2 against. The membership of the Chamber of Commerce of the United States adopted a platform on industrial relations which declared for the open shop in all of American industry. Tampa Morning Tribune, July 31, 1920. The Open Shop Drive, 1919-1920-173-ism. The American Plan slogan was officially adopted to describe the open shop at a 1921 conference in Chicago of 22 state manufacturers associations. 16. Open shop propaganda. To the advocates of the open shop, the terms closed shop and unionism were synonymous. Once a union was recognized, the argument went, it was inevitable that the closed shop would certainly follow. 17. And unionism not only produced a closed shop, it also inevitably led to strikes. As William H. Barr, one of the most aggressive of the open shop advocates, put it, labor unionism is, as you well know, synonymous with strikes. 18. The declaration of several open shop organizations specifically stated that they had been formed to oppose all strikes, and especially sympathy strikes. 19. The open shop would end this danger. Once the monopolistic power of arrogant, selfish labor leaders is curtailed, strikes would be avoided. There would be other benefits as well. With no union contracts, an employer would be free to hire anyone he chose, basing his decision on ability alone. Workers would also be free to bargain individually with their employers, rather than through an outside party who neither understood nor was concerned about the local situation. Then, too, the open shop would enable the worker to work as fast and as long as he desired. This would benefit both the employer and the worker. 20. The patriotic theme dominated all of the literature of the open shop movement. The open shop was described as the synonym of American independence, reflecting the spirit in the Declaration of Independence. A perfect manifestation of the American spirit. The spirit of the Constitution. In short, pure Americanism. Open shop associations adopted the word Americanism as their label. The organization in Indianapolis had as its emblem a bald eagle perched on a shield, bearing the words, American Plan Product Independent Shop. 21. Alan M. Wachstein points out, though the concern over Bolshevism and radicals had diminished, the patriotic energies of the public remained focused on unions, and attention toward the closed shop, and support for the open shop, grew. 22. Employers knew how to take advantage of the patriotic theme to remove unionism from their shops and factories. According to its advocates, the open shop was not only patriotic but it was the key to a community's prosperity. If a community did not want to. 174. Postwar Struggles. 1918 to 1920 see its industries close their doors and establish themselves in open shop cities. It had to replace the closed shop with the open shop. Moreover, the open shop was the magnet that draws new industries. A community was destined to decline if it did not go along with the open shop trend. The open shoppers pointed to the example of the Goodrich Tire and Rubber Company. It had recently completed a $10 million plant in Los Angeles, employing thousands of workers. The president of the company announced that, after careful consideration of other locations on the Pacific Coast, the company had chosen Los Angeles because it was open shop. 23. Dallas boasted that through the activities of the Open Shop Association of its Chamber of Commerce, the city had gained inestimable value. It was proud of the fact that leading magazines and newspapers in New York and scores of other cities have requested and chronicled the gratifying results of our open shop accomplishments. The Chamber of Commerce concluded from its own experience and that of other open shop cities that the greatest inducement any city can offer for the location of new industries is stable, open shop working conditions. 24. Open shop associations printed and distributed pamphlets and other literature to employers urging them to join the movement and spelling out its benefits. In September 1920, the Indianapolis organization was reported to have distributed during the past year 500,000 pieces of literature devoted to this open shop cause. Literature in favor of the open shop was also distributed to newspapers, magazines, and other publications throughout the country. In many cities, the press gave full support to the open shop campaign. The closed shop was routinely classified as un-American, and the newspapers attempted to demonstrate the high prosperity of American cities that had adopted the open shop. Editorials regularly hit at closed and union shops and hailed the open shop as marking the dawn of a new day of freedom for the American working man. The greatest menace today to the perpetuation of the free institutions of the United States, when a typical editorial, is to be found in the destructive propaganda, aims and practices of the American Federation of Labor, which represents less than 3% of the country's entire population. 26. Open shop practices. Richard B. Lovett, president of the Florida Federation of Labor, responded to the repeated assertions that the closed shop was The open shop drive, 1919-1920-175. American, he went on, it was the tactics used by open shop associations in forcing businessmen to join. 27. Thus, the Cigar Manufacturers Association of Tampa, reorganized in January 1920 to maintain the open shop, required each member to post a bond of not less than $500 nor more than $0,000, which was automatically forfeited if the member violated the rules and bylaws of the organization. On March 16, agreements were reached between the association and each of the 3 box producers in Tampa, under which the cigar makers pledged to purchase the complete output of each box factory through a purchasing agent who would coordinate box orders for association members and decide to whom boxes would be sold. Non-members were then informed that they could not purchase boxes until they joined the Open Shop Association. Several manufacturers who were not members filed for an injunction against the association, alleging a combination in restraint of trade, but Judge Robles found no grounds for granting an injunction, and he dismissed the case with the comment that the box manufacturers could sell to whomever they pleased. All of their output could go to the Open Shop Association if they so desired. But after a year of investigation, the Federal Trade Commission found the Open Shop Association guilty of a combination in restraint of trade, and, on May 22, 1920, issued a cease and desist order. But the same newspapers that featured articles and editorials on the un-American, closed shop and other practices of trade unions either ignored the FTC finding or buried it in their back pages. 28. The St. Paul, Min. Citizens Alliance was another open shop association that used economic pressure against employers who refused to join the open shop campaign. The alliance instituted a boycott against a firm of plumbing contractors because it refused to place an open shop show card in its window. The plumbing firm applied for an injunction to prevent the alliance's boycott, but the court upheld the organization in its right to enforce the boycott. In this instance, the Federal Trade Commission did not investigate. 29. The Employers Association of Detroit took a full-page advertisement in a local newspaper, advising businessmen how they could aid the open shop drive. It contained several examples of the un-American use of economic pressure. It read, "The open shop made Detroit a great industrial center. Detroit needs the open shop if she is to continue to advance. What can Mr. Average Citizen do to promote the welfare of Detroit and incidentally of his fellows, his family, and himself?" 176. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. The answer is a simple one. Property owners specify the open shop and employ only local contractors who are fighting for progress. Purchasers of goods buy only from open shop producers. If you need printing, see an open shop printer. Manufacturers buy patterns and castings from open pattern shops and foundries. Think open shop, talk open shop, yes, and vote for those who support the open shop. 30. The National Federation of Open Shop Associations. By the fall of 1920, the open shop movement had reached into nearly every state. Most of the highly industrialized centers had one or more organizations supporting the open shop. In New York State alone, there were at least 500 active open shop associations. Massachusetts had 18 associations in 8 cities, Connecticut had 20 in 13 cities, and Illinois had 46, with 21 of them in Chicago. There was already a regional federation formed, the Southwestern Open Shop Association, consisting of associations in Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. Many open shop advocates now insisted that the time had come for a national federation of open shop associations. 31. An attempt to form such a federation by Andrew J. Allen, secretary of the Associated Employers of Indianapolis, failed. But in 1920, the American Employers Open Shop Association, with headquarters in Chicago, did come into existence. Hastily organized, it was essentially an effort to use the open shop drive to cash in on the anti-union sentiment of the day. It promised all manufacturers who paid an initiation fee of $50 and yearly dues of $25 that they would obtain a great deal in the way of assistance in enabling them to run their shop as they see fit and not be dictated to by some unscrupulous delegate of some union. Thus, 1. Should you be threatened with a labor controversy or strike, you can immediately get in touch with us and we will handle the situation for you. 2. Should you want an undercover man on the inside among your employees, we will also furnish you such a man, and you will receive a daily report on what is going on. 3. In the event of trouble, we will replace any men that may strike against you. 4. We establish welfare clubs in your plant from which you derive a lot of benefit, and all manufacturers are alive to this issue. 32. The Open Shop Drive, 1919-1920-177. In the fall of 1920, the National Association of Manufacturers announced that it had established an open shop department. The NAM, as we saw in a previous volume, had a long tradition of opposing labor unions. It had been associated with the earlier open shop movement from 1903 to 1909. The Great Strike Wave of 1919 so frightened the association's board of directors that it asked James A. Emery, the NAM's legal counsel and a longtime foe of unionism, for his suggestions as to how best to meet the tremendous upsurge in labor militancy. On February 12, 1920, Emery recommended that the NAM undertake once more to promote the open shop, in a special and systematic manner. He continued, "It is not enough to offer the open shop as an employer's right or panacea. It must be a popular theory of shop practice to be embraced as the only one which assures the protection of the public interest in the economic and political issues involved. This purpose requires more than abstract argument upon the principles involved. It must be overwhelmingly demonstrated by facts and figures that the open shop condition secures a larger return to the worker, a lower cost to the consumer and a greater opportunity for American production to enlarge its facilities, better its service, expand its competition with other nations and bring a larger measure of the convenience, comforts and luxuries of life within the reach of the average man by immensely multiplying our capacity for the production and diffusing of its benefits among our people." 33. To accomplish this goal, Emery recommended that the NAM set up an organization which, among other functions, would systematically stimulate open shop organizations who are in their turn to be helped by every form of educational assistance that can promote their growth and firm adhesion to open shop principles. 34. On October 1, 1920, the NAM's Open Shop Committee recommended that the association establish an open shop department, for the purpose of promoting the recognition and observance of open shop principles in American industry and a better understanding of such principles on the part of employers, employees and the general public. One of its purposes would be to encourage and foster local movements. This would be accomplished by collecting, compiling, and disseminating information, data, and discussions regarding the open shop, and its essential relation to our national ideals and institutions and to industrial stability, productivity and national program, and by initiating, encouraging and fostering local movements for the maint. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 3, New York, 1964, 36-42. 178. Postwar Struggles. 1918 to 1920 Nance an extension of open shop operation or the spread of open shop principles. And FY cooperation with different bodies, national or local, devoted to these ends. The Open Shop Department of the National Association of Manufacturers launched a vigorous campaign to aid existing local open shop associations, to assist in the formation of new ones, and to disseminate propaganda on a national scale. Thus, the open shop movement that had begun early in 1919 as a reaction to the upsurge of post-war labor militancy in numerous local communities had, by the fall of 1920, assumed national proportions. 36. The real objective. A referendum submitted by open shop associations read, "I am in favor of the open shop in which there is no discrimination against union or non-union employees, and where the right to work, wages and terms of employment depend primarily upon individual merit and personal choice and not upon membership or non-membership in any organization." According to this, open shop associations publicly asserted the right of workers to belong to unions if they so chose. Frank Waterhouse, the first president of Associated Industries, the open shop organization of Seattle's businessmen, was quite specific on this point. Understand, the Associated Industries of Seattle is by no means opposed to trade or labor unionism or to organized labor, but it is unalterably opposed to the closed shop, which system means that a working man cannot seek a job unless he belongs to some particular union, and an employer cannot employ him. We are for the open shop, the fair, square American plan of industry, which permits the union man, as well as a non-union man, to find a job. Nevertheless, in practice, the open shop associations made it clear that their reason for existence was to oppose and eliminate trade unions from American industry. In addressing a membership meeting of the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, the president of the Tulsa Open Shop Association urged those in attendance to go after the unions and destroy them. 37. So common were such calls from leaders of open shop associations that John E. Edgerton, president of the NAM, criticized not only the associations for opposing the hiring of any union members but also those employers who hired only non-unionists. He claimed that such actions violated the open shop principle that no person should be refused employment in any way or discriminated against on account of non-membership in any. The Open Shop Drive. 1919-1920-179 labor organization. However, the NOM itself did nothing to inhibit any actions along these lines by its members. In fact, the association supported the employment of only non-unionists in such industries as coal mining, where even a few unionists could prove to be troublesome. Moreover, it refused to take a position against yellow dog contracts which, in essence, excluded all unionists from work. 38. In denying the legitimacy of the regular functions of the trade unions and in demonstrating an unwillingness to bargain with union representatives, the open shop associations rendered meaningless the right of labor to organize. From the enormous body of literature published by open shop associations, one thing emerges clearly: the open shop drive sought to destroy unions and obliterate them from the U.S. industrial scene. Where it could not achieve this goal, it sought to remold them in the employer's image of what they should be. 39. Not all employers' associations joined the open shop movement. Some preferred to deal with trade unions. This was especially true in situations wherein the unions held strategic positions or where, because of the competitive nature of the business, it was to the employer's advantage to deal with them. In this category were the Stove Founders National Defense Association, numerous building trades associations, and several railroads. 40. Some public officials, too, refused to endorse the open shop campaign. Asked by the Worcester, Mass. Metal Trades Association to support the drive against the closed shop, Governor George P. Hunt, the progressive chief executive of Arizona, accused the association of being one of those organizations incapable of realizing that your community is reaping all the benefits of organized labor without sharing any of the responsibility. Hunt accused the anti-union employers of advancing justifications for the open shop which are not only misleading but anarchistic. 41. The struggle in Tampa. Probably the most bitter battle over the open shop occurred in Tampa's cigar industry. Involved in the battle were the Cigar Manufacturers Association, which was organized specifically to maintain the open shop and which demanded that its members enforce the open shop principle, and the Joint Advisory Board of the Cigar Makers International Union, CMIU, for the unusual role Governor Hunt played in Arizona in labor disputes. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 6, New York, 1983, 17-24, and Allen v. Johnson, Governor G.W.P. Hunt and Organized Labor, unpublished MA thesis. University of Arizona, 1964, pp. 70-95. 180. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 Locals 336, 462, 464, 474, and 500 in Tampa. Although wage negotiations took place between individual manufacturers and their own workers and were usually settled without strikes, union leaders in each factory shop, known as shop collectors, were active in recruiting members to the CMIU. In December 1919, the Manufacturers Association decided to halt union activity in the factories and all union shop collectors were discharged, blacklisted less than listed, and refused employment by other association members. In January 1920, after attempts to negotiate with the manufacturers failed, each local held a referendum in which a majority approved a motion to strike if the collectors were not reinstated. The CMIU Executive Board also authorized strike action if the dispute was not resolved. Efforts by the Joint Advisory Board to persuade the Manufacturers Association to arbitrate the issue failed, and on April 12, 1920 the board presented their demands to the association as a strike ultimatum. The JAB asked that the shop collectors be reinstated and that all new employees be required to join the union. Clearly, a union shop was the main objective. 42. On the same day, April 12, Jose Munez, secretary of the JAB, called on the members of the Employers Association to reinstate all union members who had been fired and blacklisted less than listed, with the same duties as they had when discharged. He also requested a union shop agreement that would require that all new employees become members of the CMIU, and that the shop collectors be permitted to collect union dues and verify union membership of all new employees. The manufacturers rejected the demands and announced that as members of the Cigar Manufacturers Association they would operate only open shops and would forbid any labor union or association to represent any employees. 43. On April 14, 6,400 cigar workers from 27 of the largest shops representing 95% of Tampa's cigar workers walked off the job. 2 days later the manufacturers adopted new rules for the industry, reducing wages, increasing working hours, and announcing their intention to hire anyone, whether or not he or she was a union member, and that all terms and conditions of employment would be put into effect without consulting the union. The companies belonging to the association then announced that their shops would be closed the following day, and would not reopen until the workers agreed to the new rules. 44. When United States Commissioner of Conciliation Joseph R. Buchanan offered to mediate the conflict, he was informed by the manufacturers that the principle of open shop cannot be arbitrated. The association announced publicly in advertisements in the Tampa Morning Tribune that it would have Open shops or no shops at all. 45. The Open Shop Drive, 1919-1920-181. In pursuit of that objective, the Cigar Manufacturers Association continued the lockout for more than 2.5 months. On July 6, it announced that factories would reopen July 8 for all workers who wished to return under open shop conditions and the new rules. The principle of open shop shall be maintained in each department of the factories of all members of the association. The CMA resolved. 46. The Joint Advisory Board turned down the manufacturer's invitation to return to work, but ordered its members not to congregate around the factories and not to interfere with anyone who wanted to work. José Munez, JAB secretary, warned that violence would not be tolerated and that proper punishment would be handed out to any member who tried to prevent workers from going back to work. 47. If Munez hoped that this policy would soften the employer's opposition to the union, he was soon proved wrong. However, the attempt to reopen the factories failed, and in full-page advertisements in the Tampa Morning Tribune the association charged that public sentiment in Tampa was behind the open shop, citing the stand taken by the Kiwanis Club and the Rotary. Both organizations had unanimously voted in favor of the open shop and had condemned the unlawful and cowardly practices of the union in preventing cigar workers, through intimidation, from returning to work. 48. In still another full-page ad in the Tribune, the association charged that the strike was called by radicals, who dominated the Joint Advisory Board and whose sole purpose was gaining control of Tampa's cigar industry. 4. At the same time, with the assistance of the Tampa Morning Tribune, the association sought to show that the strike was defeated, and that throughout the strike, the Tampa Morning Tribune and the Tampa Sunday Tribune gave full support to the open shop campaign. Editorials denounced the closed shop as un-American, and articles pictured the higher prosperity of American cities that had adopted the open shop. The paper predicted that it will be but a short while before it will be a recognized policy of all progressive cities and communities. Indeed, the nationwide movement for the open shop already embraced 40 cities, while others are demanding it, all of which mark the dawn of a new day of freedom for the American working man. As for the strike itself, the Tribune saw it only as a coup by professional agitators who have kept 15,000 industrious but unsophisticated cigar makers out of employment. Tampa Morning Tribune, June 24, August 1, 15, 23, 1920. As might be expected, the Tampa Morning Tribune was in favor of unlimited violation of the constitutional rights of strikers and other radical workers. We must not allow any sentimental considerations for free speech to blind us to the imminent peril of allowing treason and anarchy to be preached in our streets, it editorialized in April 1919, and concluded, "We have been far too lenient in the past. We should tighten the reins in the future." April 2, 27, 1919, and quoted in Gary R. Mormino and George E. Pizzetta, The Immigrant World of Ybor City. Italians and Their Latin Neighbors in Tampa, 1815 to 1985, Urbana and Chicago, Illinois, 1987, page 159. 182. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. Italians, described as the backbone of the strike, and always the last to return to work, were reporting to the factories for employment. 50. These reports had no real foundation since the great majority of cigar workers who had walked off their jobs in April had not returned. But with the Cigar Manufacturers Association refusing to negotiate or to go to arbitration, 51,000 of Tampa workers were forced to leave the city, many of them going to Cuba for jobs, making it easier for the manufacturers to employ hundreds of strikebreakers. 52. George W. Perkins, president of the CMIU, had endorsed the workers' walkout, declaring that there never was a more righteous and determined strike. Perkins assured the Tampa Unionists that the International would continue to help the strikers morally and financially. 53. This assurance helps explain the fact that when the JAB held a referendum on October 14, after 6 long months on strike, to determine whether the strike should be continued, the strikers voted in the affirmative. 54. Unfortunately, a large number of non-unionists had been thrown out of work by the association's lockout. Financial support for striking union members was assured by the National Strike Fund of the CMIU, the Tres Series of the Tampa locals, and regular financial contributions from locals and unionists in other cities. New York members of the CMIU also conducted sympathetic strikes against Tampa companies with factories in that city, but there was no support for non-members who had been thrown out of work. This seriously weakened the JAB's ability to maintain the strike. 55. In an appeal to Mayor H.C. Gordon, written in Spanish and signed, Los Padres de 100 Familias, the fathers of 100 families. Non-members described the sufferings of their families, especially the children, and stated they desired to return to work, but not at the cost of being termed strikebreakers. They urged Mayor Gordon to call a meeting of both sides to settle the strike. In his reply, the mayor said that since the manufacturers have distinctly stated that they are not open to any outside interference from anyone, nothing could be done, and the non-members would have to continue to suffer unless they were willing to return to work immediately. 56. Maintaining that the strike had been over since the factories reopened in July, the association ignored all attempts to sell the walkout. So the day-to-day battle of the cigar makers continued until February 4, 1921, when the union workers finally surrendered to the open shop and the new rules of the employers. In a referendum, over 2,500 of 3,557 who voted, about half the number that originally voted the strike measure, favored returning to work. 57. The strikers declared that the strike is not lost in the return. The open shop drive, 1919-1920-183 to work is but a temporary measure, caused not by a weakening of the workers' morale but by a lack of funds to continue. 58. But CMIU President Perkins admitted the defeat while paying tribute to the Tampa strikers who had conducted the most determined and prolonged strike and walkout in the union's long history. 59. It was also one of the most expensive, since CMIU paid out more than $1 million in strike benefits and locals from all over the United States, Canada, Cuba, and Puerto Rico sent thousands of additional dollars to help support the strike. 60. Since there was no negotiated settlement with the Manufacturers Association, each worker had to apply for employment at the shop in which he was employed before the strike, but with no guarantee of re-employment. In all cases, workers had to accept the open shop and the rules set by the manufacturers. 61. They were hardly ready to join in the congratulations voiced by the Jampa Morning Tribune in its editorial rejoicing at the victory of the employers, or to echo its declaration that the end of the strike was a cause for handshaking. 62. The fact that the association's factories no longer permitted readers most clearly revealed the new balance of power. Gary R. Mormino and George E. Pizzetta point out. 63. In an ironic twist of events, the Federal Trade Commission, after more than a year of investigation, found the Cigar Manufacturers Association guilty of a combination in restraint of trade and issued a cease and desist order. But the Commission's order of May 22, 1922, came too late to revive union strength in Tampa. Not only the cigar manufacturers, but all business interests in Tampa hailed the decisive defeat of the union shop in the city. It was not until the New Deal period of the 1930s that the union shop returned to Tampa. 64. Results of the open shop drive. Similar situations prevailed in many other parts of the United States. Although it was by no means the only factor, the open shop movement contributed to the curtailment of the number and effectiveness of trade unions. 65. The 1.5 million decline in union membership from 1920 to 1923 is clear evidence of this fact. The increase during the same period of 1 million workers in employee representation plans hardly compensated for the loss. These plans were, in practice, little more than company unions that left the workers under total employer domination. 66. The lectors, readers, were paid from contributions by the workers to read aloud during the workday from the daily press, from classics of literature, as well as from socialist and labor sources. See Jesus: A Puerto Rican in New York, 1961, 1982, pp. Ix. 11-12. 184. Postwar Struggles, 1918-19. Some unions, like Steam Fitters Local 665 of Buffalo, New York, with 180 members, capitulated peacefully and renounced the closed shop as leading to the reduction of output. 67. But in many communities, the unions surrendered to the open shop only after bitter strikes. In nearly all cases, workers had to apply for re-employment and had to accept the open shop and the rules framed by the employers. They lost the closed or union shop, which they felt to be their only defense against reduction in wages, lengthening of hours, and worsening of working conditions. As a result of the open shop drive, in many industries the concept of the union shop was not to return until it was guaranteed by federal legislation during the New Deal period of the 1930s. There was a tragically ironic aspect to the open shop drive. Although the AFL had been a major participant in the anti-radical Red Scare campaign, the open shop employer organizations, which played a leading role in generating the hysteria of 1919-1920, were determined to limit the growth of organized labor, regardless of whether it was radical or conservative. Consequently, as Gompers sadly noted, no distinction was made between a patriotic, constructive organization and an organization of anarchists and Bolshevists. 68. The result was that during this period the open shop movement expanded, union membership and influence declined rapidly, and the Red Scare was used increasingly as a weapon to curtail and limit the development of organized labor. Chapter 10. Strikes and Black-White Relationships. In a number of important strikes of 1919, the racial discrimination practiced by organized labor bore bitter fruit. How serious the problem was is illustrated in the important story of the attempt to organize the meatpacking industry of Chicago. Meatpacking was the major industry in Chicago during World War, as regards employment of black migrants from the South. A Negro could always get a job in the stockyards, a railroad porter later recalled, they could go to the stockyards any day of the week and get a job. One as early as 1916, 5,000 blacks were reported to be working in Chicago's stockyards. At one large firm, the number of black employees increased from 31 in January 1916 to 3,069 2 years later. By 1918, between 10 and 12,000 black men and women traveled daily to the stockyards. 2. In 1910, only 357 black men worked in the Chicago stockyards, and 37 more in blast furnaces, rolling mills, and iron foundries. Only 46 black women worked in factories of any kind. 3. In our previous volume, we described the organizing campaign that took place during World War I in the stockyards, and we saw how the Stockyard Labor Council, a consortium of 13 craft unions formed by the Chicago Federation of Labor, won an agreement with the Packers, arbitrated by federal Judge Samuel B. Altshuler. The award handed down in March 1918 increased unskilled minimum hourly wages from 27.5 cents to 32 cents and provided a basic 8-hour day with 10 hours pay and premiums for overtime. An appendix to the award declared that there shall be no discrimination against any employee or prospective employee because of race, color, or nationality. 4. Phil Bart notes that the inclusion of this appendix was of his Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 7, New York, 1987. 235-36. 186. Postwar Struggles. 1918 to 1920 Toric importance for a trade union at that time. But he adds, although in practice there still remained a gulf between word and deed. 5. It was the first Union victory, and Union membership soared. By November 1918, 62,857 packing house workers nationwide belonged to the Amalgamated Meatcutters and Butcher Workmen, twice the total recorded in January of that year. 6. With Altshuler's award due to expire in 1919, leaders of the Stockyards Labor Council, headed by William Z. Foster, Jack Johnston, Joe Manley, Bill Herron, and Sam Hammers Mark, sought a new agreement that would include recognition of the Union as bargaining agent for the packing house workers. The Packers refused, and offered only to renew the existing agreement. Although the Stockyards Labor Council opposed renewal, the leadership of the Amalgamated Meatcutters and Butcher Workmen rejected the idea of a strike and agreed to extend the existing agreement. The Stockyards Labor Council reluctantly acquiesced. 7. The Stockyards Labor Council campaign. The council, however, determined to win union recognition, mounted a massive organizing drive. Union workers refused to work with non-union men, and throughout June and July 1919, spontaneous walkouts in departments not 100% union interrupted production. ***The Wildcat Strikes Brow 1HT The issue of black-white relations among stockyard workers to the fore. The Stockyards Labor Council concentrated its energies on special efforts to organize black workers. Viewing racial division as the greatest threat to the campaign for union recognition, the council stepped up efforts to convince black workers that they were welcome in the union, recognizing at the same time that efforts were needed to break down the hostility of white workers. Jack Johnston, who had replaced William Z. Foster as secretary of the council, after Foster turned his energies to the steel campaign, was the leader of this move. Marches and demonstrations were arranged, uniting the people of both white and black communities. 9. William M. Tuttle describes one march. The campaign to organize the packing industry had been headed by William Z. Foster, who was joined by the others mentioned above. Later they all joined the Communist Party and held leading positions in the organization. Phil Bart, Working Class Unity, the role of communists in the Chicago Federation of Labor. 9/9, 923. New York, 1975, page 8. The campaign to organize inside the packing houses violated the Altshuler Agreement, which prohibited advocating for and against unionism on the premises. Both sides, however, frequently violated this clause. Strikes and black-white relationships 187. Black and white workers paraded through the Black Belt on Sunday, July 6, and congregated in a playground near the yards. Brass bands led the way, and marchers waved miniature American flags and carried placards, on one of which was printed, "The bosses think because we are of different colors and nationalities that we should fight each other. We are going to fool them and fight for a common cause, a square deal for all." Union leaders delivered 10 speeches. The parade was underway when members of the Amalgamated's Local 651, known as the Colored Local because most black workers gravitated toward it even though nominally they could join any of the 40 locals organized by the Stockyards Labor Council, gathered at the local South State Street office before setting out for the parade and rally. 2 miles away, a group of white packing house unionists prepared to march to the mass meeting. The two groups, one black, the other white, had intended to merge and march the final 10 blocks together along State Street through the heart of Black Chicago. But police officials warned that racial tensions were too high to risk a joint march. Threatened with revocation of their permit, union leaders agreed to abandon their plans to have white and black unionists demonstrate their solidarity. The Chicago Federation of Labor charged that the Packers had pressured the police into the ruling. Noting that the demonstration and rally were designed largely to interest the colored workers at the yards in the benefits of organization, the Stockyards Labor Council reluctantly and bitterly agreed to the segregated parade. 1-1. 3 blacks and 4 white workers addressed the 3,000 union members who gathered in the playground at the western edge of the Black Belt. "It does my heart good," cried out Jack Johnston, "to see such a checkerboard crowd. You are all standing shoulder to shoulder, as men, regardless of whether your face is white or black." John Kukulski, speaking in Polish, urged his countrymen to abandon their prejudices and cooperate with their black co-workers. C. Ford, a black organizer, used an analogy to drive home the point that fighting between black and white could only result in continual battle and mutual degradation. Thus he warned both black and white packinghouse workers that if they continued to wrestle with each other they would have to remain on the ground. If a wrestler fails to stay down with his opponent, he'll get up and you got to throw him down again. T. Arnold Hill of the Chicago Urban League reminded the audience that black-white relations were a two-way street. Thus, while implying that he supported the union, he warned that, if he and his colleagues were 188. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920 expected to advise the colored workers to join the union, they expected the union men themselves to be fair toward their black workers. 2. Stockyard Labor Council organizers were hopeful that the demonstration, despite the enforced segregated parade, would show graphically that the union stood for black-white unity, and that onlookers of the parade through the ghetto would obtain a clear picture of the union's concern for and fellowship with black workers. At the same time, white participants would recognize that black workers could be organized, that there was black community support for the union, and that whites should therefore reject Samuel Gomper's repeated slander that blacks were a scab race. 13. Whether or not the council's hopes went beyond what was possible at that time in Chicago, the fact is that the march and rally did take place, that black and white workers did mingle in an interracial meeting, that 2. Black organizers and an influential leader of the Urban League did speak. The Stockyard Council, concludes James Richard Grossman, had succeeded in making unionization a meaningful proposition to many black workers, and was continuing to present its case to thousands of others. 14. This was soon demonstrated in the growth of enthusiasm for the union among black stockyard workers. In the mornings, went a report in New Majority, organ of the Chicago Federation of Labor. At 7:30 we find applicants waiting to be signed up, in Local 65-1. And every night until 9 and 10:30 a steady stream of humanity rolls in and out of the office. 15. Soon an elevated train committee of black union members was handing out union literature to laborers at transfer points between the stockyards and the south side of the ghetto. 16 by July. Local 651 fees per capita payments to the International indicated 2,213 members, including 160 women, were in good standing. A larger number of black members had joined but their dues were not paid inconsistently. 17 Unfortunately, strike-breaking continued despite this development, and some white workers openly repeated Gomper's slanderous charge, with exceptions. 18. The Chicago Race Riot. Even more unfortunate, in late July 1919 the ugly Chicago Race Riot erupted. From July 27 until July 3 blacks and whites battled in the streets, and occasional attacks continued for another week. By August 8 23 blacks and 15 whites lay dead, and at least 537 other Chicagoans had suffered injuries. 51% of the clashes had taken place in the Stockyards District. 19. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 3, New York, 1955, 233-44. Strikes and Black-White Relationships 189. The Chicago Federation of Labor acknowledged that attempts were being made to blame the race riots on labor, saying that labor is probably the cause of the riots. When as a matter of fact, labor has done everything in the stockyards and held out its hand to the Negro and established organizations and invited the Negro into the white man's unions. Asterisk the Federation statement put it bluntly. The profiteering meat packers of Chicago are responsible for the race riots that have disgraced the city. Referring to the mass meeting and demonstration held on July 6, at which white and black workers were to parade together throughout the Stockyards District and gather to hear speakers in a public playground, the statement noted. On the last day before this event the Packers called upon the police and said they had information that the Negroes were arming to assault the whites and they wanted the parade permit revoked. At least they wanted the Negroes and whites to march separately. Is not their purpose clear? They succeeded in having the whites and Negroes separated into two parades, instead of letting them march together. This was done, but the marchers in the two parades merged into one audience at the playground to hear the speakers. And there they fraternized peacefully and cordially united workers. Organized labor has no quarrel with the colored worker. The Federación insisted. Workers, white and black, are fighting the same battle. In fact, the only thing that saved the city from becoming a shambles, during the riot, was organized labor. It stands to the credit of the union workers of Chicago that neither black nor white union men participated in the rioting, despite the lying accounts published daily by the kept press, bought body and soul by the advertisements of the Packers and other crooks of big business. 20. What actually did cause the bloodiest riot during the Red Summer of 1919? The Chicago Defender, the city's black weekly and no friend of the AFL, answered that the riot was mainly the result of problems involving housing, and that racial conflict among Chicago's workers were not Phil Band comments. It had to plumb the depths of white chauvinism to come up with a generalization of white man's unions, and particularly in an industry where over 20% of the workers were black. Page 11. 190. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920. Significant factors, because most of the laborers of our group have become unionized, thus doing away with the occasion for friction along those lines. Asterisk. The Chicago Commission on Race Relations did not agree with this estimate of the extent of black union membership, but did agree with the defenders' dismissal of industrial issues as a cause of the riot. 21. But others differed, insisting that the riot had arisen out of conditions involving the workplace. Both William H. Tuttle Jr. and James Richard Grossman, in their studies of the Chicago riot, conclude that labor issues were major contributors to the riot. 22. Whatever part it may have played in the riot, unionism itself was a victim of the terrible event. For the friction created between black and white workers in the poisoned social atmosphere enabled the employers to further exploit racism to split the union. 3. Packing house firms moved quickly to turn the riot to their advantage. In a conference with the commander of the militia and the chief of police, the employers proclaimed they would protect blacks from hostile whites if they returned to work on August 4. Excluded from the conference, union leaders charged that the Packers would be doing what they had wanted all along, namely, to bring in thousands of non-union black workers under the protection of the state militia. This was a tactic well known to Chicago's labor movement. The Chicago Federation of Labor charged. If the Packers went through with their plan, threatened the Stockyards Labor Council, it would call a strike until the situation had cooled sufficiently for black workers to return to the stockyards without the militia's protection. 24. When black workers returned for work on August 7, under the guard of the police and militia, white unionists promptly walked out and later that day, announced a mass meeting to call a strike for the closed shop, which would exclude non-union blacks. 25. But the officials of the amalgamated meat cutters and butcher workmen opposed a strike on the ground that it would violate the Altshuler Agreement, so the Stockyards Labor Council did not extend the one-day walkout. However, the council broke with the amalgamated over the issue and over the council's charge that the amalgamated was impeding efforts to organize blacks. Accordingly, on its own the council renewed its efforts to organize black workers. 2. In an editorial addressed to AFL President Gompers entitled, "Come Now, Lord Gompers," the Chicago Defender declared bitterly, "There is no color line in the handiwork of labor and there should be none in the councils of labor." Chicago Defender, February 23, 1918. Bart, pp. 1011. Capitals in original. Strikes and black-white relationships. 191. Organizing efforts continue, but it now proved to be an almost impossible task. With the militia withdrawn, black workers were literally afraid they would be attacked by whites, some of whom now viewed all black workers as scabs. Local 651 petitioned the mayor of Chicago the week after the riot to provide its members with protection, to the end that we can reach our places of work and not be menaced or intimidated by any group of people who are seeking our employment by trying to place the entire race in a discreditable light. 27. Just at this time the Chicago Federation of Labor charged that the Packers subsidized Negro politicians and Negro preachers and sent them out among the colored men and women to induce them not to join unions. 28. Black organizer Charles Dixon agreed, and he added editors to the list of the Packers agents. 29. These black agents of the Packers flooded the ghetto with propaganda picturing white union men as the aggressors in the riot, declaring that employers, not the unions, offered assistance in the emergency and that Armour Swift sent truckloads of meat into the ghetto, otherwise some of the people would have starved. 30. The result of the Packers' campaign to turn black workers against the union were reflected in the records of Local 651. This black local's per capita payments to the amalgamated declined sharply toward the end of 1919, and by December had dipped to $200, indicating only 800 paid-up members. 5 months later, only half of these remained. Local 213, also made up largely of black workers, made payments in only 2 of the first 5 months of 1920. 31. In August 1920, District Council 9 of the amalgamated, comprising the Chicago region, declared that the proportion of organized black workers was insignificant, not exceeding 15% at any time. It blamed the dismal figures on the unconcerned and often resentful attitude of black workers without, of course, mentioning that they might have had good reason to resent racist policies and practices. Many black union members charged that although they were welcomed into the amalgamated meat cutters and butcher workmen, the union was primarily interested in the welfare of the white members. 32. By December 1921, membership in Local 651 stood at 112, with only 49 in good standing. 33. Explaining the failure of the 5-year organizing campaign by the Amalgamated and the Stockyards Labor Council to attract and retain black members, Urban League official T. 192. Postwar Struggles, 1918 to 1920. Errol's support of the trade unions, wrote that even though most union leaders in Packinghouse were sincere in their efforts to combat racism, they found a general attitude on the part of Negroes that the trade union movement is not earnestly seeking to get Negroes to join it. 34. Unfortunately, even progressive white labor leaders put the blame for this belief on the black workers. They did not really understand that such actions as the appointment of black organizers, the establishment of Locals 651 and 213 to allow black unionists to control their affairs, and some special attention paid to grievances of black workers could not overcome the influence of racism still prevalent in the union among white rank and file members, leaders, and even the union's official organs. 35. Black leaders resented the fact that the new majority, organ of the Chicago Federation of Labor, consistently printed racist anecdotes, usually in dialect, and never capitalized the word Negro. They especially resented the fact that the paper mentioned black workers only when they were perceived as a threat to a unionization campaign such as the drives to organize Packinghouse and Steel. It was all because of the anti-union influence exerted by the black community, argued leaders of the Chicago Federation, in explaining the reasons for the decline in black union membership. Every effort, declared 2 of them, has been made to organize the colored workers in the stockyard and elsewhere and offered the same chance as the white man or woman, but the Negroes were guided by their ministers in the YMCA, who were under the influence of the Packers and big interests. 36. In fact, a few black ministers in Chicago, such as Lacey Kirk Williams of Oliver Baptist Church and John Thomas of Ebenezer Baptist Church, were pro-union and allowed union representatives to speak to their congregations and even preach a sermon regarding the benefits of unionization. But most black ministers agreed with Archibald J. Carey, AIM, Bishop, that the interest of my people lies with the wealth of the nation and with the class of white people who control it. Many of Chicago's black churches received funds from the Packers and aided them in recruiting non-union black workers. Similarly, the Wabash Avenue YMCA, an all-black branch established in 1913, worked closely with Packinghouse firms and other Chicago industrialists to mold black migrants from the South into a loyal, tractable, efficient labor force. James Richard Grossman, A Dream Deferred, Black Migration to Chicago, 191-192-1, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, University of California, Berkeley, 1982, pp. 303-04, 336-37, 341-42, from which, unless otherwise indicated, are drawn the details of the events in Chicago. Strikes and black-white relationships. 193. Black labor and unions. As the past history and current evidence of relations between organized labor and the black workers demonstrate, putting the blame on the black workers was a simplistic and racist evaluation. But even more ignorant of the history of black workers was John Fitzpatrick, president of the Chicago Federation of Labor, who, despite his efforts to organize black workers into Chicago's unions without racial discrimination, described the Packers as pitting one group of workers against another to defeat efforts at unionization, until they got down to, well, the very lowest. This was the black migrant from the South whom Fitzpatrick described as hopeless, so far as possibilities of organizing were concerned. 37. The Southern Negro, Fitzpatrick lamented, is different. We figure that his slavery days ended at about the time he came here to work in the packing houses. 38. However, as we have demonstrated clearly in previous volumes, many Southern Negroes had belonged to unions in the South and had engaged in militant struggles for higher wages, shorter hours, better working conditions, and union recognition. In New Orleans, black longshoremen had begun organizing as far back as 1872 and in another major strike in 1907. In many southern cities and towns, black carpenters, bricklayers, and painters belonged to craft unions, and during the first decade of the 20th century in the Birmingham, Alabama district, at least 8,000 black workers belonged to trade unions, mainly the United Mine Workers. 39. Rural black Southern workers also had a trade union tradition. Over 60,000 of them joined the Knights of Labor in the 1800s. Although the Colored Farmers Alliance may or may not have reached a membership of 1 million as it claimed and was not exactly a labor union, it did call a strike of cotton pickers in 1891. 40. In a sense, the Progressive Farmers in Household Union of America, the organization of sharecroppers whose existence and activities led to the bloody riot near Elaine, Arkansas in 1919, was a continuation of the legacy from the experiences of colored Farmers' Alliance in the 1890s. 41. Approximately 17,000 black workers had belonged to the Brotherhood of Timber Workers, which organized in 1910 and conducted a series of bitter strikes between 1912 and 1914. Many of these workers also joined the Industrial Workers of the World after the Brotherhood affiliated with the IWW in 1912.42. It is significant, in light of Fitzpatrick's derogatory comment on the Southern Negro and trade unionism, that the May 1919 report of the Southern Pine Association on Negro migrants from the South. 194. Postwar Struggles. 1918 to 1920 in Chicago, noted, a surprising number of these Negroes have at some time in the past been employed in the sawmills and woods in the Southern states. Not a small number of them, it added, had once belonged to the Brotherhood of Timber Workers and then to the IWW. 43. Bogalusa Solidarity. The tradition of black-white labor unity even in the Deep South, exemplified in the Brotherhood of Timber Workers and carried on after it affiliated with the IWW, is illustrated in 1919 in Bogalusa, Louisiana. Bogalusa then boasted the largest lumber mill in the world, the Great Southern Lumber Company. Although Great Southern had made enormous profits during the war, in 1919 its workers, both black and white, still earned less than 30 cents an hour. Not only were wages low but hours were long, housing conditions were wretched, and safety virtually non-existent. 44. Even the mill owners admitted among themselves that persecutions, browbeating and bulldozing by petite officers, who profit by arrests, is the cause of dissatisfaction among Negro labor in various localities. 45. In May 1919 two AFL unions, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America and the International Timber Workers Union, began organizing the workers of the Great Southern Lumber Company. The AFL was successful in organizing a Sawyers and Filers Union, which was taken over by the Carpenters, a regular Carpenters Local and Timber Workers Union. The three unions organized a Central Trades Assembly, with the head of the Carpenters Union, Lum Williams, as president, and began a campaign to organize the lumber workers of the area, including blacks. 46. The organizing drive brought results. The 1919 Labor Day Parade was participated in by 1,200 Bogalusa workers, and Great Southern was so impressed that 17 days later the company announced a 10% wage increase, bringing mill wages up from 30 cents to between 33 and 35 cents an hour. 47. Shortly after the Labor Day celebration the union approached Great Southern officials and asked for formal recognition. The company responded by laying off many workers in a lockout, and ordered the proprietors of the local stores, whom they dominated, to announce that credit would no longer be extended to those workers who remained in the union. 48. The workers answered with the first strike in Bogalusa's history. Great Southern immediately brought in black workers from New Orleans by the carload to fill the strikers' positions. Many of these workers, notes A. Strikes and black-white relationships. 195 student of the strike, refused to stay and returned to New Orleans when they found that they were being used as strikebreakers. 49. Great Southern now launched a huge campaign accusing the union of being integrated, and called for mob violence against the N.R. loving union. Black workers were actually organized in a segregated local. The drive to organize them in this local had been spearheaded by Sol Dacus, now the black president of the Negro local. 50. The effort of the union to organize both black and white workers, even if in separate locals, led Great Southern to sponsor the formation of a Self-Preservation and Loyalty League, SPLL, in Bogalusa, consisting of company supervisors, some war veterans, and local business and professional men. SPLL members were deputized as sheriffs. They harassed the union members and pillaged Dacus' house on several occasions. The Enterprise American, the local paper controlled by Great Southern, reported on November 20, 1919, according to reports from various citizens who knew, Sol Dacus, the Negro for whom the special policeman of the Law and Order Committee had a war rant, was considered a bad Negro. He was president of the Colored Timber Workers Local No. 116, and is charged with being very active with agitating the Negroes. 51. The SPLL delivered a message to Dacus' house informing him that he was no longer wanted in Bogalusa and warning him to leave town immediately. Fearing for his life, Dacus fled to the swamps for a day, but returned on November 22, 1919 to consult with L.E. Williams, the white president of the Central Trades Assembly. They met at Williams's garage, which was also used as headquarters for the Trades Assembly. 3 other white unionists were there, along with Williams, to protect Dacus from the vigilantes. Hearing of Dacus' return, the SPLL sent 20 armed men to Williams's garage with orders to get rid of the black agitator for good. When the gunfire ceased, Dacus and 3 of the white union men, including Will, although black lumber workers in Bogalusa were compelled to accept segregated unions in the hope of overcoming Great Southern's vicious racist propaganda in other parts of the South. Black workers did not always accept Jim Crow unionism. Excluded from the all-white union at the Oscar Daniels shipyard in Tampa, Florida, blacks were offered a Negro union, but refused. They demanded equal rights, with an open door for themselves. When this demand was rejected, black workers helped break a strike at the shipyard in April 1919 by refusing to honor the white union's walkout. Wayne Flint, Florida Labor in Political Radicalism, Labor History 9, Winter 1969, 86. 196. Postwar Struggles, 1918–1920. Eames lay dead, and a fourth died shortly after. The members of the SPLL who participated in the attack were brought to trial but were quickly acquitted. The jury declared it was unable to determine who of the 20 SPLL members actually shot the Union men, so it acquitted all of them. 52. The Messenger, Black Socialist Weekly edited by A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen, devoted a special front-page editorial in tribute to the white workers who had forged such splendid unity with black workers in Bogalusa. All hail to the white workers of Bogalusa. You are learning. You are on the road. Your enemy is the southern white employing class, not the Negroes. Your only weapon is the solidarity of the working class, black and white. 53. Unfortunately, the tragic events of November 22, 1919 doomed the union organizing effort, and from 1919 to 1933 when a new union drive got underway led by the International Brotherhood of Papermakers. Great Southern totally dominated the Bogalusa labor scene as fear prevented them, the workers, from organizing. 54. Strikebreaking was a major issue discussed at the 1919 convention of the National Urban League. In the belief that black workers would benefit more by joining unions than by serving the interests of the employers, the Urban League established a Department of Industrial Relations to facilitate the organization and assistance of Negro mechanics. But the problem could not be solved merely by resolutions in favor of unionism. What was required was a determination on the part of the white unions, and especially the American Federation of Labor, to end the racist exclusion of black workers. 55. Over the years, accounts have differed as to whether Dacus was present when the vigilantes attacked, or whether he escaped. See Art Shields, On the Battle Lines, 1919–1939, NY, 1986, pp. 177–185. Philip Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker 1619–1981, NY, 1982, page 150n. Chapter 1-1. The AFL and the Black Worker, 1919–1920. The Messenger, National Brotherhood of Workers, and the IWW. In the spring of 1919, the Messenger welcomed the formation of the National Brotherhood of Workers of America, NBWA. Delegates from 12 states and the District of Columbia, representing unions of carpenters, riveters, blacksmiths, caulkers, electricians, engravers, painters, longshoremen, janitors, jewelry workers, railroad firemen and other railroad workers, plasterers, molders, hod carriers, plumbers, porters and waiters attended the founding session. T. J. Free and R. T. Sims, two radical black unionists, Sims was an early member of the IWW, were elected president and vice president, respectively, and resolutions were adopted urging the organization of every Negro worker into industrial labor or trade unions in all skilled or unskilled occupations, condemning the unjust and inexcusable discrimination against Negro workers by the organized white labor unions, and calling upon blacks, wherever possible, to enter the unions side by side with their white brothers. But in the event of discrimination, we urge that the Negroes, in any place, shall organize their own unions to exact justice from both the employer and the white labor unions. 1. The initial strength of the NBWA came from black workers employed in the shipyards and on the docks of Newport News, Norfolk, and Portsmouth, Virginia. The fact that many of these workers maintained their affiliation with AFL locals gave the Brotherhood substantial influence in the councils of the Virginia Federation of Labor. Shortly after its establishment, the new labor body was powerful enough to influence the selection of the president of the state federation and to obtain representation on its executive board. Moreover, these militant black unionists were able to exercise an important influence at AFL national conventions. 2. 198. Post-war struggles, 1918–1920. By the time the APL met in convention in 1919, a new spirit of militancy had emerged in the Negro community, reflected in what was called the New Negro movement. Many black workers were rejecting Booker T. Washington's solution to discriminatory practices and to whites-only unionism, an alliance with the employers against organized labor. Instead, they chose to organize outside of the APL and the railroad brotherhoods. The result was a rise of independent black unionists and a growth of radical, pro-IWW influence among black workers. 3. According to the Mies Sanger, for example, the future of black workers lay, not with the APL, but rather with the IWW. 1. E. Messenger hailed the IWW as the only labor union that has never, in theory or practice, since its beginning 12 years ago, barred the workers of any race or nation from its membership. According to the Messenger, the IWW also deserved black support because it dealt chiefly with the unskilled workers, and most black workers were unskilled. Another important point in its favor for the largely disfranchised Negro was the fact that it advocated direct action. With the ballot box closed to them, the only way blacks had of advancing themselves was through industrial action. Unlike nearly all other labor bodies, the IWW favored industrial over craft unionism. Industrial unionism was not only alone in having the ability to include the vast majority of black workers, but it was also the only effective labor instrument for class struggle. Time and again in the past, strikes had failed because the craft unions did not support each other and actually acted as strikebreakers against sister craft unions. The IWW's brand of unionism, the Messenger insisted, eliminated this fatal flaw by unifying all workers in the struggle against the employers. 4. At the same time that they were urging black workers to join the IWW, Randolph and Owen also favored the formation of an independent black labor movement. They maintained that the post-war militancy of the Negro, as reflected in the new spirit of self-assertion and fighting back during the Red Summer, indicated that the time was ripe for a great mass movement among Negroes, which should take the form of labor unions, farmer protective unions, cooperative business and socialism. 5. The 1919 AFL Convention. The spirit of militancy among black workers, the move to establish independent black unions, and the growing appeal of the IWW for the black workers were all reflected at the post-war conventions of the APL. On the eve of its 1919 convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey, the Negro, the AFL and the Black Worker, 1919, 1920, 199 Fair, religious and labor organization in Chicago, wired the AFL urging the removal of all restrictions against black workers by its affiliated unions and warning that unless this were done, black workers would move in increasing numbers into the IWW. 6. The convention itself had a larger number of black delegates, 23 delegates from federal and local unions across the country, than had ever before been present at the annual assembly. In fact, the convention just prior to this one had less than one-third of that number. 7. Seated at one table in the convention hall, the black delegates told reporters of their disappointment over the fact that the AFL's methods had failed to achieve greater organization of Negro workers, and of their determination to fight hard to force the affiliated unions to loosen up and give the black man of the South a chance to organize. Several complained bitterly that black members of the AFL were denied the rights and benefits enjoyed by the whites. 8. The convention also witnessed a sharp confrontation between the protesting black unionists and the AFL officials. One resolution sought the services of 2 black organizers for the Southern District of Alabama. Another asked that a black organizer be appointed in every state where one was needed, particularly in the South, and where white organizers had had trouble recruiting black workers. It also urged that a laboring man, preferably black, be appointed from each craft where separate black organizations existed to represent the black workers in any business. 9. A third resolution protested the refusal of the International Union of Metal Trades to issue a charter to black craftsmen, and boldly requested that the convention declare black unionists entitled to any charter according to their trade. Still another concerned a complaint by organized black freight handlers, express and station employees, that the Brotherhood of Railway clerks, under whose jurisdiction they operated, gave them little or no assistance in bargaining with the railroads over wages and grievances. The sponsors of this resolution asked the AFL to organize the freight handlers for their mutual protection and benefit, and to help them form a grievance committee to secure a working agreement with the railroads. 10. The fifth and final resolution called upon the convention to either grant an application to a representative group of black unionists for an international union of organized colored labor, or exert its influence over the international unions having jurisdiction over black workers to compel them to charter black labor bodies, thereby assuming responsibility for their welfare. 14 black delegates, representing federal and local unions from a variety of trades, signed this last resolution. 1-1. The Committee on Organization, to which the resolutions were 200. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 referred, refused to endorse the demand for an international charter for black workers on the ground that it would violate the jurisdictional rights of several unions affiliated with the AFL. Passing over the other 4 resolutions without comment, the committee went on to maintain strenuously that many international unions within the AFL admitted black members and granted them full protection of their rights and interests. In the case of member bodies that did not accept black members, the committee recommended organizing the workers affected under direct charters from the Executive Council. We further recommend, it continued, that the Executive Council give particular attention to the organization of colored workers everywhere and assign organizers for that purpose whenever possible. The committee concluded by listing 16 prominent AFL affiliates that admitted black workers. 12. The chairman of the committee, Frank Duffy, then asked the delegates if any other unions represented at the convention admitted black workers. At that point, John Lacey, a black union leader from Norfolk, Virginia, rose and appealed to the convention to extend a hand of welcome to black workers. If you can take in immigrants who cannot speak the English language, he asked, why can't you take in the Negro, who has been loyal to you from Washington to the battlefields of France? Lacey assured the delegates that he was not asking for social equality for the Negro. We ask for the same chance to earn bread for our families at the same salary our white brothers are getting. Equal rights the same as you have to earn bread for your families. 13. Lacey's emotional plea broke the dam the Committee on Organization had constructed against black militancy. In an unprecedented demonstration for black-white unity, 40 heads of international and national unions rose, one after another, to proclaim that their organizations would welcome black workers into their ranks. Molly Friedman of the ILGWU declared that her union had 6,000 black women in its membership and was proud of them. A delegate from the meatcutters and butcher workmen also voiced pride in the large black membership employed in the meatpacking plants and boasted that his organization had 5 black organizers at work in the field. Even a southern white delegate from the Brotherhood of Railway and Steamship Clerks spoke up for equality of black and white labor. 14. At the end of the speeches, the convention unanimously adopted the report of **. The unions listed were the United Mine Workers, the mine, mill and smelter workers, the longshoremen, the carpenters, the textile workers, the seamen, the cigar makers, the teamsters, the plasterers, the bricklayers, the maintenance of way employees, the laundry workers, the cooks and waiters, the tailors, the brewery workers and the upholsterers. The AFL and the Black Worker, 1919-1920-201. The Committee on Organization, which, although rejecting the requests for an international charter for black workers and ignoring the other 4 resolutions introduced by black delegates, did call for special emphasis on organizing black members within the AFL. 15. A new era for the black worker? The AFL convention was said to have heralded a new era in labor relations. Not since the abolition of chattel slavery, declared the New York Age. A Black Weekly, had so important a step been taken toward the industrial freedom of the race. If carried out toward its logical conclusion, it should mean the loosening of the shackles that have encouraged peonage and industrial dependency of all kinds. 16. The New York Times predicted that, all over the country, the Negro worker will have, as he has not had hitherto, a chance to enter all of the skilled, and therefore better paid trades, and in them to be judged on his merits. There is promise, the NMES declared enthusiastically, in the fact that this change is to be thorough, that there are not to be white and black unions in inevitable rivalry and probable hostility. 17. According to the New York World, the convention had wiped out the part of the color line which most impeded the progress of the black race. 18. The Boston Guardian, a militant black weekly, declared that the Federation's action opens the gateway to real American life for the first time within the last half-century. 19. Eugene K. Jones, executive secretary of the National Urban League, hailed the far-sightedness shown by the Federation. The American Federation of Labor has sensed the absolute necessity for organizing Negro workingmen along with white workingmen in order to face capital with a solid front in working out the serious problems of the new era. 20. The NAACP reported to its members that the Negro was invited into full and equal privileges of organized labor. It is now his business to accept this invitation, it urged blacks to follow it up and go 100 strong to the next meeting of the Federation. Both the National Urban League and the NAACP emphasized that there was now no need for an independent black labor movement or for blacks to join the IWW. 21. Gompers adjudged such an approach to be just what was needed to make the AFL's stand a reality. The action of the convention removes every class of race distinction from the organized labor movement. It should mark an era in the struggle of the Negro for equality of rights, as well as an advance in the history of political and economic liberty of America. He noted, in the past it has been difficult to organize the colored man. 202. Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 way. 22. Typically, Gompers blamed the black workers, not the AFL affiliates, for the small number of Negroes in his federation. W. E. B. Du Bois, on the other hand, was not easily swept off his feet by the AFL convention's declarations. Well acquainted with the difference between non-exclusion on paper and black membership in actuality, Du Bois cautioned in the crisis that the convention might not have marked the beginning of a square deal. From the AFL for the black worker it might mean a great deal or it might mean nothing. It will only mean a great deal provided that in every locality throughout this country, the colored men and women come together and demand of the various labor locals recognition of Negro workingmen. It means that in Washington, there ought to be stationed men who are big enough to see the importance of this decision on the part of organized labor, who will see that the internationals change their constitutions so as to admit Negro men, and see that the internationals and the Executive Council pass on the final word to the locals in regard to this matter. Because, after all, it is not entirely a local question as to whether a man will or will not be admitted when he is qualified. All internationals only decide as to Pollock JJ as to constitutional rights. Putting into execution is a matter of local concern. Dubois, of course, touched on the key issue in the relationship between organized labor and the black worker since the days of Reconstruction. To what extent did the state and local unions of even those 16 national affiliates originally listed as non-discriminating accept black members, and how many of those and other local unions would change their practices in the light of the action taken at Atlantic City? To what lengths were the national officials, who had been so eloquent at the convention, willing to go to persuade their locals and members to open their doors to black workers? To Dubois, history suggested that the answer in post-World War I America would be the same as it had been in post-Civil War America. In fact, the report adopted unanimously by the convention did not call for full membership for black workers. Where national or international affiliates would not accept blacks, those in the occupations involved would be organized into separate federal and local labor unions chartered by the Executive Council. As John D. Finney Jr. points out, the committee, in recommending that the Executive Council pursue the organization of Negroes everywhere and appoint organizers for that purpose whenever possible, was in reality suggesting a renewed drive towards separati rather than integrated organization of Negroes. 24 The federal and local labor bodies organized by the Executive Council before 1919 had the AFL and the Black Worker, 1919-1920-203 already proved to be incapable of protecting their black members. The 1920 AFL Convention. Events soon demonstrated that the AFL was no more open to black workers than it had been before the 1919 convention. The Federation was able to boast of a phenomenal growth in membership when it met in convention in Montreal in 1920. Its overall membership stood at a little over 4 million, nearly twice the number reported in 1916.25. The number of black members in 1920 was not announced, but it could not have exceeded by more than a few thousand to 60,000 generously estimated in 1916. And nearly all of the new black members were in separate local and federal unions, 26. The truth is that the number of AFL affiliates that denied admittance to black workers by constitutional provision or ritual had risen between 1910 and 1920 from 8 to 11. During those 10 years, 4 new affiliates that specifically barred blacks had joined the AFL, the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen, the Order of Sleeping Car Conductors, the National Organization of Masters, Mates and Pilots of North America, and the Rail Mail Associates. One affiliate, the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees, had voted at its 1917 convention to admit blacks in allied or auxiliary lodges, which were placed under the control of its system's DV Scion. This removed it from the list of affiliates that specifically barred black members. 27. Clearly, any expectations that the great migration of black workers from the South would be able to open the doors of the AFL and the railroad brotherhoods had proved only a dream. It is hardly surprising, then, that the black unionists who had raised the issue of Negro membership in Atlantic City a year earlier returned the following year angrier than ever and more determined to press their claims. Early in the proceedings, a group of delegates from federal locals of the railway coach cleaners initiated the battle by demanding that the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen, which had jurisdiction over the coach cleaners, either drop its color ban or allow the coach cleaners to acquire an international charter of their own. Other black federal unions requested immediate AFL action on the refusal. In addition to the railroad brotherhoods, 8 unions unaffiliated with the AFL limited their memberships to white workers in 1920 through their constitutions or rituals. These were the Brotherhood of Dining Car Conductors, the Order of Railway Expressmen, the American Federation of Express Workers, the American Federation of Railroad Workers, the Brotherhood of Railroad Station Employees, the Train Dispatchers, the Railroad Yard Masters of America, and the Neptune Association. 204. Post-war struggles, 1918 to 1920 of the machinists, the boilermakers and the blacksmiths to admit blacks. They also insisted that the Federation either use every means possible to have the words, white only, removed from the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks Constitution, or else force TBE clerks to relinquish their jurisdiction over the freight handlers mostly black and organized into separate federal unions and permit them to establish their own national body. 28. For the first time, the black delegates had stopped talking in generalities and had hit directly at the AFL leadership's refusal to do anything about the racial restrictions of its affiliates. The far-reaching resolutions were once again referred to the Committee on Organization. In its report, the committee said that the Boilermakers and the Machen ISDS had nothing in their constitutions prohibiting the admission of call-ord men of trade, 29, and that the blacksmiths had actually issued charters to black workers in the trade and also had no law denying them admis scion. This was an evasion, for it was well known that the Boilermakers and the machinists accomplished the exclusion of blacks through their rituals. The blacksmiths admitted chartered Negro unions, but they were auxiliary locals that had no voice in the affairs of the blacksmiths and existed only to prevent the black workers from organizing independently. Since the AFL leadership had sanctioned and even counseled such methods of exclusion, or accepting blacks with second-class status, the report of the Committee on Organization was an outrageous insult to the Negro delegation. 30. The committee acknowledged that the railway carmen barred blacks from membership by constitutional provision, but it reported having received assurances from the president of that union that he would ask his organization, at its next convention, to admit black coach cleaners or, failing that, to surrender all claims to jurisdiction over that class of work. In view of these assurances, the committee declared, it could only recommend that the carmen eliminate all references to the admission of black workmen from its regulations. At the same time, the Committee on Organization said it could not approve the coach cleaners' request to form an international of their own. The American Federation of Labor, it stated, does not organize workers of any trade or calling along racial lines. The committee conveniently overlooked the existence of the United Hebrew Trades, an AFL affiliate that had been successful in promoting the interests of Jewish workers. It rejected the plea of the freight handlers with the customary observation that the AFL could not interfere with the autonomy of its affiliated national and international unions. To black workers unable to join AFL member bodies, the committee held out the possibility of obtaining membership in the separate unions chartered by the Executive Council. Thus far, and no farther, the AFL and the Black Worker, 1919-1920-205. Committee on Organization was willing to go. 31. The report sparked another debate, and this time it did not end in the unanimous approval of the committee's recommendations. Robert Buford, a black delegate from Richmond, Virginia, who had originally submitted the freight handler's proposal, pointed out that the refusal to take any action on the railway clerks' written exclusion of blacks, in open violation of the AFL's national charter, proved the hypocrisy of the Federation's contention that it did not discriminate against Negroes. He complained that the freight handlers, forced to contribute toward the expenses of the railway clerks' officials, who were supposed to handle their grievances, were not even given representation in the National Union, and he insisted that the clerks be compelled to remove the provision barring blacks from their bylaws. If the Federation refused to do this, it should give the freight handlers a charter of their own. That would enable them to have their own committee to handle their grievances. 32. A spirited debate followed between Frank Duffy, chairman of the Committee on Organization, and Delegate Buford. Duffy called the freight handlers' resolution illegal because it asked the convention to decide who was or was not eligible for admission as an AFL affiliate, an authority that the national and international unions alone possessed. All the AFL could do if affiliates refused to remove their prohibitions against Negroes was provide black workers with a charter. What kind of charter? Asked Buford. As freight handlers, Duffy replied. That was exactly what the freight handlers, who opposed separate organization outside the international union, wanted to avoid. We don't want to be separated, Buford said vehemently. We want the same kind of charters as the whites. 33. While the AFL leadership sat squirming on the platform, one white delegate after another arose to challenge the Federation's drawing of the color line. A motion was made and seconded to amend the Committee on Organization's report with the recommendation that the convention formally request the railway clerks to delete the term white only from their constitution. Over the opposition of the representatives of the clerks, the original recommendation of the Committee on Organization was rejected and the amendment passed. 34. Thus, for the first time since 1891, when AFL delegates had endorsed Gomper's efforts to force the machinists to abandon their exclusion of blacks, an AFL convention recommended that affiliated unions, in this case, the railway clerks and the railway carmen, remove racial restrictions from their membership provisions. Other resolutions were also introduced by black delegates at the 1920 206 Postwar Struggles, 1918-1920 Convention. These requested more effective representation of the interests of black federal and local unions, the launching of a program to increase Negro membership in the AFL, the mounting of a campaign of education among both white and black workers to convince them of the necessity of bringing workers into the ranks of organized labor regardless of race, nationality or color, and the appointment of a black worker to a position in AFL headquarters in Washington to express the aspirations of the Negro working class to the Federation. But only an emasculated version of the program to increase black membership was adopted. It simply called for the appointment of black organizers, where necessary, and referred the matter to the Executive Council for action if the funds of the Federation permitted it. 35. In the excitement produced by the unusual action of the delegates in requesting an affiliated organization to remove the color ban from its constitution, little attention was paid to the rejection of the other resolutions introduced by the black delegates. Newspaper reporters covering the convention placed all their emphasis on the rejection of the Committee on Organization's report and the request that the railway clerks delete the term white only from their constitution. They stressed the militancy of the black delegates. Men like David E. Grange, agent of the Marine Cooks and Stewards in New York, Charles A. Sumner of the Stereotypers and Electrotypers, 0. A. Anderson of the International Longshoremen's Association, D. D. Alessandre of the hod carriers and common laborers and Cornelius Foley of the journeyman barbers, as well as Buford, were widely applauded in the black press for raking up boldly for full industrial equality for the Negro workers. 6. The black delegates vehemently protested the repeated use of the word N.R. by zero. D. Gorham, delegate of the Order of Railroad Telegraphers, and they bluntly denounced as taxation without representation the AFL's practice of shunting black members into federal and local unions that received no protection from the international affiliates, but who were assessed to pay the salaries of union business agents. Finally, they put it squarely to the delegates to say, once and for all, if they stood for the equality of all workers. Do not pussyfoot, David E. Grange shouted. Stand for democracy. The American Federation is supposed to stand for. It did not offend the dignity of any man to send a Negro into the firing lines in France. 37. Another new era for the black worker? The rejection of the Committee on Organization's report by the 1920 convention was generally regarded as the most significant AFL action up. The AFL and the black worker, 1919-1920-207 to that time on the issue of black labor. Justice, the official organ of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, heaped praise upon the convention for removing a degrading clause pertaining to Negroes. 38. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers was not at the time affiliated with the Federation, but its journal, Advance, hailed the news that the American Federation of Labor was finally compelled to proclaim the identity of interests of the white and colored workers, and predicted that a new era was opening for the black workers. 39. Such predictions usually proved to be illusionary, and this one was no exception. For one thing, the rare progressive resolutions on black workers adopted at AFL conventions seldom influenced the course of events on the state and local levels. A good example was the events in Texas after the 1920 AFL convention. Black helpers of the Texas and Pacific railway shops, who had been kept out of the Boilermakers Union, were organized into Local 562 of the Firemen and Oilers. The Boilermakers vented their anger by ordering foremen not to hire any black helpers. In desperation, the black workers appealed for justice to the 1920 convention of the state Federation of Labor. In one of the most moving documents in labor history, they pleaded, "We have been as loyal as the times demanded and our conditions would allow. We have bought Liberty bonds, war savings stamps, and war savings certificates. We have contributed to the Red Cross, the war work activities, and whatever was for the advancement of the nation and its people in the great struggle for the liberation of humanity. We have suffered with all others during the periods when the people of the country were called upon to deny themselves of the many comforts of and necessities of life. Most of our boys have made the supreme sacrifice. We have helped boys over there. What more can we do? All of this and more we have done for the cause of the nation and democracy. Tell us, please, if it is the purpose of the organized labor movement to organize the colored helpers so as to discriminate against them and force them out of the jobs which they have held and are holding, and make scabs of them. We ask you, the State Federation of Labor of Texas, for assistance. We ask that we may but receive justice. Even-handed justice. We ask no more than a chance to work as we have always been known to do. Gentlemen, we implore you to assist us in seeing that we get justice. We ask no more. See that we get nothing less." The plea was referred to the executive committee and promptly buried. 40.